Once upon a time, there was a fine young man traveling the seven seas. He was young, he was wild, and sometimes a bit impatient with the world. One day, he met an old lady in a dark corner of a tavern. She had an apple. "Eat this apple," she said. "Eat this apple and you will get rid of all the problems you will have with girls." And so he did. He waited. He waited for the apple to take effect. But then he felt there was something terribly wrong. He stumbled. He tried not to fall, but the pain was unimaginable. And then his stick fell off. His stick fell off. His stick fell off. And then his stick fell off. Yes. His stick fell off. Devastated and deprived of his manhood, he lost the will to carry on. But then, he heard an ancient legend about a mystic animal which was said to hold the cure for his problem. The only thing he needed to do was to touch the horn of the... Gosh, is my dick long unicorn. He instantly set sail, went to Moon Island, found the beast, and after a long and furious battle, finally touched its horn. The curing process started immediately. In fact, the growth was so immense that from that moment on he was known as the three-legged pirate. He sailed back to the tavern, searched for the old lady, and then... they fucked all night. They fucked all night. And then his stick fell off. Yes.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Hope you're doing wonderful today. Today is the first day of the Heads Oasis. And we're finally getting more content. Yay. So, we have Heads Oasis now. We have a Genshin update later on. And, got more stuff to get. Unlock all hunter upgrades from Dundish shop. Catch rate double loads, scarab stacks, fire tents. Man, I just had it. Oh well. I think I'll get this one. That actually says the name.
When the time comes, be ready. Don't you hesitate.
In times long dead, this place was sacred to my brother Het. It was a training ground, a place for his warriors to sanctify themselves through glorious combat. Those times are gone. The duelists who fight here now do so not for honor, but merely wealth. I came here in search of the Eye of Het, a relic of incredible power. Before we could begin our excavation, a terrible earthquake struck the area. I see no obvious cause, but I cannot believe the timing was coincidental. There is much you can do here to help, but do not forget about our search for the Eye. We will need its power if we are to hold the line against the Elder Gods in the battle at Sentiston.
Pog. No items. I'm gonna get a medium map. Alright. Iron Man game. Alright.
There's nobody left in the world who could ever shake my faith. Holding me back, holding this back, don't you see? You can count on me, put it down on me, 'cause now it's all on me. When the time comes, be ready, don't you hesitate. There's nobody left in the world who could ever shake my faith. Holding me back, holding this back, don't you see? You can count on me, put it down on me, 'cause now it's all on me.
I'm looking at the wrong spot. Or is it in there by the background? My God. Oh, big fish. I don't know. Okay, what if Marvis is a crocodile? I didn't think of it. Also this.
travel to freedom. Broken and worn, but they will keep on in the moonlight, the moonlight. The pressure is on, the cold of the season makes it hard to feel, but they persevere for the end game, the end game. I can only wish that one day we'll find the one to keep. The journey is an endless one to the same love, the same love. Travel to freedom, broken and worn, but they once kept on in the moonlight, the moonlight. I can only wish that one day we'll find the one to keep. The journey is an endless one to the same love, the same love. Kept on in the moonlight, the moonlight. Travel to freedom, broken and worn, but they will keep on in the moonlight, the pressure is on, the cold of the season makes it hard to feel, but they persevere for the end game, the end game. I can wish that one day we'll find the one to keep. The journey is an endless one to the same love, the same love. broken and worn, but they once kept on in the moonlight, the moonlight. They wish that one day we'll find the one to keep. The journey is an endless one, to the same love, the same love. Just letting go, your hold is standing. I feel you rushing through my veins. Our bodies getting closer. Your heartbeat drives me insane. I feel you taking over. I feel you rushing through my veins. Our bodies getting closer. Your heartbeat drives me insane. I feel you taking over. trip I need. I'm losing control. Your eyes entice me. Just let go. Your hold is tightening. Feel you rushing through my veins. Our bodies getting closer. Your heartbeat drives me insane. I feel you taking over. I feel you rushing through my veins. Our bodies getting closer. Your heartbeat drives me insane. I feel you taking over.
content, but this is the content. Oh my god, change the screen out. There we go.
No co-op events, no co-op raids, no co-op nothing. It's literally just go run artifacts and beat your friends off, basically. That's it.
Yeah, that sounds like a good time.
I mean, I did too, but like, I mean,
I'll do somewhat unsatisfied.
there we go.
That'll hit him right where right in the fucking kidney shot him. How satisfied are you with the gaming security? I feel like it's fine.
Yeah, I agree.
I haven't been hacked and people have tried.
Yeah.
And I think it's fine. Like, compatibility, good. Have you seen the 2.3 version? Yeah, I've seen it. 2.3 program, fucking amazing. Kind of content we hope to see in future special programs. Up to 2.
You know they gotta pick other for one of them.
Yeah, 100%. Fuck, that's hard, man.
More information about new characters seems the most.
Yeah, I'm down.
Out of all those, yeah.
Let's see, other. I don't want them to do community spotlights, like on the Genshin community, because I know they're just gonna pick everybody who's not me.
Yep.
Because they think because I say the fuck word and I like boobies. Meanwhile, they're like over sexualizing every single character. Like, okay, that's my fault. All right, dude. Okay, dude.
Oh my god, that just
What would you like to see in this next program?
Content that is good. What do you think?
Yeah, it pretty much sums it all up, yeah?
Yeah, just good things. Better yet,
Yeah.
good things. All right, cool. Oh, better yet. Ooh. Bitch! Give us roadmaps.
True.
You fucker. You
Wouldn't
fucker.
that be...
Give us road. Fuck!
You good?
Give. I quit.
Let's type it letter by letter.
No, somebody else will get it. Somebody else will get it. It's fine. I might. You know what? They'll get it. All right.
What the fuck is give us?
What is your overall impression of MiHoYo as a company?
Never heard of it.
Who?
Who?
MiHoYo?
Never heard of her.
Well, to be honest, they're pretty good.
I put neutral.
Nah, I'm gonna give it to them. They've treated me nice.
We can't let their head get too big now. Come on now.
Nah, but they're very good.
No.
I like
we
them.
can't let- No.
Nah, they've been good to me. It's fine. How willing are you to get it back? Who knows? Neutral.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you.
I'll put quite willing. That way they take my criticism more seriously.
True. Or
How will you recommend Genshin Impact to your friends? Well, I'll tell you what. Right now, MiHoYo, if you were to give me like a content creator link, or anybody who clicks the link would get 300 primos,
and then we get 300 again.
that'd be pretty big.
Pretty nice.
That'd be pretty fucking big.
I put neutral.
Why would you put... Alright, you got it. Thoughts or suggestion? I think MiHoYo and Genshin is on the right track. It won't let me backspace! And
I like
because
thinking-
you won't let me fix my spelling errors, pardon this typing of the essay.
Hey, bro, you know this is pretty good, though?
You just can't
because
talk
you put
right.
your language is Japanese, so it looks like you don't know how to speak English. Hey, you're filling in your role, you know?
Unfortunately, I'm very stressed that this game won't continue to be as good as I know as it could be. So let's just keep it up and make more endgame content, and we will all be happy.
At the end of this, I'm gonna read this out loud for you.
I love you all so much. Thanks for a great game. Let's keep it up. Yata desune. I thought I did pretty good. Look, they said server complete. Thanks for your help, traveler.
Oh, yeah.
That's
totally.
true. Yeah, you're welcome.
Hilarious.
I'm not addicted to this. Nope, I'm not addicted. Not addicted, not addicted. One more. More. YouTube frogs. You know when I stand next to this thing, you know what it's time for, right? We also got some gamers in here with me. Some of my Twitch frogs are joining for some runs. It's time again. Once again, my artifacts are capped at 1507 out of 1500, and they're basically all gold artifacts once again. Mostly occupied by the same Shimenawa pieces, but also with the recent dungeon. Alright, probably making your eyes hurt. A lot of the new clam pieces and husk pieces. Without further ado, it's time to get into another round of Artifact Scambox. But before we continue, I'd like to introduce the sponsor of today's video, Wondershare Demo Creator. Demo Creator is an easy-to-use screen recorder and video editor on Windows and Mac. It enables you to capture video demos, tutorials, gaming highlights, and then edit them quickly like a pro. The screen recorder is great because it detects what game you're playing and has 3 modes for capturing. You can capture your entire screen for when you need to switch between multiple windows, or just choose to record a specific game, and if you have a face cam, you can use the screen plus webcam option to record both at the same time. After recording, you can go into the editor to streamline high-quality videos with Demo Creator's awesome transitions, stickers, and effects. There are some fantastic options for video creation using any of the free templates in the store. And when you're done editing, you can automatically caption your video so it's accessible to all your viewers. Try Wondershare Demo Creator today on your Windows or Mac computer using the link in the description below. Now, let's get back into the video. If you guys want to take a look at Twitch chat on the bottom left, by the way, link in the description. See you there. You're hot. On the last episode of Strongboxing, we managed to get a little bit of an upgrade for my Ganyu Wanderers. That was the previous... I guess it's kind of like an episode now. We are no longer needing Wanderers pieces. Today, it's all about the Noblesse set today. Now you may be thinking, wait, Mr. Shrimp, you probably farmed a ton of Noblesse pieces when the game first came out before 2.0. So the reason, YouTube Frogs, why I'm not doing Gladiator's Finale, simply because we have a 2-piece farmable Gladiator set now. And you guys know that a 4-set Gladiator increases the normal attack damage by 35%, which is not too significant of a buff anymore. And it's also worse to farm. The Wanderer set still has immense value though, because charge attack damage for Catalyst or Bow is really good for Ganyu. For Melt Ganyu specifically, for Blizzard, you would still run 4 Blizzards. So that being said, we will be moving to Noblesse Strongbox today. What I'll be aiming for from this set is a timepiece, energy recharge, attack percent. I have a lot of masks, a lot of flowers and feathers. My timepieces literally are absolute trash. If you guys want to see what I'm talking about, this is what my Noblesse artifacts look like. I have an Elemental Mastery one, an HP percent one, another HP percent for Diona. This is one of my best energy recharge pieces. That is my best and only attack percent piece, and it has 1 hit into crit rate. And then I still have this locked. Like, what is this? I'm still using this sack of shit, dude. Like, I need an upgrade here. You see? Like, my Noblesse pieces are literally like dog water. All right, we gotta get some upgrades. All right, chat, you guys ready to count up how many full sections we do for the YouTube. Let's go. Let us try to get at least 1 or 2 good pieces. That is what I'm aiming for. And we're looking for timepieces here. All right, first set of 13. What is this? Trash, trash. Meh, trash. Meh. Diona piece. Meh. Oh? Even if it's a min crit, I'm still down? Trash? Trash? Okay, wait. I'm actually down though. That's actually already 1 potentially. Can't be crit rate. Where are my noblesse pieces? I'm down for crit rate. Gimme the juicy crit rate. Oh no. Oh my chat now, dude. Oh no, man. The defense strikes again. Whoop-de-doo. Wow. Beautiful. My chat's just praying for defense. Alright, we keep going. None of these pieces that I didn't lock are ready, so we're feeding them all. Only 2 timepieces? What do we got? Anything good? Oh! Wait! It's a 4-line! Holy! Okay. This could actually be like a 45 crit value plus piece. Okay, I'm down.
Powder of Penance?
Almost. Crash. Meh. Okay, attack percent? I'm down. Okay, 2 pieces. Hydro damage bonus. Chat, it's not hitting flat defense. Stop trying, okay? It's not hitting flat defense. Oh. That's a min roll, but we'll still take it. It's still on its way to a 45 plus crit value. It's still on its way. Oh my god, dude. I don't think it's any better than our existing pieces. I think it's doomed. Let me check really quick my hydro damage bonus pieces. Good. Okay, chat, I'm honestly down though, because this is onset technically. Agree. Why do I still oh, I remember when I rolled this. Pepe La. This is the other onset piece. Wait, these are all kind of good, chat. 30 crit value, 16 crit value. I'm feeling a YOLO. I'm actually down for a YOLO, no cap. I'm gonna sacrifice this hydro damage piece because this one's more on set. Because this one's technically worse than this slightly. Okay. Chat, there's no way it would go bad. There's no way it would go bad. It's fine, kind of. 747 taking off. All right, let's continue while my chat makes fun. Dude, man. All right, you guys will not stop me from getting godly noblesse pieces today. Next set. This is 3. Cryo, LEM, defense. No. Anything? Mod check? Anything? Oh wait, chat, we had one more of these, huh? Okay, wait, I forgot. I forgot. Dude! Wait, chat, I forgot about this one. This one could actually roll crit damage. No cap. And it's... Let's go again. Chat, I'm not addicted to this, by the way. I know I'm gonna get a really good piece. I'm not addicted to this. Nope, I'm not addicted. Not addicted. Come on, let's get a good piece. Come on. That one's okay. Could roll this one. Healing bonus. No. There's potential there. Thank you for the defense. I believe we had one other piece to try out. And... Crash. Got some peaceful music in the background. As I do. How many runs is this? Is this 5 39s, chat? Is this 200 artifacts worth? We're fine. We are fine. 5th run? Okay. Do 39 of these goblets, chat. Wait, chat, like, I'm actually being serious. This is 39 emblem goblets. And I still have more. Look at this. I have like almost 100 emblem goblets. And I got a ton of goblets here. Anything use? Okay,
Oh, damn.
boys. That one's a spicy one. Oh my gosh. No, like, actually, no cap. This one's actually spiced. Both of these are potentially copiumable. And I want timepieces, though. Ah, so close. If that was just crit rate. Needs a double crit line. All right, we'll try this one. Where's the goblet? Here. There's no defense on this, chat. There's literally no way I can hit defense. Let's try it out first. Max roll? Ooh. Yeah, this one actually could be really, really spicy. Alright, in order to upgrade this, chat, we must sacrifice an existing piece. So we must take a look at our existing crowd damage goblets and see which one we will mega lol. Oh, we don't have any. Keck. Okay. Yeah, would I ever... Okay, I would actually use this Kokomi piece, though. Would I ever use this? Yeah, I would use that. Would I ever actually use this? Potentially. It's not the most terrible. I'm actually never gonna use this piece. Goodbye. I had to choose one, chat. Oh! Let's go, dude. Oh my god, that's actually so sick, dude.
Damn.
What? What? Bro, that is the
Shut the-
perfect support piece. Oh my good gosh. 10, 20, 11 recharge. Oh my goodness, dude. That's what we needed, boys. That's what we needed. A perfect 42 crit value with an additional energy recharge hit. Bro, that is a win. Not the win that I wanted, but definitely a win from this. Chat, we still didn't get our goal. I still have 1321 artifacts, chat. All right, we're going more. We're on a good streak. It's time. It's lit. Let's go on. More. My YouTube chat looking at my Twitch chat be like, yeah, that's probably their reaction too. I wonder how the YouTube chat reacts to my Twitch chat just leaving after I get a good roll. They're probably like, why don't you guys want the streamer to get good rolls?
I stack more, please. Come on.
Anything else? This one's low roll, but potential. I got triple defense. This has literally perfect substats if it had crit rate here. What? What is this? All these are copiumable. Okay. That's a low roll, but we'll take it. Alright, there's some possible pieces here. Any more luck tonight game or no? 2.77, this one's dead. Nice defense. That's expected off of that godly piece that we just got. Already has defense on this piece. It's a min roll, chat. 2.7, 5.4. I think we can find a feather to feed. I think we can make this work if I find an existing one to feed. Any pieces that are like lower than 30, these are above 30. These are 35, 35, 30, but with high HP percent. 32. I need all of them. How about flowers? We have a shit ton of flowers that I don't use. Okay, this one's garbage. Agree? Agree. This one's like 23 crit value. Okay, yeah, that one's gone. Goodbye. And oh, wait, it actually recovered, bro. The noblesse is hitting fat stacks today. What? Wow, this one's a successful run. I'm getting some nice rolls here, and okay, I'll take it. You know what? We ain't gonna be greedy. We're not gonna be greedy, chat. It is a 29 crit value with additional recharge. That's totally fine. It's a low roll, but it's still usable. Okay, I'm down. I am down. We also need more feathers. That's actually really good. More. While my chat is angry at me because I actually got a piece. Again, 2 pieces in 1 video. Not bad. Have I had this sitting here this whole time? Wait, what? Bro, if I was not paying attention, I would have fed this piece in. I had that piece this whole time, apparently. Because I only paid attention to the locked pieces when I'm rolling stuff, so I definitely glossed over that one. That's a strange one, boys. Alright, roll that at some point. Is this the 6th or 7th one? 6 or 7, 6 or 7, 6 or 7. And any timepieces? That one's potential. No. Okay. Bro, it's lit. Bro, tonight is feeding me pieces. Except for the... Dude, okay. Everything except for the timepieces are actually feeding me good pieces. Why am I so lucky? Just today. Usually the Strongbox is not this kind. Agree, chat? Agree. Usually Strongbox would never be this kind. Strongbox usually eats everything that I have. I'm not addicted, chat. I'm not addicted to the Strongbox. Okay? Okay. Flat attack. That's fine. Alright, we need to use existing pieces to feed now. I don't have any more fodder. We'll try 16, but this is honestly a dead piece because it was 3-line start. Chat, we can copium it out, no cap. Okay, go. And this is plus 16, but it looks plus 0. That is a piece that straight up looks plus 0. Why is there a Guoba? Alright, chat, I have Guoba God luck. Everything is okay with Guoba on my side. No. 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 Chat, have we gotten a single crit rate or crit damage mask from this yet? No, right? I don't think we've gotten any. I think all of them have been non-crit. Okay. One potential recharge piece. Oh yeah, I also have the Shimanao one. You're right. All in. Damn it, man. It hits the crit, but where's the crit rate? Maybe a plus 16. Maybe a plus 16. Let me plus 16 it. No. Please. We've done so many tonight. Come on. One timepiece.
It's crazy that I'm not getting any servant spirits.
HP. Oh, here's our first crit damage piece, chat, but it's trash. I mean, I could try for the crit rate, but I don't think I need it. This one's just like Sag. Ooh, it's low roll, but wow. No, it's so close, man. Okay, this is fine. This is better than the other piece. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Dude, can you believe, chat, that I've been using this piece? Wait, chat. I can't even feed this piece. Because I literally have 0 recharge pieces. That's how my recharge stash is. So I actually have to keep this and feed something else. Alright, ready? I'm down. All in. 0 to 20. Dude, it's literally this. What the f, man? How? Dude, it's literally the same as the other one. 7.8 crit rate. 7.8. Okay, that's fine. Dude, what a life where I have to settle with this piece as one of my strongest energy recharge pieces. 4-line start, 45 crit value plus. 45. Not bad. I just need to hit double crit here, a double crit rate here, and I'm good. Alright, this piece trash, agree. Wait, this piece is worse. Wait, no, this is worse. Agree, agree. Goodbye. It's actually lit, dude. It's actually Pog, dude. I hit more crit. My flowers have gotten broken, dude. 36 crit value with additional recharge. Let's go. Can we try maybe one more timepiece? Maybe one more. I'm greeting a little bit. One more. This is the 10th Strongbox roll, by the way. Chat, this 10th one, we can do it here. Potential. No. Okay, potential. What the f is that? Oh my god, actually lit as 4-line? I did not get a timepiece. But if this rolls, then we're good. Okay? This, besides the defense percent, which could have been energy recharge, is nearly perfect. A max crit rate roll, high elemental mastery, high attack. Me, dude. Alright, 0 to hero. Boom! It's lit. It's actually fucking lit. Okay, one more crit rate roll. One more crit rate roll. 17 crit rate me here. Send off the YouTube frogs with a bang. And... okay, fine. It's fine. It's still a really, really, really good piece. But I did avoid the defense. The Elemental Mastery could have been an extra roll into attack percent, but it's still fine. It is a great crit damage noblesse piece. What were my upgrades today? Got this upgrade, which is like mediocre, but it's fine. This became my best energy recharge noblesse piece. Holy shit, I'm breathing heavy copium, but it's fine. We'll get maybe better ones next time. Oh, right. Can't forget about this one. A beautiful 1020 with 11 recharge crowd damage bonus support piece. Oh yeah, YouTube vlogs. I've never told you guys this, but this cup that you guys are seeing right here is about a year old. It's a year and a month old. I have never fed this piece since I got it. It was a 4-line electro damage piece, and it high rolled 4 times into defense, and then 1 time into attack. And I've kept it ever since. Maybe this is why I get so much defense. I've never fed this piece. But I feel like if I do feed this piece, I will only ever roll defense, so I cannot anger the gods. I cannot anger the RNG gods. And then this piece. Is that it, chat? I think those were the biggest upgrades, right? Oh, this one too. I forgot about this one. Yeah, we got like 4 upgrades today. Alright, YouTube frogs. Hope you guys enjoyed Artifact Strongbox numero 3. Came in with 1,500 artifacts, ending with 1,076. According to my chat, I did 10 full 39 swaps, giving me 13 artifacts each. 130 new artifacts. We came out with 4 to 5 semi-decent ones. 2 really good ones. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. Don't forget to like, subscribe, all that juicy stuff. Good luck on your own artifact rolls, and we'll see you next time. Take care.
The new Spiral Abyss is going out in 24 hours, so I'm doing a treat. We are doing main DPS Kokomi C6. Now, I'm going to say this right now. Kokomi honestly might be completely so let me just show off the builds for these. I'm doing Kokomi with Kazuha, Beto, and Fish. This is my Kokomi's build. I have 45,449 health. Because I was told that it was pretty important. Now, I might play this team comp like dog, but we'll see. Now, the thing that I'm excited about Kokomi main DPS being is if her DPS is good enough, that means that my healer can also be my main DPS, which means I don't need to run another healer, which gives me another stuff for more DPS, which sounds really fucking sick. And I'm using an R1 Everlasting Moonglow, aka Gotenks' Galactic Donut. My artifacts, 4-piece Ocean Hued Clam, C6, talents, 6, 11, 9. I know it's not the greatest. And then here are my fucking talents. 95% negative crit rate because, I don't know, Mahoyo are fucking psychopaths. I'm not running Hydro damage bonus. It is literally all just fucking HP, 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 HP. And let's just get into it. Oh shit, wait, what's more important here? I'm probably taking the Elemental Masteries as permanent, and I probably won't need these other 2 just for this. Let's test out DPS Kokomi, I guess. I'm nervous, man. And no fucking water? Are you? This is why I brought Kazuha. Are you fucking kidding me? Son of a bitch. You fucking bitch. Get him. Whoa. Hold the fuck up. That is a lot. I guess we're doing a Kazuha showcase. Oh, dude, these honors hit really fucking hard. Here, look at that jellyfish. That's not bad, bro. Let's go. Round 2, baby. Let's get it. Let's fucking go. I can come in. Beat the ass, boy. Bop, bop, bop. Damn, bro. Okay. Okay. Alright, Kakaromi. I need a better test. This should be a good test. This should be good. I'm gonna just rip it and I'm gonna go fast. I go boom, boom, charge, boom, charge, boom. Holy shit, dude! Okay, that's not bad. Even with the shipment, that's kind of big. All right. What the fuck? Yo, come here, bitch. Come back. There we go. Jenny missile. Boom. This seal, I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of cramping my style. But, okay, healing emitters, don't fucking need it. I ain't a pussy. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. I can go make sure I'm fucking down. Dude, if this place had water, oh my god. I'm like a fucking turret, man. I'm like a fucking turret. I literally can't tell how much is made out, how much is getting out of it. Regardless, I actually feel like I didn't waste money C6ing her finally, and that's a damn good feeling, man. That's a damn good feeling. I feel like I should have. Dude, even with no fish, that's pretty fucking good, man. That's okay. We'll be alright. We'll be okay. Alright, dude, it is your time to shine, son. Go. Get the ass. Boom! 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 Oh, we're so nasty! Let's go. Let's run it the fuck down. Oh no. Oh no, not this fucking guy. Well, let's get on with it, I guess. Dude, this team has not dropped below 100% the entire team life. How the fuck am I gonna beat you? How the fuck? Pazza, you got this? I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. So I'm gonna just believe in you, Kazuo. Here's a jellyfish. I literally don't think it's possible for us to die as long as that jellyfish is out. So I think I'm gonna just chill near this and just auto spam and hope that you die eventually. And honestly, it's running pretty good. I don't think there's a way that we can die with jellyfish action. And my HP is so fucking... Like, look at this shit. We don't even have to think. You just hit them near the jellyfish and they can't do anything. What the fuck, man? Literally did not drop below 100%. We're taking some healing effectiveness just in case. Oh god, it's a fucking protect map? Oh my god. Alright, time for zero fun to be had. Alright, go, we beat their ass. Just sampled it. Oh my god. That's so fucking dumb. Okay. Yeah. And I think Cows are getting a buff too at 2.4, right? But they increase the targeting to not be shit. Dude, this shit looks actually so fucking cool. Dude, more HP? Oh, fuck. 48k Kikomi? Okay. Oh, y'all fucked up. Y'all are the wrong archetype. I am sorry. I'm sorry I gotta do this shit for you, bro. That's a damn shame. Hey, y'all level 90, you better get fucking folded. Just wait till I pop this shit. I enjoy this. Oh, why are you ice? No, dude. That sucks. Whatever, man. Give me an E-Place. Thank you. Why are you water, bro? This is supposed to be a fucking Kikomi showcase, man. Do you not see the title of the video? Fuck me, you're making me a clown. Alright, bitch, let's just get it over with. Come on.
It's annoying how low it is.
Fine, bitch, I'm not moving. I'm not moving. Back the fuck up. I'm gonna do spam talk. She spam talk. Let's check. I wonder.
That's a big defense.
You hit me with your biggest move, you did like 2k damage. See, this is why whales have terrible mechanics. You just don't eat it, bro. Look at this shit. I put this fish down, I'm literally, I'm unkillable. Alright. That's disgusting.
I seriously don't think it matters.
Oh god, they made these dudes to fucking fight? Oh, Jesus Christ. Ew, man. Alright. Yeah, we as a player base love fighting these guys. They're so fun. Are y'all literally water? But it doesn't matter if my Betos damage is so fucking ridiculous that I can just spam this shit anyway? That's Pog. You might be animal. I honestly can't fucking. That's probably fine. If you die, please. Thank you. Whoa! Holy shit! Oh, Kokomi counters, man! What the fuck is this bullshit? Why are you doing her like this, man? This is so bullshit.
I'll be back. I need to follow my laundry. So while I do that, we're going to full screen.
Whatever, give me a jellyfish and off the plate. Dude, that take for like 5,000 from that jellyfish. What the fuck? Let's beat the living fuck out of these boys. Trust me, y'all don't want to do this. Y'all should have stayed at home. Y'all should have stayed at home. Bye, please. Good fight. Dude, go ahead. Do your little attack. Pull your little blade off me, bro. It doesn't fucking matter, bro. I'm actually unkillable. That is disgusting. Yeah. I won't run it back. Here, you want to kill me? Here. Go ahead, try. I'm standing at my safety jellyfish, and my team's getting topped off all the while I'm beating your ass. That way I can run it back. Dude, this team comp might be the safest team comp on the planet. And I'm probably playing this like shit, too. So if you think a Genshin sweater on this team, man, I'll imagine. You know what? I'm gonna just auto you. You don't deserve Beto's ult. Then get the fuck out of my lobby. God damn. Holy shit. Alright, let's go. Oh no, I'm low. Hold up. Let me fix that real quick. Yeah, I got it. Hey, don't worry, boys. I'm standing near the magic jellyfish, and suddenly my team is back to full HP. That is gross. What are we planning to do in this team now? This normal attack me recharging, I wonder. Yo, better hear my all back. Yo, better hear your all back. Hear it back. Thank you, bro. You got me? Talk about vomit. Dude, the all looks so sick with the swirling man all around it. He's bitch. Let's go. Come here, bitch. Final stage. The hardest content Genshin has to offer. And I'm beating it down with fucking Kakaomi. Although, well, she's not out yet, but she's coming. Okay, just wait a second. All right, here we go. I'm gonna stand near the funny jellyfish now and ignore mechanics. And it's Sean Lee all over again, man. Fuck. See? I just do this shit safe as fuck. Here, I'm gonna stand near the funny jellyfish again and hope for the best. It's looking pretty good. Oh, hey, y'all fuckers don't know about my fucking jellyfish, do ya? That's a damn shame. You wanna hit me? Hit me, please. Come on! Thank you, dude. Goddamn! Y'all fucking stall harder than a fucking Twitch streamer, man. Jesus Christ. Let's go, pretty bitch. It'd be a shame if you had a debuff that was supposed to counter people who weren't running healers. Because my main DPS is a healer. Dude, the amount of electro damage this character enables, what the actual fuck? That is disgusting. I'm literally just sitting in their max damage stack. And it does a fuck ton, but it's still not enough. That was E6 Kakaomi. I hope y'all enjoyed both those videos, whether you're watching on day 1 or day 2, who knows? Hope you enjoyed. Let me know what units you want me to showcase next at C6, and I'll catch you on the next one, okay? Peace, boys.
Gigantic monsters that sink our ships, raise entire cities to the ground, and can destroy all of humankind. We love telling scary stories about enormous creatures with immense strength, and some of them aren't fantasies, but real giants. In this video, you'll find out how big are the biggest creatures living on Earth right now? Why did ancient animals used to grow to such a colossal size? And which of the creatures that ever lived on Earth is the largest? What are the largest animals currently existing on Earth? This question is not as simple as it seems. Most people will think of the tallest animal first. A giraffe called Forrest, a resident of the Australian Zoo in Queensland, made it into the Guinness World Records for being 5 meters 68 centimeters tall. That's like a tower made of 3 standard fridges. If we place a London bus next to Forrest, its head will reach 2/3 of the height of the double-decker. But the tallest doesn't mean the biggest, right? So what about weight? In this category, the records belong to the elephants. In the Smithsonian National Museum, you can find a stuffed specimen of the most giant African elephant in history. Henry weighed 10 tons and 886 kilograms. Being 4 meters tall, which is shorter than Forrest the giraffe, Henry was 3 times as heavy. The elephant weighed as much as an anchor, the massive Queen Elizabeth II ocean liner. We mentioned a ship for a reason, since the sea depths are the home to the undefeated record holder of our era. The biggest of ever measured blue whales was more than 33.5 meters long. That's like 4 buses standing in line. The maximum weight of this giant was almost 200 tons, and that's 1.5 times heavier than the Statue of Liberty without its foundation. The tongue of a blue whale alone weighs as much as an average-sized elephant. But if we look back into Earth's past, we'll have a question. Can the blue giant retain its title of absolute champion? How big were these ancient creatures? Millions of years ago, even insects used to be huge. How about a Meganeuropsis dragonfly with a wingspan of 27 inches, just like the diagonal of a budget smart TV? These giant insects went extinct because they couldn't breathe when the oxygen levels in the Earth's atmosphere fell. But dinosaurs had no such restrictions. Moreover, they could fatten up to their true potential in the dense jungle that covered most land. The largest dinosaur that ever existed is the herbivore Argentinosaurus. When paleontologists found and restored the skeleton of this giant lizard, they got an almost 40-meter-long, 12-meter-tall creature. The Argentinosaurus was twice as tall as our lanky pal Forrest the giraffe. Around this giant, a frightful T-Rex looked like a chicken, and it was the Argentinosaurus's enormous size that saved it. From predators. But what about the blue whale? In terms of size, even our big boy of the seas is no rival to the Argentinosaurus. But since the force of gravity pulled harder on this lizard on land than on a whale in the water column, Argentinosaurus could hardly weigh more than 100 tons. The extinct giant was half the weight of a blue whale, which means the whale holds the title. The most enormous prehistoric sea lizards are no match for it. Does that mean our search for the largest creatures on the planet is over? Well, we focused entirely on animals, but Mother Nature has other creatures, and they're much bigger than we used to think. How tall or long can plants be? There are genuinely enormous trees growing in the forests of California. Right now, in Redwood National Park, you can find a sequoia called Hyperion that's 800 years old. This tree is as high as 115.6 meters. That's 3 times longer than the Argentinosaurus, and approximately 1/5 taller than the Statue of Liberty and Big Ben. This is Stratolaunch, the world's biggest airplane, and its wingspan is only 1.5 meters more than the height of Hyperion. However, there are plants with an even more impressive size, even if not in terms of height. Rattan palms that grow in India can reach up to 350 meters in length. This giant vine, which is just a couple of centimeters thick, could easily twine around the Eiffel Tower, and there would still be some extra length left. If we want to find a worthy competitor for the rattan, we must dive underwater. This is the Posidonia oceanica, and at first glance, it looks like common grass. But when biologists examined some of these bushes on the Mediterranean seabed, they discovered they were looking at the most extended plant on Earth. Stems of only one Posidonia cover 8 kilometers of the seabed. That's a bit less than the height of Mount Everest and equals 2 laps at Daytona International Speedway, where NASCAR races are held. But if we consider weight, neither Posidonia nor rattan, and not even sequoias, can even compare to other truly enormous creations originating from North American forests. This is Armillaria, also known as honey fungi. Its caps barely rise above the forest floor, but the central part of its story is hidden beneath the surface. In the state of Oregon, scientists found out that the root system connects the honey fungi into a single organism, stretching for more than 9.5 square kilometers. That's a little more than the territory occupied by the largest Australian airport in Sydney. This huge mycelium weighs at least 7.5 thousand tons. That amounts to 50 regular one-story American houses. But let's bear in mind that mushrooms consist primarily of water, which means the real dry weight of this giant could be 10 times less than that. Can there be a similar enormous tree organism? This aspen grove in Utah occupies 43 hectares and consists of clones of the same tree interconnected by the root system. Scientists call this unique creation Pando Grove. Its wood is considered as heavy as 6,000 tons, and this time it's the dry weight. That's like 3 Hyperion sequoias, or 40 houses. The Guinness World Records mentions the huge mycelium as the largest organism on Earth, and Pando as the world's most massive plant. There's some bad news, though. Pando has been gradually dying due to environmental deterioration in recent years. The largest animal, the blue whale, is also in danger of being completely annihilated by humans. And although we still like telling stories about scary giants, the reality is quite the opposite. The most giant and most beautiful creatures on the planet are in the face of impending danger by all the people's little things, which we try to compare their sizes. Right now, as you're watching this video, about 20 volcanoes are erupting around the world. And while some of their summits have been continuously spitting out clouds of ash for months at a time, others have just woken up. You might not have known about these volcanic statistics before the video began, but imagine if such a horrifying sight, a freshly erupting volcano, appeared out your window right now under your very eyes. You would probably need to run away as fast and as far as possible to get away from the hot, spewing lava and the deadly pyroclastic cloud. But indeed, one day, there may be nowhere to run away to. Scientists count a total of 1,532 volcanoes on the surface of the Earth, at least at the moment. Fortunately, during the entire period of human existence, only 600 of them have ever been active. 160 volcanoes erupt about once every decade, with about 50 erupting annually. Thankfully, most of them are fairly small volcanoes, relatively speaking, and don't do much damage or cause any harm. But if one of the most formidable and awe-inspiring of these mountains of fire for some reason decided to run at its full capacity, believe it or not, the whole planet could find itself in trouble. Among these Earth-threatening mega-sized volcanoes is one called Mount Merapi, or Gunung Merapi in Indonesian, which literally means fire mountain. Located in the central part of the island of Java, this most active volcano in all Indonesia has a height of 1.8 miles, or about 3 kilometers. This ticking time bomb, though not erupting at the moment, continues to emit smoke all day, every day, reminding the nearby settlements of its existence and destructive power. Every few years, this fire mountain turns into erupting hell, damaging or destroying nearby cities and towns. Another one of these potentially earth-destroying uber volcanoes is situated on the other side of the globe, in the central part of the North American continent, and is known as the Yellowstone supervolcano. This huge megavolcano has erupted only 3 times in all of history, the last time being about 630,000 years ago. And each time it did erupt, it caused massive, world-altering cataclysms. Mountain ranges were destroyed. The Earth itself rose. Over the eons, the summit collapsed and created a giant pit in the Earth, a super crater now known as the Yellowstone Caldera. Its width varies from between 30 to 45 miles. That's 50 to 70 kilometers. That's one big volcano. In more recent history, America's first national park, Yellowstone, was established encompassing the entire beautiful and breathtaking area. It's certainly the most famous national park in the USA and is well known throughout the world. Both the park and the volcano take their name from the Yellowstone River, whose headwaters are within the confines of the park. But even today, the at the moment dormant Yellowstone supervolcano continues to pose an enormous threat to mankind. In the case of an eruption, the USA would be utterly devastated, with a good half of the American states getting buried in ash. And multiple knock-on effects would shatter much of the world's ecosystems and economies. People who enjoy traveling and moving to new cities and locales will be more than happy to settle near Mount Vesuvius, located in the Gulf of Naples. This is because each of Vesuvius eruptions guarantees instant emigration to another city. At present, Vesuvius is said to be sleeping, but don't let that fool you. It's also still considered to be one of the most dangerous volcanoes in the world, as more than 3 million people live nearby and are endangered by it. But as it is sleeping, the title of City Destroyer must pass to Nyiragongo, at least for the moment. Mount Nyiragongo is a still active fire mountain or volcano on the African continent, in Virunga National Park in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Mount Nyiragongo has erupted 34 times since 1882, with activity continuing for months and sometimes even years. This volcano is remarkable in that its crater contains an active lava lake. In 1977, part of the crater collapsed and the hot lava inside burst out, with the fiery stream moving at speeds of up to 62 miles or 100 kilometers an hour, devouring, incinerating, and destroying everything in its path. The crater filled again soon after, but scientists and engineers have so far managed to prevent a new lava spill. Alas, it may be deadly dangerous, but still the lava lake on top of Mount Nyiragongo looks so beautiful and picturesque, you might believe that Frodo should have brought the One Ring here. But if one supervolcanic awakening can bring worldwide catastrophe, what might happen if all the volcanoes on our lovely planet all erupted simultaneously? A synchronized volcanic doomsday event such as we are imagining would lead to such terrible consequences that even multiple nuclear explosions might not match it. The concomitant earthquakes and lava flows would already obviously cause tremendous damage, but they are nothing compared to the twin threats of ash and volcanic gases. Under such a scenario, a layer of ash will rise into the atmosphere and almost completely block any sunlight from reaching the Earth. Good news for sellers of flashlights and light bulbs. Pretty awful news for everyone else. This darkness will last for 10 years, which means no photosynthesis, the death of all plants, and temperatures decreasing to a critical level. Of course, not all volcanoes clog up the atmosphere. The ones in Hawaii are a good example. They just spew small streams of lava. However, the most active, largest, and most powerful of these volcanoes will cover entire continents with ash in a matter of hours. But as we have learned in modern times how to disperse clouds somewhat, you might think we could manage to do something about these ash clouds as well. And we might. But is there anything we could possibly do about the volcanic gases? These gases are a death-filled cocktail of hydrochloric acid, hydrogen, hydrogen sulfide, and sulfur dioxide. Shake well, add water, and you get an acid rain that pollutes all of our groundwater, as well as the surface of all of our oceans. Changes in the composition of the water will lead to the death of corals and mollusks, and after that, species after species will fall in a domino effect, with eventually the entire food chain likely disappearing. You might think the chance of something like this happening is vanishingly small, and it is very unlikely, but not impossible. A comparative analysis of ancient sedimentary rock formations revealed that the mass disappearance of prehistoric fauna was caused by multiple volcanic eruptions. Fortunately, volcanologists from Redford University in Virginia have determined that in our time, such a development is truly quite unlikely. But if it does happen, there'll be almost no one to assess the damage. Everyone left will just be trying their best to survive the apocalyptic end times. However, even a single solitary eruption can adversely affect the atmosphere. A recent example is the Mount Pinatubo volcano in the Philippines, which erupted in 1991. One of the strongest explosions on Earth over the last century, it led to a decrease in temperature of 1 degrees Fahrenheit, or about 0.6 degrees Celsius, and caused the ozone hole over Antarctica in the southern hemisphere to increase to unprecedented size. Thankfully, so far, nothing indicates that this kind of catastrophe is going to happen again anytime soon. But don't sigh with relief and kick your feet up just yet. The fact is that our land-based volcanoes are just a small percentage of the total number of volcanoes on our dear planet. Scientists believe that about 80% of all volcanic eruptions happen under our oceans, most of them thousands of feet deep and very difficult to spot. Recently, though, geophysicists from the University of Texas discovered a super-duper uber volcano at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, in theory, capable of turning our entire surface world into one big Pompeii. This volcano is located at a distance of 932 miles or 1,500 kilometers from the east coast of Japan. If we look at the area the object covers, we can rightfully call it the largest volcano on the surface of our planet, and indeed in the entire solar system. The diameter of the crater reaches an astounding 388 miles or 625 kilometers, and its area covers a mind-bogglingly massive 100,386 square miles. That's 160,000 square kilometers. This monster volcano goes by the moniker the Tamu Massif, and volcanologists say that it fell asleep more than 140 million years ago. Thank goodness it has not shown any proclivity towards waking up from its slumber since. It's unknown when the volcano might one day awaken once more, but one thing is clear. If Tamu's sleep comes to an end, the best solution will be for all of us to find another planet to live on. Fortunately for us, mankind has recently been considering Mars as a kind of second home, a potential refuge for all of us in the case of world-ending earthly catastrophes, and that includes volcanoes. But there is one little problem, or rather I should say big problem. The tallest volcano in the entire solar system is called Olympus Mons, and it just so happens to be located on, yes, you guessed it, the red planet. This giant has a height of more than 16 miles or 26 kilometers, with its diameter stretching for 335 miles or 540 kilometers. Hypothetically, conquering the summit of Olympus Mons shouldn't be all that difficult due to its gently sloping sides. Mountain climbers of the future are going to be a little disappointed, but I would advise they take a pair of skis or a snowboard. The descent is gonna be hella awesome. Olympus Mons is a volcano that formed under conditions somewhat like that of a melting candle. Lava streams flowed down the slopes and froze there over and over again, continually increasing the total area of the massif. Analysis of images from the USA's Mars rover showed that the peak of the fiery mountain's activity occurred between 20 and 200 million years ago, when dinosaurs still roamed the Earth. However, the most recent traces of activity on the mountain are only about 2 million years old. This means that Olympus Mons may not be extinct, but is rather a sleeping volcano. And if it awakens once more from its slumber, it will be an historical event in our solar system. To understand just how truly massive Olympus Mons really is, let's move it to the surface of the Earth to compare it to some Earth landmarks. The area it covers is comparable to that of all of the British Isles. Or looked at another way, just its shadow would completely engulf Mount Everest, and in true size, it leaves Everest in the dust, making our tallest Earth mountain look like some kind of tiny little bump on the horizon. Olympus Mons is so big that standing at the top looking down, all you can see is the smooth slope disappearing beyond the curve of the horizon. It's literally impossible to view it all from the planet itself. The entire massif can only be seen from orbit, so if you want to leave a message for some spacefarers, the slopes of this volcano are an ideal place to leave it, at least until some new lava flows cover it up. Nonetheless, it's still too early to worry about another eruption. Unlike the Earth, Mars has no tectonic plates. This means that Olympus Mons could snooze away for a very long time. But if an eruption does happen one day, and you are living there, it will literally overshadow the sun. If Mars turns out to be more inhospitable than we imagined, scientists will have to think hard and long about a plan B. What do you think? Where could humanity move? Or if we don't move, how might we adapt to the consequences of such a catastrophe? Please leave your theories in the comments below. If this video gets a lot of likes and we get a lot of comments about potential places for people to inhabit in the universe, we'll devote one of our future episodes to this topic. So, if you like the video, give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. Click on the bell button to be the first to know about new videos. And stay tuned, because the best is yet to come. Once, the famous astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson put it briskly that if a black hole visits us, the solar system would have a bad day. After all, there's hardly anything worse than the ability to be broken into atoms. But we are used to thinking that black holes are somewhere far away, in other parts of the universe. But what if one of them literally appears on our doorstep? What happens if an uninvited guest with the size of 1 millimeter settles near our Earth? Physicists asked a similar question in 2008 when the Large Hadron Collider was launched. Then, many scientists, among whom was also Stephen Hawking, feared that the greatest invention of mankind could create a multitude of microscopic black holes that would swallow everything around, and we would cease to exist forever. Moreover, these are far from the only problems that were predicted by the opponents of the collider. However, more than 10 years have passed since then, and if you're watching this video, it means that the Large Hadron Collider works quietly away by itself and doesn't create any dangerous pieces capable of destroying the Earth. Or is that just for now? In fact, to produce a mini black hole, you need 1,015 times more energy than the Large Hadron Collider can withstand. But even if we manage to use such a huge amount of energy to create a micro black hole, we would need to work with the fourth dimension in space, which in this context isn't particularly well studied or understood. But suppose we miraculously manage to create a microscopic black hole in our limited and wretched 3D world. I hasten to upset those who are looking forward to the apocalypse. It would have to be postponed for some time. But in this case, the mini black hole is most likely to instantly evaporate, thanks to so-called Hawking radiation. After all, black holes do not only absorb energy, but also give it away. So the Large Hadron Collider does not threaten us at all, at least in any case, until the time we learn to use a large amount of energy and fully explore the fourth dimension in space. However, microscopic black holes can occur even without the Large Hadron Collider. The fact is that right now, billions of black holes pervade our planet. So, what's happening? Are we doomed and the Earth would soon be torn apart into small pieces by mysterious space objects? Relax, it's not so bad, at least for now. After all, our multi-million army of black holes has been attacking our home planet for billions of years. At the same time, the mass of individual black holes could reach up to 100 tons, but their size isn't more than an atom. Such a small diameter gives rise to a correspondingly small event horizon, a hypothetical line beyond which space and time are bent, and matter begins to be absorbed and torn apart by atoms. For this reason, the mini black hole can't devour even the bacteria on your dining table. But even if it starts to eat our home planet, it would take a very long time. Several billion years, in fact. By this time, humanity is likely to have become extinct, or else it would have found another place of residence in the universe. However, if the diameter of a mini black hole increases to a size visible to the naked eye, events would turn out completely differently. We won't baffle your brains with complex calculations from the strange world of higher physics, but according to calculations, a black hole with a diameter of 1 millimeter would have a mass of more than 5 lunar masses combined, which is about 11% of the Earth's mass. The scale of the influence of a black hole depends on where it's located, on the surface of the Earth or in the center of the planet, or, for example, in the room of some guy you hate. Suppose that a black monster, 1 millimeter in size, is located on the surface of the Earth. The sphere of influence of a black hole would be about a third of the Earth's radius, about 1,320 miles. That's 2,124 kilometers. This would lead to a noticeable increase in the overall gravity of the Earth, which in turn would affect the orbit of the Moon. It would stray off its current course and begin to move into an elliptical orbit. But if the moon only changes its course and remains alive, another and more terrible fate would await us, and all matter in close proximity to this monster. If we were close, we wouldn't be torn to pieces, and it would happen so quickly that we wouldn't have time to blink an eye. Having settled with us, the black hole would purposefully move to the center of the Earth, and nothing and no one can stop it. Without common obstacles, it would absorb everything and reach the center of the Earth in just 42 minutes. This insatiable monster passing through the core of the Earth, and at about the same time it would reach the other side of the surface. But the black hole, too, wouldn't stand still. If its relative speed is at least 12 kilometers or 7.5 miles per second, it would rotate around the Earth along with its sphere of gravitational influence. With each circle, the Earth would lose mass. Thus, the black hole would begin its meal, absorbing the crust and most of the mantle. It means our complete destruction and destruction of all life on the surface of the Earth. But before absorbing all living things, the black hole smooths out the corners, apparently to make it easier to eat. Thus, the gas would twist into a gravitational spiral, like sugar during the creation of cotton candy, and our planet would turn into just a broken disk of hot stone. The material of the formed disk would produce a lot of heat. It's assumed that it would have a temperature of about 6,000 Kelvin, approximately like the Earth's core or the surface of the sun. Because the disk would be radiating as if highlighting a black hole, it would be an amazing and at the same time eerie sight. Because a black hole, like a vampire, would suck the radiance of its energy from the planet. Scientists believe that the space monster would take 5 billion years to finally eat our home planet. During this time, the mass of the Earth would increase significantly, but the shape of the planet familiar to us would change beyond recognition. It would probably be similar to the fall of the legendary Pompeii, which was wiped out by burning lava, only on a cosmic scale. In just a few hours, the beautiful and densely populated blue planet would turn into an uninhabited shred of space where only the collapsing crust, lava, and hot gases would reign. Naturally, the disappearance of the Earth wouldn't pass without a trace. The asteroid belt would collapse, which would lead to frequent collisions for 1 million years in the solar system. To complete chaos, there would be no place for life, which simply becomes impossible. So far, these are only terrible assumptions and theories, but they're still far from us. In any case, humanity still has a head start in 5 billion years to build the Noah's Ark and move to some other planet. And maybe in another galaxy, because it's far from fact that the solar system can live for so long. But for now, you can safely allow billions of mini black holes to permeate you without fear of breaking into atoms, although it would look kind of spectacular. If you liked the video, give it your thumbs up and subscribe to our channel if you've not already done so. Click on the bell to always receive notifications about new videos. And don't forget to tell your friends about us. It's more fun together.
Indeed it is.
Is there anything in the world more powerful than nuclear weapons? Perhaps a substance that, in just a microscopic quantity, could cause unimaginable destruction. The destructive potential of antimatter is simply incredible. Only half a gram of antimatter would be enough to create a bomb, such as the one that destroyed Hiroshima. And 1.5 kilograms of antimatter would break the record set by the thermonuclear Tsar Bomba, tested on Novaya Zemlya Island in 1961. Such a substance with fantastic destructive power does exist. Back in 1928, the British physicist Paul Dirac suspected the presence of antiparticles with an opposite electric charge. After 5 years, Dirac received the Nobel Prize for his prediction. The first antiparticle was discovered by American physicist Carl Anderson in 1932. Thus, humanity recognized the positron, a positively charged copy of the electron. This mysterious mirror reflection of matter excites the minds of humanity with its capabilities. If antimatter collides with particles of the right matter, they completely annihilate each other. That is, they cancel each other out while emitting powerful radiation. Oxford University professor Frank Close, specializing in particle physics, wrote in his book Antimatter that the annihilation of a kilogram of antimatter will produce about 10 billion times more energy than the explosion of 1 kilogram of TNT. Substance reactions from antimatter are 1,000 times more powerful than the nuclear fission of uranium in nuclear power plants. But what does this mean in practice? The nuclear explosion in the Japanese city of Hiroshima had a capacity of approximately 13 to 18 kilotons of TNT. The death toll there was approximately 70 to 80,000 people. An explosion of such force leads to complete devastation in a radius of about 1.5 kilometers, and less than half a gram of antimatter would be enough to reproduce it. Later, the number of victims of this Japanese tragedy increased to 140,000 due to the effects of radiation sickness. But unlike traditional nuclear explosions, after the explosion of a bomb from antimatter, there will be no residual radiation. Calculations show that in an explosion with a capacity of 100 megatons, the zone of absolute destruction will extend 35 kilometers from the epicenter, and the zone of severe destruction will cover a radius of up to 50 kilometers. Such a force can destroy any of the largest cities on the planet. And for this, you need only a few kilograms of antimatter. Exactly 100 megatons was the design capacity of the Tsar Bomba, which was tested in a lighter version that was almost half of this. But even the weakened version of the bomb is terrifying. The measured power of the explosion was equal to 58.6 megatons of TNT. Such energy can be released during the interaction of about 1.5 kilograms of antimatter and 1.5 kilograms of substance. Witnesses felt the blow and were able to describe the explosion thousands of kilometers from its center. Radiation, even at a distance of up to 100 kilometers, led to third-degree burns. The blast wave circled the globe 3 times, the first time in 36 hours and 27 minutes. But what happens if you blow up 10 kilograms of antimatter? About the same as on December 26, 2004, the Indian Ocean earthquake, the epicenter of which was located off the northwestern coast of Sumatra in Indonesia, caused the deadliest tsunami in modern history. The magnitude of the earthquake was about 9.2. The movement of lithospheric plates created waves with a height of more than 15 meters. The tsunami reached the shores of Indonesia, Sri Lanka, southern India, Thailand, and many other countries. According to various estimates, 225 to 300,000 people died. Many people were carried away by the receding water into the ocean. The exact number of dead and missing remains unknown to this day. The shockwave from this earthquake passed through the entire planet. The islands located near the epicenter shifted tens of meters. According to theoretical models, The mass shift and huge energy release, equivalent to 480 megatons of TNT, slowed the Earth's rotational speed slightly, reducing the length of our day by about 2.68 microseconds. A similar force can be expected from an explosion of only 10 kilograms of antimatter. This energy is enough to boil 150 liters of water for every person on Earth. Mankind remembers another natural disaster that befell Indonesia in 1815. The eruption of the Tambora volcano on the island of Sumbawa was the most powerful in recent centuries. For 3 days, the area within a radius of 500 kilometers from the volcano was hidden from the sun by huge masses of volcanic ash, which subsequently spread more than 1,000 kilometers from the eruption site, causing serious changes to the planet's climate. Global cooling was experienced by the entire northern hemisphere. The year 1816 was nicknamed the year without a summer. The total eruption energy is estimated at 20 gigatons in terms of TNT. The same amount of energy would be released during the explosion of a bomb from antimatter weighing just 500 kilograms. So, you want to see the apocalypse? Then detonate 2.5 kilotons of antimatter. An energy release of 100,000 gigatons of TNT would trigger the onset of a new ice age. This already happened on Earth 65 million years ago when an asteroid larger than Mount Everest fell on the Mexican peninsula called Yucatan. Hot debris soared high into the atmosphere and beyond. Falling back, this debris heated the air to the temperature of the inside of an oven. A large amount of dust fell into the atmosphere, which for several years blocked the Earth's surface from the sun. An almost nuclear winter had arrived. Most scientists believe that this event caused the death of the dinosaurs. Fortunately, the creation of an antimatter bomb is only theoretic. In practice, obtaining antiparticles is a very time-consuming, complex, and expensive undertaking. The European Center for Nuclear Research, or CERN, uses the Large Hadron Collider, a charged particle accelerator, to create and study antiprotons. CERN employee physicist Ralph Landua assures that the low efficiency of the process of obtaining antimatter is the key to safety and the inability in the near future to create serious weapons based on it. According to Landua, the synthesis of 1 gram of antimatter with current technology would cost about $1,000 trillion. For comparison, the annual U.S. budget would be enough to create only a few micrograms of antimatter. But it's not enough to simply create antimatter. You still need to preserve it, because if it comes into contact with normal matter, it will be instantly destroyed. It will disappear. To prevent this suicide, scientists have invented traps from a very strong and complex magnetic field configuration. To date, the best result that has been achieved is the preservation of antimatter for about 1,000 seconds. And yet, the creation of weapons that can shoot antimatter is no longer fiction. Physicists from University of Michigan, under the leadership of one Karl Kruszelnik, designed an ultra-compact accelerator, a gun that can fit on a regular table. Compared to the Large Hadron Collider, this thing looks almost like a toy. It operates on the basis of particle acceleration techniques discovered by American scientists in the early 1980s. A laser beam passing through a jet of helium forms a stream of electrons, and a thin metal foil blocks their way. When electrons collide with the foil, positrons are formed in the flow. Next, a magnet comes into play and spreads positrons and electrons in different directions. Antimatter is also an ideal, super efficient fuel. An antimatter engine would be the most efficient ever created, because 100% of the mass of the substance and antimatter is converted to energy. About 10 grams of antiprotons would be enough to deliver a manned spacecraft to Mars in just 1 month. Today, for an unmanned ship to reach Mars, it takes almost a year. The only obstacle to the creation of mega powerful weapons or fuel is the inability to synthesize antimatter in large volumes. For all the time spent on these efforts, people have only created an insignificant and small dose, 19 nanograms of antiparticles. This is barely enough to boil a cup of coffee. But what if we learn to capture antimatter from space? Then an antimatter bomb will become reality in the near future. What are the consequences of such technology in the hands of, let's say, criminals? Is it possible to prevent the creation of such a weapon, or are we doomed? Will antimatter someday destroy our civilization or become the strongest energy catalyst for its development? If you like my video, write your thoughts in the comments and be sure to give us a like, subscribe to the channel, and click on the bell so as not to miss notifications of new releases. And invite your friends. It's always much more interesting to discuss all of these fascinating topics together. Lack of fresh water is a global problem for all of humanity. Every year, this problem is felt more and more acutely. Only 3% of the water on Earth is potable. Of that, most of it is essentially inaccessible, as it's trapped in glaciers. Less than half of 1% of the water on Earth is all that remains as drinkable water, to be divided among the 7 billion people on the planet. But what if the world's oceans were to become fresh, drinkable water? Take a deep breath. You have to face reality. And who knows how strong this information tsunami will be. So, how did the oceans become salty in the first place? Indeed, almost 4 billion years ago, all the water on the surface of the Earth was fresh. But volcanoes erupted, spewing out countless millions of cubic meters of magma and hot gases. A chemical cocktail of chlorine, fluorine, bromine, and other compounds fell into the ocean waters in the form of acid rain. This rain eroded the crystalline rocks of the Earth's crust, freeing up magnesium, potassium, and calcium. As a result of these chemical reactions with solid earth and rocks, acids began to form salts. Now, there's so much salt in the oceans that if you tried to distribute it across all of the Earth's landmass, this layer of salt would be as high as a 40-story building. So, let's turn back the clock. Close your eyes. Imagine that you're at the ocean. There's a sandy beach, a hot sun beating down, and turquoise waves lapping at the shore. You're thirsty, so you just go to the ocean, scoop up some water into your palms, and enjoy the taste of crystal clear water. What would happen if this fantasy could become reality? Well, unfortunately, there are approximately 22,000 species of fish that require both salt and fresh water. Salmon, sturgeon, striped bass, and other fish usually live in the sea and have thick skin through which salt passes with difficulty. But to spawn, they must go up a river. But the rest of our marine inhabitants prefer one habitat, and that is salt water. And there are so many more of them, 230,000 known marine species, and about 2 million still unknown to science. In marine animals, tissues contain large amounts of salt. If they're put into fresh water, then the salt contained in their tissues will pass out through their skin into the fresh water. Their tissues will be damaged, cease to fulfill their functions, and the animals will die. As a result, the food chain will collapse. Mankind would lose one of its most important sources of nutrition. Animals whose diet consists mostly of fish will die. About 700 million people will lose their main source of income, possibly condemning them to hunger, poverty, and even death. Desalination of the oceans will affect plant life as well. Underwater algae play a crucial role in photosynthesis, the process that supplies our planet with oxygen. algae used to ocean water will die in fresh water, which means that there will be less oxygen on the planet and more carbon dioxide. Under such conditions, the entire food chain will collapse, since most of the plants will just cease to exist. The greenhouse effect will intensify. The planet will overheat, and the world as we know it will halt in anticipation of climate shocks. Hurricanes, tornadoes, and typhoons all will become commonplace. The climate on the planet will never be the same. In the south, people will begin to freeze from the cold, and in the north, they'll be worn out by the heat. With a decrease in the amount of salt, the density of water will change, which will inevitably lead to unprecedented earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. Fresh water is less dense, which means that the Arctic ice sheet will drop 10 centimeters into the water, and the largest tidal wave that the planet has ever seen will cover the land. But it's unlikely that a person will have to suffer for a very long time from these natural disasters. Most likely, man will not remain around long after the very beginning, when the world will be left without plants and marine inhabitants, and climate change occurs. So you might think this is all a little far out, but alas, the global warming process has already started the desalination of the Atlantic Ocean. Some scientists believe that warming will lead to a change in the Atlantic currents, which means that cold water will bring currents to the equatorial region, while warm water rushes towards the poles, exacerbating the melting of glaciers associated with atmospheric phenomena. Due to the addition of large quantities of fresh water into the ocean, traditionally cold regions may find themselves in a zone where the climate has flipped from cold to hot. If the warming continues, then mankind is in for a change in climatic zones. Scientists have not yet been able to determine the probability of such a scenario. But a professor at the University of Potsdam, one Stefan Ramsdorf, compares this forecast with the threat of a nuclear explosion. And even if its probability is only 5%, this is an alarm bell. The waters of the Southern Ocean surrounding Antarctica are already becoming diluted with fresh water. Back in the 1970s, in the ice of the Weddell Sea, satellites recorded a huge non-frozen area the size of New Zealand. But today, there's no trace of it. Experts studied a huge number of measurements taken from ships and autonomous ocean robot floats in the seas around Antarctica over a period of 60 years to understand why this phenomenon has not appeared again. The results showed that since 1950, the surface of the ocean has become less and less salty. This layer of fresh water on the surface of the ocean prevents mixing with the warm water underneath. As a result, heat from the depths of the ocean can't rise and melt the winter ice of the Antarctic. And therefore, that ice-free Polynya, according to scientists, may have been the last in the Southern Ocean. But if it's impossible to desalinate the entire world ocean, might it be possible to obtain fresh water from the sea in a controlled volume? It might seem that it would be difficult to remove, let's say, 35 grams of salt from each liter of seawater, wouldn't it? Technologies to turn seawater into fresh water do already exist, but despite all the efforts made, desalination of seawater remains an expensive endeavor. Distillation and the reverse osmosis method require a huge amount of electricity, and the purification systems quickly become clogged and therefore unusable. Along with the seawater, sea life also enters desalination plants, which at this time means that more than 3 billion fish and other marine organisms die annually. In addition, concentrated desalination waste is discharged back into the water, which adversely affects the marine flora and fauna. But scientists continue to work on improving this technology. In 2017, British scientists invented the world's first graphene desalination filter, which can replace existing, less efficient devices. And in 2018, chemists from Texas and 2 independent Australian universities proposed a fundamentally new technological process using organometallic frame membranes, which will produce fresh water with minimal energy consumption and maximum efficiency. Canadian and Australian scientists went even further and announced the possibility of using solar energy to desalinate seawater. The Canadians only needed 1 kilowatt of electricity, seawater, a shallow artificial pond with a black bottom, and a pump to produce fresh water. Their Australian counterparts created a new device in the form of a disc with a surface of filter paper. Special carbon nanotubes are distributed across this disc. The finest cotton threads absorb salt water, push crystallized salt to the edges, and collect fresh water in the center of the disc. The collected salt is then removed from the device. Thus, an uninterrupted desalination process is achieved, resulting in almost 100% efficiency. But most importantly, the use of this device is possible at any level of sunlight, which means that it can be used in different parts of the world and not just in hot and sunny regions. The technology of recent years has yet to prove its effectiveness when used on an industrial scale. But if everything works out, then perhaps the problems of freshwater shortages will be solved. Is it true that there are megatons of water in the world that mankind cannot use for his own purposes? And is it true that to make fresh water you need expensive and yet ineffective technologies? I must admit, in my opinion, we shouldn't interfere with the delicate balance of the oceans, because its uncontrolled desalination would cause the most incredible and undesirable consequences. The best solution is to take care of the water supplies that we have now, so that our children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren won't have to worry about where to get their drinking water or be shattered and spent from unquenchable thirst. And what are you doing on the other side of the screen right now to conserve water? Let us know in the comments. If you liked the video, then the best way to thank us is to like and subscribe to our channel so as not to miss the next exciting episode. Pandemic on a global scale, natural disasters, and millions of extinct species of flora and fauna, explosions from the consequences of anthropogenic activities, large-scale conflicts on racial, gender, and religious grounds. And this is only a small part of the problems that have befallen our civilization over the past few years. There's an uneasy feeling that it's time to get off this planet. If before ideas of human colonies in the vastness of space were perceived as a fairy tale, then as an object for research, now they could become a matter of first necessity in the case of saving our species. Elon Musk's promised colonies on Mars are only 30 years away. So to speak, 30 summers to Mars. Therefore, you have enough time to save up for a ticket to the Red Planet if you save only $400 a month. But if I were your intergalactic realtor, I would suggest another good option. What about Titan? Mountains, methane seas, skydiving, a great year-round resort at your disposal. This idea is supported by the sensational news that signs of life have allegedly been found on Titan. The chemical is called acrylonitrile, a complex organic substance that can form cell membranes and azotosomes resembling cells based on lipids. from which terrestrial organisms are built. The acrylonitriles have already emerged, so are we any worse? Colonization of this moon has two possible outcomes. Your life on Titan is quite long and happy, or a fleeting death. Why Titan? The habitable area on Titan is quite large. It's the largest moon of Saturn and the second largest moon in the solar system. It's almost half the size of the Earth. And in its magnitude, it looks like the size of Eurasia and Africa combined. On our planet, about 5,834,000,000 people inhabit such a territory. Not a bad size for a space move. Perhaps there's a place for you. Let's say you decided to make a change in your environment, but you immediately had many questions. How long will the journey last? How many seats will there be? How much are the tickets? The closest distance between Titan and Earth is about 746 million miles. That's roughly the same as if you circled the Earth's equator 33,000 times. The duration of the flight would last 7 years, quite a long time spent in a confined space. And I think that could be a big problem. Perhaps the coronavirus quarantine was a training that gradually prepared us for the long move. And as you've seen, to sit for even 3 months in your own apartment is unbearable, bordering on madness. In the process of colonization, you'd find a real emptiness, uncertainty, and a large scope of work. Moreover, you as the first visitor to this new home would have to create everything from scratch. If you, like many people now, have problems with inconsolable job searches, know this. On Titan, you certainly wouldn't have to stand with your hand outstretched at some crater begging for alms. There would be plenty of vacancies here. Power plant technicians, greenhouse agronomists, maintenance personnel, doctors, geocryologists, specialists engaged in research in the frozen zone of the crust, who would extract oxygen from frozen water. And this isn't even the whole list. Yes, in exciting science fiction films about space, this isn't shown. But constant deadlines, lack of sleep, and moral burnout wouldn't be left behind on Earth. Here, you'd find the same work routine. Not everyone would be able to safely acclimatize. Your muscles would ache due to the low gravity, and you would suffer from constant migraines due to the cyanide contained in the moon's air. One of the reasons sparking interest in colonizing this moon is the presence of hydrocarbons on it, on which most of the Earth's equipment currently works, which would make it much easier for us to fly. American scientist Dr. Robert W. Bussard estimated that a crew of 400 people reaching Titan would require 24,000 tons of payload on board. Here he included all the necessary living modules and resources necessary for life support on the conditions of their launch. This includes various equipment, construction materials, and food supplies. Such an adventure would cost the U.S. budget approximately $16,210,000,000. And this is only in a year. Although this is 1/30th of the U.S. budget, the amount is quite decent. By comparison, the United States has allocated only $11 billion to fight COVID-19. Titan is the only cosmic body in the solar system for which the existence of a liquid on the surface has been proven. The water here exists in the form of deep frozen ice. Therefore, Titan is actually a double of planet Earth. Well, more precisely, it's in the early cold stages of its development. The average temperature on the surface of Titan that you'd have to endure would be around minus 292 degrees Fahrenheit. For comparison, the lowest temperature on our planet, recorded in Antarctica, is minus 119. You could wait until it evolved to the level of development of the Earth in our era. But since it's unlikely that our civilization will survive up to this time, you have only one option: to adapt. The equipment and clothing developed in our time for polar explorers can cope with a temperature of about minus 126 degrees. The spacesuit of an astronaut, minus 292. But at the same time, Titan's atmosphere is 50% denser than Earth's, and it has a magnetosphere. This would protect you from radiation, unlike Mars, where we'd have to go in spacesuits because there's a very thin and vulnerable atmosphere. This also means that you, the future inhabitants of Titan, could do without a spacesuit. It would be enough to develop models of the warmest possible clothing, as well as use masks and air cylinders. Experts suggest that the supply of oxygen could be extracted from water ice located under the surface of Titan. If you think 2020 has gotten you used to masks, then with massive and uncomfortable equipment, well, it would be more difficult. Walking around the sites of Titan would be a real Titan's work for you. Rest would require effort. Life would be like survival. Our dreams of space didn't look like this at all. But don't worry, our dreams can come true only on Titan. The gravity on this satellite is 14% of Earth. This means that you'd literally be able to fly. Therefore, to a full set of balloons, masks, and an insulated suit, you'd add wings. Of course, the wings of the Victoria's Secret models wouldn't fit here, but something similar to the equipment for skydiving or a wingsuit would be very useful. Here you are, already packed for a Sunday walk on Titan. But as on Earth, the weather could ruin your plans. Yes, Titan has clouds, rain, rivers, lakes, and seas, but they're made up of liquid hydrocarbons such as methane and ethane. Titan's dense atmosphere, as well as gravity roughly equivalent to Earth's moon, means that a raindrop falling from Titan's sky falls more slowly than on Earth. Rainy days on Titan can not only be sad, but also deadly. While Earth's rain falls at a speed of about 20 miles per hour, the rain on Titan falls at a speed of about 3.5 miles per hour, which is about 6 times slower than Earth's rain. A walk in the rain would resemble the best romantic slow-motion melodramas, but I don't advise going out in this rain without an umbrella. While the maximum diameter of Earth's raindrops is about a quarter inch, raindrops on Titan can reach a diameter of about 3.5 inches, about the size of a tennis ball. On vacation on Titan, as well as on Earth, you can go to the sea. The largest seas of this moon are hundreds of feet deep and hundreds of miles wide. For example, the area of the local Kraken Mare hydrocarbon sea is comparable to the Caspian Sea. You wouldn't be able to swim in it, but it would be quite possible to arrange a water date in a boat made of durable material. For lovers of evening walks, Titan would please their souls. As a moon of Saturn, Titan is always facing the same direction. The colony would no doubt be built on the side of Titan facing Saturn. Here, the light reflected from Saturn would likely maintain a low level throughout the day. Therefore, you'd rely on artificial lighting. But you could no longer blame all your failures at work and in your personal life on the lack of time in a day. After all, one Titan day lasts 16 Earth days, and a year is equal to 29 Earth years. Each of the 4 seasons lasts approximately 7.5 years. 7.5 years of your favorite summer, and practically 22 years of no season. So far, everything seems to be tolerable and quite entertaining. But another unpleasant issue. Poison. It's important for you to know that a poisonous cloud with an unusual composition has been found in the stratosphere of Titan, but you shouldn't be afraid of it. Methane, which predominates on the moon, is non-toxic, but at high concentrations in the air, resembles ammonia. It also has a mild narcotic effect, so I think it would be the perfect planet for Snoop Dogg. The only thing more shocking than exposure to airborne drugs is vinyl cyanide. NASA experts confirmed its presence in the atmosphere of Titan in 2018. Vinyl cyanide is a compound that may be a component of cell membranes in microorganisms, possibly living in the methane oceans of Saturn's moon. Planetologists haven't ruled out the possibility that on the basis of this substance, extremely exotic life forms could be born, capable, for example, of enduring severe colds of minus 328 degrees Fahrenheit, which most of the animals of our planet, even those living in Antarctica, cannot endure. So perhaps in our new home, we'd still be someone's guests, and there's no guarantee we'd be welcome. I suspect that since reading science fiction writers and their stories about the colonization of wild space, you've already begun feeling admiration and excitement about this topic. You're already packing your oxygen tanks and 10 pairs of warm knitted socks in your suitcase. But don't hurry. In fact, this process is quite risky and costly. Wars, famine, violence. Humanity wants to leave this all behind and begin everything on a clean cosmic sheet. But most importantly, I ask you not to forget that no matter where people are, in a small earthen state or on another moon, they take themselves with them, and their destructive essence simply assumes new territories and new scales. Wouldn't you like to take a trip far beyond the clouds at least once in your life? A ride on a rocket or a stay on the ISS? Maybe see what the Earth looks like from a great height. Even once, go out into outer space. Take off the helmet of your spacesuit and take a deep breath. Hold on, because in a space vacuum, it's impossible to breathe. Is the extreme vacation canceled? Unfortunately, yes, so far. But let's imagine that someday air will appear in space. Will it then be possible to travel there without a protective suit? Or, on the contrary, will a catastrophe occur? Let's start with the simplest and most necessary. To breathe in space without a spacesuit, you need to replace the vacuum of space with a mixture of gases called air. Just like in our atmosphere, it should contain 78% nitrogen and 21% oxygen. The remaining 1% consists of argon, neon, helium, methane, carbon dioxide, hydrogen, and a few other gases. And it's exactly such a mixture that should fill the expanse of space so that we can breathe freely, as in the Earth's atmosphere. And it should be in plentiful supply. It would seem that as soon as air appears in space, then what more could you want, right? You can relax and breathe as much as you like, while at the same time, perhaps also listen to an incredible concert. In outer space, there are constantly explosions of supernovae, collisions of gas and dust clouds, the solar wind, and the ionosphere of planets. You would also be able to hear all of this quite well, as sound waves will be propagated by vibrating air molecules. You don't even need the help of sensitive and powerful instruments, such as those that help us listen to the sounds of space now. However, there's just one catch. You need to be close to the source of the sound, which can be very dangerous at the same time. The fact is that sound vibrations have the tendency to fade due to environmental resistance. Therefore, even noise from the other side of the city cannot be heard here on Earth. So you're unlikely to hear the incredible symphony of planets, stars, and nebulae. I hope this doesn't upset you too much. After all, there will still be the unique ability to breathe freely in outer space. Imagine how you happily inhale the air again and again. But suddenly, such disasters begin around you that you just won't want to continue to enjoy your vacation, and you'll be motivated to return to Earth as soon as possible. But can you do so? Literally, in a matter of hours, all life on our planet after the appearance of air and space would be destroyed due to friction. When a spaceship enters the atmosphere, it encounters strong friction. For the same reason, small meteorites almost never reach the Earth's surface. They simply burn up in the atmosphere. But this will only be the beginning of the apocalypse. Our planet will attract more and more air from space, and therefore, the atmospheric pressure on Earth will grow rapidly. In a short time, it will crush all living things. Gradually, due to the forces of friction, Earth's rotation and its satellite, the Moon, will start to slow down, and their orbits will change. It's highly probable that the Moon will fall on our planet, and then the Earth on the Sun. True, none of us will become an eyewitness to these events. According to some estimates, these events could only occur tens or hundreds of thousands of years after space becomes filled with oxygen. In the meantime, whoever isn't crushed by atmospheric pressure will be consumed by fire. This will happen as follows. As soon as outer space fills with air, sunlight won't be able to reach the Earth, at least in the optically observable range. Eternal night will come. However, people will not remain in pitch darkness for long. Soon, there will even be too much light, because everything around us will sparkle with a bright flame. With increasing atmospheric pressure, the temperature will rise, and within 24 hours, the surface of our planet will be completely covered by fires. Flames burn Earth to the ground, and the once blue planet will forever turn into a charred, lifeless, heavenly body. And other planets in the solar system may also become unrecognizable. For example, gas giants such as Jupiter, Saturn, and Uranus will have every chance to turn into full-fledged stars. Substances for them to increase their mass, at least for Jupiter and Saturn, will be very plentiful. And all the terrestrial planets for tens of thousands of years are likely to fall into the sun. Significant changes are also likely to occur in the galaxy. First of all, they'll be associated with the mass of air that will appear instead of the vacuum of space. The air in interstellar space will begin to collapse, that is, to compress under its own mass. As a result of this, new types of stars unknown to us will probably be lit. These luminaries, existing for a short period by astronomical standards, will light up everywhere in galaxies and intergalactic spaces. It's impossible to accurately predict in advance what these new stars will be like, because they'll mainly be composed of nitrogen and oxygen. Although, by the way, recently, Brazilian astronomers discovered one of the strangest stars at a distance of 1,200 light years from Earth. This white dwarf, which was named Dox, has an atmosphere with 99.9% oxygen. The uniqueness of Dox lies in the fact that almost all other white dwarfs have an atmosphere with light elements, such as hydrogen and helium, the remnants of thermonuclear fuel from the previous life cycle of the star. Due to their weight, they're normally located in the outer layer. Where they went from the atmosphere of Dox is unknown. The mass of the entire universe will increase greatly from the weight of the gases once it's filled with air. It may happen that because of this, it ceases to continue to expand. And as a result, it will return back to a super hot, super dense state as during the Big Bang, or even shrink into one incredibly small and super dense point called a singularity. That is, this mixture of gases, which is a most valuable and vital thing for human beings, is theoretically capable of turning the entire universe into nothing. Honestly, I wouldn't want to destroy the world, even in my mind, but fortunately, there's the likelihood of another scenario. In this one, nothing will happen when air appears in outer space. This indirectly confirms the new discovery of Chinese astronomers. They found molecular oxygen in the galaxy Markarian 231, located in the constellation of Ursa Major, at a distance of 231,560 million light-years away. Active star formation is occurring in this galaxy. In one of its regions alone, more than 100 solar mass stars are formed per year. For comparison, in our quiet and calm Milky Way, the average star formation rate is 1 to 2 solar mass stars per year. It should be noted that molecular oxygen was also previously discovered in the Orion Nebula. But in the Markarian 231 galaxy, there's about 100 times more than in the Orion Nebula. However, there's nothing burning in Markarian 231. The gas is not forming a huge number of stars and black holes. True, breathing without a spacesuit in this part of the cosmos is unlikely to work. Indeed, it probably has less than 20% oxygen, and there's no nitrogen or other gases as in the Earth's atmosphere. But who knows? Maybe over time, astronomers will discover a galaxy with the ideal mixture of these gases, such that it allows you to breathe freely and at the same time doesn't destroy the usual order of space. Then, after hundreds of years, and maybe even earlier, our descendants will be able to travel freely in interstellar space without a spacesuit. Do you think it's possible? And what events, in your opinion, will cause the appearance of air in the universe? Write in the comments. If you like this video, give it a thumbs up. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel and click on the bell. All the most interesting travels through space and the Earth are yet to come. And yes, be sure to invite your friends to join us. Together, it will be more fun. Until next time. Can you immediately name the largest snake in the world? I'll give you a hint. This is the name of a very famous horror movie. Did you guess? Right, it's the anaconda. If we pair it with the largest crocodile, Cassius, weighing almost 1 ton, you can write a script for a new horror film. But these giants are just babies compared to those that once lived on Earth for a long time. Take, for example, Kronosaurus and Titanoboa. Once, these two predators were a threat to all life, both on land and in water. But what would happen if they still lived today? Could humanity survive, or would it be the end of us? Now, I'll tell you about the ancient monsters that terrorized everything in their path. You'll learn when and where these monsters lived, and then we'll bring them to the present. You'll see whether these giants will capture our world and if people will be able to put up a fight. Something tells me that today it's going to be very hot. Before turning on the time machine, let's get to know our characters better. We'll start with Titanoboa. This ancient snake lived about 58 million years ago, and according to scientists, for at least 10 million years, it was the largest predator on the planet. Its length reached 13 meters, or 43 feet, and its weight exceeded a ton. Can you imagine this giant? Here's an illustration for you. If you lay 2 giraffes on the ground, then Titanoboa will still be longer. Or you can just look at these 2 vertebrae. The model on the left belongs to the anaconda, and on the right, Titanoboa. It turns out that the largest snake living today is half the size of the ancient reptile. In width, the mega snake could reach 1 meter, or 3 feet. It could easily swallow a young hippopotamus. True, in ancient times, there were no hippos. Titanoboa preferred to eat fish, and this monster could be found in dark swamps and rivers. In addition to fish, it could feast on crocodiles. It was a sophisticated killer. The giant monster attacked its victim and strangled it in its strong embrace. Then the snake swallowed it whole and digested it for a long time. The victim suffered a compression force comparable to 1.5 times the weight of the Brooklyn Bridge. So, put in numbers. That's 28 kilograms per square centimeter, 400 pounds per square inch. Even though the Kronosaurus was smaller in size, it was also a very bloodthirsty predator. Its wide-open mouth, full of many small teeth, speaks for itself. And the size of the predator is comparable to the dimensions of an orca, also called a killer whale. To be more precise, the Kronosaurus reached a length of more than 10 meters, or 33 feet, and its weight could reach up to 12 tons. In its appearance, it was remotely similar to a modern crocodile, only in a very enlarged version. And even their bite strength is a close comparison. It was also a skilled swimmer that probably attacked its prey from the depths. Kronosaurus had a very powerful rib cage, 4 flippers, and a small tail. It literally gnawed at its victim, leaving no chance for survival. Kronosaurus couldn't have encountered Titanoboa. They lived in different periods, and even perhaps loved a different habitat. Kronosaurus could live in fairly cold southern seas, but Titanoboa loved a hot climate. But this didn't stop the 2 predators from instilling fear and terror into all living creatures in the area. Now, let's imagine that these 2 monsters didn't die out and that they still peacefully coexist with us. Although, would it be peaceful? This is a big question. If Titanoboa survived to this day, it could well be found in the equatorial tropics. For example, Titanoboa would love the hot climate of Colombia or neighboring countries like Venezuela, Brazil, Ecuador, Peru, or Panama. Obviously, people would have to more carefully protect their homes from the intrusion of Titanoboa. However, it's unlikely that the snake could crawl unnoticed into a house. It would have no trouble knocking out a window or even breaking a door. Fortunately, this behavior is still unusual for snakes. But all the same, in order to protect themselves from intruders, people would have to surround their homes with high-voltage fences and keep a big stun gun under the pillow, just in case. In noisy megacities, a huge snake would not have a single chance of survival, only if the snake doesn't accidentally wind up somewhere under the heating main, a comfort that a reptile might appreciate. But food in the form of rats would hardly suit it. By the way, most likely she wouldn't be interested in people as a food source. In horror films, the anaconda often devours people. However, in reality, it rarely attacks a person. It can be assumed that its distant ancestor would also be indifferent to us. But for people, Titanoboa could be a welcome trophy. Any zoo in the world would dream of getting such a valuable specimen. And its skin would be a real hunt. People who catch these huge snakes would become real national heroes. As for the super snake diet, in our world, it would find something to eat. Alligators, turtles, river dolphins would suit the giant in all respects. Animals on land would also have a hard time. Giant armadillos, manatees, tapirs, cougars, jaguars, caimans, and Brazilian otters would be endangered. Sure, adults would be too big, so cubs and young animals are what they need. Titanoboa wouldn't mind eating fish, since it's a more familiar diet. As a result, the food chain would be broken. Some animals would probably migrate to safer areas, but the fauna of the forests of Amazonia would be greatly impoverished. Although insects and fungi would start to flourish and evolve, very soon there'd be no trace of the once lush vegetation. Kronosaurus would hardly have liked life in our condition either. In ancient times, even turtles were the size of a kitchen table. Eat just one and feel full all day. But such a monster would need about a dozen modern turtles. And then I still doubt it would be enough to eat. In addition to turtles, the ancient monster fed on Plesiosauria. But in our world, he'd have to look for an alternative. Most likely, it would switch to large marine mammals. It wouldn't be able to swallow a whale all at once, but in parts, then sure, it could eat it completely. Such a huge body would need tons of food. Like a giant meat grinder, it would sweep away everything in its path. People would suffer greatly due to a shortage of fish in the seas and oceans. Fishing itself would be very risky due to the existence of an underwater hazard. Ships would have to be built to be much more solid, and in the event of the extinction of whales, a climatic catastrophe would begin. There would be nothing to extract thousands of tons of carbon from the air. In the underwater depths, there would be a daily battle for life. Given the size of the monster and its ferocious disposition, there could only be one winner. We'd have to forget about tourism and sea traffic in the monster's habitat completely. This place would be marked on all maps in red, and anyone who dared to go there would practically write their own death sentence. If Titanoboa had the most valuable skin, then a Kronosaurus would have had its teeth. Small and sharp like a saw, they could cost more than the horns of a rhino. Today, they're one of the most expensive materials in the world. Their price is about $65,000 per kilogram, more expensive than gold. By the way, did you know that there's a danger of the return of extinct animals to Earth? I'm not joking right now. Scientists don't rule out the possibility. First of all, I'm talking about Titanoboa. There's speculation that it lived at a temperature of 32 degrees Celsius. That's 90 degrees Fahrenheit. And given the growth rate of global warming, such average temperatures can become a reality. I'm glad it will take millions of years. Would you like to see ancient monsters with your own eyes? Write in the comments. If you liked the video, be sure to like and share it with your friends. And I'm already preparing a new exciting issue for you. They silently slide and slither across the ground, can be hypnotized with a fixed gaze, and change their skin like gloves. Of course, you guessed it, I'm talking about snakes. some of the most mysterious creatures on the planet. Most people try to stay away from them, as these armless and legless reptiles can mortally bite, or horrify by completely swallowing small animals before our very eyes. In our modern world, the largest of these slinking, creeping predators are boas and pythons, whose length can reach up to 26 feet. That's 8 meters. These giant reptilians are known for their aggressiveness. In 2008, it was reported that a python swallowed a 54-year-old resident of the Indonesian island of Muna. The giant snake was first spotted with an incredibly swollen belly, and next to it, a pair of empty sandals. When the reptile was finally subdued and killed, the body of the Indonesian was removed from this false womb of death. On the island of Sulawesi, another such giant predator also swallowed an adult male. It's true these incidents were never officially confirmed, but scientists have confirmed another unbelievable incident. In Florida, a python with a length of just 11.5 feet, or 3.5 meters, managed to completely cram an entire deer into its belly. Amazingly, the buck weighed 35 pounds, or 16 kilograms, and the boa just 31 pounds, or 14 kilograms. Biologist Ian Bartosek notes that this is a record ratio between the weight of a hunter and its victim. Just how snakes manage to swallow such large creatures, well, we'll talk about that a little later. But first, let's talk about the ancient serpents, which could swallow much, much larger animals than their modern descendants. Deer to them would be little more than a light snack. Scientists believe that some of them preferred dinosaurs for dinner. At least, such a dish was probably part of the diet of a snake called the Sanajay, which lived on the territory of what is now modern India 65 to 70 million years ago. The first remains of a dinosaur caught in the embrace of this snake were found back in 1987. But at the time, it wasn't possible to separate the skeletons from each other. This was accomplished only recently. Sometime after 1987, archaeologists discovered 2 more skeletons of these devilish snakes located next to their victims, which were found to be, once again, dinosaurs. Scientists have suggested that Sanajay could swallow small dinosaurs weighing up to 50 kilograms, as well as their children and their eggs. It should be noted that this predator snake itself was no serpent King Kong. Sanajay reached a length of only 11.5 feet, or 3.5 meters, and weighed between 22 to 44 pounds. That's about 10 to 20 kilograms. It's a wonder to imagine what the giant snakes that appeared 60 million years ago could accomplish. By that time, the dinosaurs had become extinct, and according to paleontologists, snakes were able to occupy the vacated natural niche. They got lucky with the temperature. On average, the temperatures in that period rose to a nice, hot 93 to 97 degrees Fahrenheit. That's about 34 to 36 degrees Celsius. And the cold-blooded snakes, like all reptiles, are very fond of the heat. As a result, they grew to incredible sizes. For example, the giant snake called Gigantophis, which lived in the middle of what is now modern-day Africa and South Asia, reached a whopping 33 feet, or 10 meters in length, and weighed up to 1,100 pounds. That's about 500 kilograms, or half a metric ton. But none of the ancient giants could compare with another representative of these slithering and fanged reptilian beasts. In a coal mine in Colombia called the Sarajan, archaeologists discovered something from the long-lost world of 58 million years ago. In addition to a tortoise the size of a kitchen table and the largest fossil crocodiles ever found, they also unearthed a skeleton of a mega super duper uber snake the size of a large bus. Upon painstakingly recreating the appearance of this bewildering reptile, paleontologists revealed that it reached a length of 50 feet. That's 15 meters. And this king of beasts weighed in at over a ton. This heavyweight was rightfully named by scientists Titanoboa. Such a monstrosity of an animal could easily kill any prey it chose, squeezing it with such an incredible force, more than 400 pounds per square inch, or 280 kilograms per square meter, that the victim simply had no chance. Such deadly hugs are approximately equal to being under the pressure of 1.5 Brooklyn bridges. It's clear that for such a massive predator, prey in the form of the ancestors of modern gophers and squirrels just really wasn't all that interesting. The huge monster preferred something larger for lunch, and of course, would not refuse a fresh, delectable, and readily available dinosaur. Given the ratio of Titanoboa to Tyrannosaurus rex, for example, the ancient snake could easily have hugged the giant lizard in the tightest of embraces. I would really love to see this fight, and you know what? My bet would be on Titanoboa. T-Rex simply has very little chance of fighting off this 50-foot-long colossus, which could crush the skull of the predatory dinosaur like a nut. If you think otherwise, write your conjectures and hypotheses in the comments below. But unfortunately, or maybe fortunately for them, these two creatures never did meet. They just missed each other by a few million years. So the greatest possible battle of all time on Earth, alas, never took place. For this reason, Titanoboa had to hunt for different little trifles here and there. For example, the Miratherium or the Baratherium, ancestors of modern elephants. The gray-brown camouflage of Titanoboa helped it merge with the environment, most likely helping the mega snake to catch its quarry. Titanoboa died out long ago, but some believe it may return one day, or something like it. Due to global warming, the temperature on our planet is constantly rising, and this makes it much more comfortable for reptiles. And this second coming of the Titanoboa will not be halted by an excess of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. During the era of the giant snakes, carbon dioxide was already 50% higher than in our modern world. Indeed, researchers believe that the genes of animal inhabitants of the tropics may have already adapted to global warming and even a further increase in temperature. But you and I should not fear the return of Titanoboa just yet. According to scientists, the evolutionary restoration of this king of beasts will take approximately 1 million years. Researchers have been able to thoroughly analyze modern giant snakes and discover all the terrible little details regarding their meals. Here's how, for example, a boa feasts. After strangling or squeezing the life out of an animal, the snake opens its mouth and begins to swallow the individual. And when a boa opens its mouth, it opens it wide. The lower jaw of a boa is attached at the top by extremely malleable and movable ligaments that can stretch up to 20 inches in diameter. That's roughly 0.5 meter. This is what allows the slithery serpent to shove prey larger than itself down its throat. In order for the boa not to suffocate, it pushes the tip of its trachea, its respiratory tract, out of its mouth and breathes through this organic tube, almost like what a scuba diver uses. After this, slinky reptile consumes the entire body of its prey, a kind of banquet where the snake amazingly devours the whole organism in one mouthful, as it were. Biologists from Alabama have noted that when pythons digest food, the kidneys, liver, and pancreas of this creepy creature greatly increase in size. Additionally, its heart rate increases and its stomach fills with an enormous amount of acid and enzymes. By the way, regarding reptiles in general, they are almost nothing like us humans. For example, their heart isn't attached to their diaphragm and therefore can move freely inside the body. In boa constrictors, their bodies have evolved so as not to suffer damage resulting from their gorging on such large prey. It is not for no reason that many snake species have only one lung, and that their brains weigh less than their skulls. Extra innards will only interfere with their gulping down and devouring a giant, delicious dinner. Due to this amazing and unique structure of their bodies, snakes are able to swallow not only large, ordinary prey, but even larger specimens of their own kind. King snakes, for example, can kill and devour rat snakes, whose bodies are often bigger than theirs by as much as 20%. These cannibal snakes first break the backbone of their brethren, then fold them up like an accordion. This allows the larger reptile to fit in the stomach of the smaller, shorter snake. To achieve such an incredible and gruesome result, these reptilian predators are helped by the presence of the rings that are formed during the enveloping and constricting of their prey. These reptiles squeeze with such force that they can easily stop the blood from circulating in the body of a healthy human being. With their terrifying jaw-dislocating apparatus, modern snakes, in the absence of dinosaurs, can easily swallow the modern-day peers of the ancient giant lizards. That is, crocodiles, alligators, and caimans. Biologists at the University of Alabama in the United States took x-rays of one of these gluttons gobbling up a young alligator. The resulting film shows that over the course of 3 days, the python digested most of the soft tissues and many of the alligator's bones. Complete dissolution occurred by the 7th day, and the snake's stomach was finally empty. After eating such an enormous meal, the python remains satiated for several weeks, whereupon it then goes back in search of prey once more. And it's even possible that one day, while out on a hunt, the python might even catch itself. Sometimes snakes really do swallow their own tails, and some of these self-cannibals manage to eat over half of their own bodies before they die. Scientists have found that in the heat of the hunt, they often mistake their own tail for the tail of another snake, horribly believing that they have finally caught that tasty prey they were so looking forward to for dinner. The fact is that, sadly, the small reptile brain reacts quite slowly to such events. Due to this slow computational power, the snake simply does not understand in time that it is consuming its own flesh. If all the snakes we've been talking about seem pretty cool to you, then don't forget to note this by giving the video a thumbs up. And be sure to subscribe to the channel so you don't miss a thing. We still have many more meetings to come with a whole variety of different mega super duper beasts of the natural and unnatural world. Imagine waking up on an early sunny morning somewhere in Spain. You're going outside, but before you take a couple of steps, you're grabbed and taken to prison. Yeah, I forgot to tell you, it's the 17th century, and you said out loud at the market yesterday that the Earth revolves around the sun and not vice versa. There are several days of very ingenious tortures by the Spanish Inquisition ahead of you. And if you're lucky, a quick death at the stake. Tortures appeared along with our civilization. In every era, people have invented new ways to abuse and improved on the developments of the past. In this video, you'll find out what were the most unusual tortures in history. What's the danger of hugging the Iron Maiden? Why can bamboo haunt your dreams? How were people tortured at the time of the Inquisition? And how to survive if you're being tortured. Imagine an iron sarcophagus covered with sharp spikes on the inside. A person is locked inside in a standing position, and they're slowly bleeding to death. That is the Iron Maiden, a classic of the medieval Inquisition. So, you've been accused of heresy and required to sign a confession. Of course, you're refusing. Then the torturer opens the doors of the Iron Maiden and invites you in. What's going on with a person inside the sarcophagus? It's not a big deal at first. Spikes can damage the skin a little bit, that's all. But after spending half an hour in the same position, you'll want to move. In a few hours more, your legs will start to get tired, and your nose will most likely start to itch. After 20 hours in the Iron Maiden without food or water, you'll start losing consciousness from exhaustion and blood loss. But as soon as you pass out, you'll feel a sharp pain from dozens of spikes. It'll bring you to your senses, but not for long. You'll pass out and wake up from pain again and again and again. Are you ready to confess to heresy yet? Take your time. Let's figure out what you have to do to survive in the Iron Maiden. Your goal is to stay conscious for as long as possible. Most often, the sarcophagus does not have spikes along the sides. Try to lean your hands carefully on the side walls. This will help to keep weight off your legs. But remember, you need to move as carefully as possible so that the spikes don't pierce your skin. The less blood you lose, the longer you'll remain conscious. When you start to get sleepy from exhaustion, take a few quick breaths in and out. This will increase your heart rate and make you more alert. To avoid panic and distract yourself from your tired legs, sing something to let the torturer suffer too. Today, historians believe that the Iron Maiden wasn't used for torture, but rather for intimidation. From the Inquisition system's point of view, this instrument was too slow. A confession could have been pending for several days. Above all, in the Iron Maiden, you can't increase the intensity of pain when you need it, although it does look pretty spectacular in a torture chamber. But torture was not invented in the Middle Ages. The tortures of that time were inspired by ancient China. What was torture like before the Inquisition? In the 200s BC, tickle torture was first used in China. It turned out to be so effective that it lasted for over 2,000 years. It has many variations, but the most popular one looks like this. A person is tied to a table, and their heels are wetted with a salt solution. Then they let a goat come into the room. The animal starts licking the salt off your heels and just tickling you. For the first couple of minutes, it'll even be kind of fun. But imagine that you're being tickled for an hour, then 2, then 3. On your foot, there are about 200,000 nerve endings. From their constant irritation, even a slight touch to the heel will cause a twitch, uncontrollable laughter, and a sharp pain. A way too long tickle torture can lead to a respiratory muscle spasm, and you'll literally suffocate to death with laughter. But how to survive if you're being tortured with tickling? The first and most difficult thing to do is to let go of the sensations in your foot. While the goat is licking the salt off your heels, switch your consciousness to something else. Meditation can help with that. Take deep breaths in and slow breaths out. It's better to exhale when it gets unbearably ticklish or painful. Another unusual torture that nomads really loved was shiri. With its help, prisoners were turned into obedient slaves. First, your head is shaved until it's completely smooth. Then a fresh piece of camel skin is taken and put on like a hat. So far, it sounds disgusting, but still tolerable. The worst is yet to come. Your hands will be tied to a special stick structure that won't let you take this hat off. Then you'll be left for about 5 days in the middle of the desert. The camel skin, when exposed to the sun, will start to shrink and tighten on the skull. After a while, the hair on the head will begin to grow back, but it will not be able to get through the shiri and will grow in. how to survive this torture. Daytime temperatures in a desert can rise to 47 degrees Celsius. That's almost 117 Fahrenheit. So, the first thing to do is try and find some shade. After you hide from the sun, you'll need to get rid of the hat, and the only thing that will save you here is flexibility. You need to pull your head towards your knees and try to take the camel skin off. This could be done best until it starts drying out and shrinking. There's a chance of surviving the Shiri torture. However, the nomads will still take you and the other survivors into slavery. But torturers did not always have to leave a person alive. It's time to tell you about the deadliest tortures in history. For this purpose, let's go back to ancient China. But this time, not to the torture basement, but to the bamboo grove. We'll need some ropes to hang a person parallel to the ground and a knife to sharpen bamboo shoots. Bamboo grows very fast, up to 1 meter per day. They just hang you over such a patch and wait a few days. And its stems are strong enough to pass through the human body. Bamboo will now haunt my dreams. Is it really possible to survive a bamboo torture? You could take an example from David Blaine, the American illusionist. He knows how to pierce his shoulder without consequence. The needle passes through the arm without touching the muscle and veins and blood vessels. I don't recommend trying this at home. But even Blaine could hardly have survived dozens of bamboo stems growing through his body. Only Indian yogis can do that. If you move and rotate your body a little bit, so that the bamboo can pass through you at the required points and at the right angle, it will grow through you without hitting your vital organs. But don't think for a moment that this is the most painful torture. Remember when the Inquisition locked you up in the Iron Maiden? In ancient Rome, the copper bull was used instead. There's not much room inside, so you'll have to lie bent over. But the uncomfortable position is the last thing you'll be thinking about. As soon as the door on the copper bull's belly closes, they'll start making a fire underneath it. The only chance for salvation is to kick down the door and escape. But doing it in a narrow, overheated bull's belly won't be easy. It'll take years of training to thrust it down with your hand. It'll be more effective to keep kicking at the door with your feet. You're probably not the first person to be roasted in that bull, and the lock has been damaged before you. A few kicks, and you're free. No documented cases of execution by growing bamboo or the copper bull torture have been found by scientists. They're probably just legends that were used to intimidate people. But the next torture I'm going to tell you about is extensively described in documents. For you to be sentenced to execution by elephants, it was enough just to be laid on your taxes. Execution elephants were trained not to kill a person immediately, but first to crush and rip off their arms and legs. In India, such executions were arranged as big spectacles. Do you think there's any way you can escape the giant legs of an animal weighing 4 tons? You can try to keep your arms and legs to your sides and roll on the ground, but there's a possibility that the elephant will step on you by accident. Or you could call your elephant and order it to crush the executioner, who gives orders to the killer elephant. But one more giant animal in the arena is unlikely to increase your chances of survival. Imagine what it would be like if tortures were still common in contemporary society. What would they look like? The way I see it, a person would be tied up and forced to sit facing a huge screen. And on the screen is showing, let's say, one of my previous videos where I've made a mistake and indicated the wrong date. The year was 1836. 1836. But the person's hands are tied, and they can't correct me in the comments. Then we can turn on the speech of a politician they hate, or show a video of the defeat of their favorite football team. There's so many reasons to leave a hateful comment, but the ropes are too strong. And yes, let's pay tribute to the traditions. A goat is walking around and occasionally licking the poor fellow's heels. Offer your ideas for modern tortures below this video. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Otherwise, you'll see deadly bamboo in your dreams at night.
Hardly torture, to be honest.
That would be perfect for those who suffer from stress and anxiety, heal depression, insomnia, eliminate suicidal thoughts, delusions, hallucinations, melancholy, and obsessions.
This is how in the 1930s, American newspapers advertised not chamomile tea or sessions with a psychologist, but an ice pick put in your head. Or in other words, a lobotomy. Egas Moniz, the father of lobotomy, was awarded the Nobel Prize for inventing this barbaric surgery. But what if the award was well-deserved? In this video, I'll tell you, how did a lobotomy replace an enema in treating stomach disorders? Does the ice pick in the skull affect a person's character? And most importantly, could people be wrong in banning lobotomy? In the early 20th century, a mentally ill person was an awful stigma to their family. Society used to believe that those people didn't deserve to live. That's why they were treated worse than criminals. They were locked up in prisons, tortured, or killed. Mental hospitals were supposed to become a humane alternative, but they didn't. Patients were chained to walls or beds, got electrocuted, or forced to take antipsychotic drugs. They could be kept in asylums for years without visible improvement signs. But the lobotomy changed everything. First of all, it let people who suffered from mental disorders avoid ending up in an asylum. It sounds a bit paradoxical, doesn't it? Just like if I said we should rescue flu patients from cough syrup. Especially since a lobotomy looked no less frightening than mental hospitals. The surgery was performed using a device that resembled a regular ice pick. Instead of anesthesia, a patient was electrocuted so that they lost consciousness. Then the ice pick was pushed inside the eye socket and hammered through the orbit bone that's as thin as an eggshell. The surgeon would sweep the instrument from side to side to cut the connections between the frontal lobes and the rest of the brain. All of that could last just 10 minutes. And boom, an aggressive patient who was dangerous to society became obedient and submissive within minutes. Yes, that's quite a dangerous practice, but it spared people many years of enduring barbaric and excruciating therapies and specialized facilities. The most famous patient who underwent the lobotomy is Rosemary Kennedy. That's right, a sister of the U.S. President John Kennedy. The young woman faced slight developmental delays that impacted her school performance in her childhood and young adulthood. However, as Rosemary grew older, she experienced seizures and temper tantrums and later became aggressive towards other people. In 1941, when the woman turned 23, she was lobotomized. As a result, she stopped being prone to violence and dangerous to society. Whereas Howard Dully had surgery when he was a 12-year-old boy, and he's still alive. In his childhood, Howard lost his mother, which negatively affected his mental state. He acted aggressively towards his mother-in-law. The woman feared for her life because of her son-in-law's unruly and violent behavior. For that reason, it was decided to lobotomize the child. He's 72 now, and he has no history of any sort of trouble over this time. Lobotomy became a magic wand that, by touching a specific spot on the human skull, turned a villain into a good guy. But how did people understand which parts of the brain affect human behavior and how? During archaeological excavations all around the globe, researchers found lots of skulls with holes. It's assumed that it was a method our ancestors used to treat headaches. Theories suggesting that every part of the brain is responsible for some particular function appeared long ago in the ancient world. It's believed that some areas in the frontal lobe control our thinking, will, initiative, and decision-making. Egas Moniz considered that assumption and summarized the knowledge of his head wounds during the First World War. And then he thought, what if some injuries inflicted on the frontal lobe of the brain could be helpful in some way? What if that could let us modify human behavior? At the Neurological Congress, he learned that scientists had already removed monkeys' cerebral cortex parts. The apes continued to live after that, but were no longer restless. Moniz came up with the idea that perhaps people with psychotic disorders could be treated the same way. That was when he started drilling heads of mentally unstable people. And it worked. The lobotomy gradually became a solution to deal with those who were a menace to society. Nobody ever questioned the effectiveness of the lobotomy because doctors didn't fully understand how the brain works. But they believed that the lobotomy helped, according to the traditions of our ancestors, teachings on the spots of the skull, and miraculous examples of healing. The lobotomy was believed to be the best cure for rebellious daughters. We now know that hormonal surges and mood swings are typical during puberty, and that there's nothing abnormal about that. But back then, society saw a fiery temper of a young lady as poor etiquette, and the lobotomy made her calm and obedient. LGBTQ+ people used to be diagnosed with attachment disorder. That meant the patient was attached to inappropriate erotic and sexual desires. Doctors believe that using various stressors like an electric shock or skull drilling could modify the behavior and lead to heterosexuality and recovery. But the thing is, diagnoses like that were made up not even by doctors, but rather by relatives of supposedly ill people. Nobody asked them if they agreed to undergo a lobotomy. The operation was forced on the patients by their families. At the same time, doctors didn't mind and eagerly helped, but all they had on their minds was making money. However, the situation rapidly changed, and soon people started joining the queue for the lobotomy. But why? All came down to Walter Freeman, a neurologist and psychiatrist. But I'd instead call him a showman and the best marketing specialist in human history. Freeman wasn't even a surgeon, and as a matter of fact, couldn't operate on his patients himself. That didn't stop him, though. Egas Moniz said that a lobotomy was an extreme measure, but Freeman made drilling holes in a human skull a panacea for all problems, including waywardness and violent nature. He promoted it as a treatment that was only slightly riskier than tooth extraction. Freeman started offering his services while traveling around to different countries, just like Lady Gaga with the Monster Ball tour. He turned the operation into a big show. For example, he shocked his audience, doctors and nurses, by simultaneously performing lobotomies on 2 patients. He got so many fans that he once operated on 25 women in just one day. As time passed, Freeman started to assure people that the lobotomy could cure everything, even indigestion. A broader spectrum of diseases potentially curable by the lobotomy meant a more significant number of clients. They should have made him a marketing specialist at Quibi, then it indeed wouldn't have shut down. If Freeman could brainwash people into believing that driving an ice pick through their heads was cool, then the Quibi show about a girl who made friends with her boyfriend's sex doll would have become a Golden Globe nominee. Anyway, was Freeman's product as good as its wrapping? What really happened to patients after the lobotomy? Freeman kept quiet about many things in his ad campaign. The barbaric procedure resulted in the death of at least 490 people and made thousands of others go on living in a vegetative state. They lost their ability to react to the outside world and even themselves. And what about those whose surgeries were allegedly successful? Before she went through the treatment, Rosemary Kennedy was just a short-tempered kid with a restless mind. Her family concluded that could reflect badly on her brother's career, so they turned to Freeman. After the lobotomy, Kennedy's mental capacity diminished to that of a 2-year-old child. She lost most of her ability to walk and talk intelligibly. And in that condition, it's difficult to argue with your parents, isn't it? In his memoirs, the other patient, Howard Dully, who went through the lobotomy at the age of 12, recalls that his stepmother hated him, and he never understood why. One of the reasons Howard's father's new love decided that the kid needed the lobotomy was his weird behavior. He would turn on the lights in a room when the sun was still shining. Is that a good reason for punishing a child? And what if Howard had broken a cup, which he sentenced him to an electric chair? After Freeman performed the surgery, Howard in fact became incapacitated and got thrown out of his own house. That was followed by depression, which he tried to get rid of abusing alcohol and drugs. It took years for him to get his life in order. He told about his pain in a book called My Lobotomy. Howard was fortunate to survive the procedure and to even write his memoirs. Other patients were not so blessed. Most patients who suffered the lobotomy were sent back to asylums. The thing is, a patient's character is in no way influenced by their sex, age, level of education, and most certainly it can't be changed by drilling their skull. Scientists were wrong, and the resulting brain injury didn't transform patients into placid and balanced people. It just transformed them into disabled humans. But this wasn't acknowledged until 1967, when lobotomies were finally banned. Now people are treated in a far more humane way through psychological therapy sessions, and a person's short temper or sexual orientation are no longer stigmas to be ashamed of. To the present day, there are numerous calls to rescind Moniz's Nobel Prize for developing lobotomy. But so far, no luck. The mind boggles at thinking what could have happened if this surgery hadn't been banned eventually. Who do you think could be prescribed the lobotomy nowadays? And what ailments could be treated with an ice pick to the brain? Unwillingness to eat asparagus, uncontrollable scrolling through TikTok, or an overwhelming urge to rewatch Louis C.K.'s stand-up routines? Leave comments with your suggestions. What do we usually imagine when we hear the words, the Earth, this round globe? How do we know this is really true? From photos we saw on the internet, roughly 600 people have flown into space in human history. Are you one of them?
There's nothing to me.
I'm not a NASA employee either. And I get my view of the universe from the media and scientific articles. I've never actually had the opportunity to see our planet from space with my own eyes. Our civilization seems to be quite advanced, but we're still debating the shape of the Earth. What if we're really wrong on this issue? What if we don't even feel like checking it out just because we have the idea of a round planet stuck in our heads? In this video, we'll find out, can we be deceived about the real shape of the Earth? Does gravity really exist? And most importantly, we'll get to the bottom of the burning issue of the day. Is the Earth round or flat? If you're afraid that a secret world government will find out that you're watching this video, use a VPN. Atlas VPN is a convenient tool that encrypts your data. It connects your device to a VPN server, giving you a new IP and DNS address. Did you know that in Albania, for example, only 3% of all Netflix series are available? Can you imagine how many things are kept hidden from you in your country? Atlas VPN allows you to circumvent restrictions and gives access to all content on Netflix, Disney+, HBO, and other streaming platforms and websites from any part of the world, even if you live on the far side of the flat Earth. Atlas VPN supports access from an unlimited number of devices simultaneously, and Riddle subscribers get a huge 86% discount on a 3-year deal. Click the link in the video description below and join for just $1.39 per month. In addition, you'll get a 30-day money-back guarantee. The discount is valid all over the Earth, whatever shape it has. Why is it so difficult to prove whether the Earth is round or flat? We've never seen our planet from space, so all we know about it reflects what we were taught since childhood. The Earth is a spherical planet that's located in the solar system and orbits a star. The model of a flat Earth places our planet at the center of the universe, but it doesn't assume that the Earth orbits the sun. Rather, in this model, the sun rotates around the upper edge of the world like a merry-go-round, radiating light and heat down like a desk lamp. According to this version, our planet is a disk with the North Pole at its center, and Antarctica is a wall formed at its edges. That's why many years ago, a round-the-world voyage was so called, since it was considered a voyage around a huge circle, but not a sphere. In this version of world construction, east and west are not straight lines, but circles around the center of the Earth. The hypothesis regarding our planet's spherical shape dates back to Aristotle's time. That is, it predates the theory that the Earth could be flat. A spherical Earth was first mentioned in the 3rd century BC by a Greek scientist named Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes lived in Egypt, in the city of Alexandria. He was smart enough to compare the position of the sun's rays from a point straight above a person's head to the zenith point. But he did it in 2 cities at the same time, Alexandria in northern Egypt and Siena in the south. Eratosthenes knew that at noon on the summer solstice, which occurs around June 22nd every year, the sun illuminated the entire bottom of a well without casting any shadows. That is, at that time when the sun was directly overhead. But in Alexandria, at that moment, the sun was not at its zenith, but 7.2 degrees off from the zenith. And he made all these measurements with just a scaphus. Just so you understand, it's an angular measuring instrument, a vertical pole fixed to the bottom of a hemispherical bowl. It's hard to say how much the data of this device can be trusted, but that's how the idea of a round Earth first came about as far as we know. The most important experiment that could confirm the Earth's hypothesized flatness was carried out back in the 19th century by one Samuel Rowbotham. He chose a straight and slow-flowing 6-mile drainage canal and called it the Bedford Level. As far as he was concerned, if the Earth were really round, within these 6 miles, the Earth had to curve 7.32 meters below his line of sight. Rowbotham stood at one end of the Bedford Level, while another man in a small boat rowed slowly away from him. A 5-foot mast was attached to the boat, so of course by the other end of the Bedford Level Canal, the mast shouldn't have been visible, as the top of the mast would be 3.35 meters below Rowbotham's line of sight. Rowbotham observed the boat through a telescope set up 8 inches above the water, and the small vessel remained constantly in his view along the entire length of the Bedford Level, after which he concluded that the Earth was flat. The experiment worked, but the debates continue raging to the present day. And with the development of science, the version of the round Earth became firmly established. So how did the debate regarding the Earth's shape hit a dead end? There are 2 supposed views in this case regarding why we're held to the Earth's surface without drifting or shooting off into outer space. They are gravity and gravitational pull. Both phenomena are scientifically proven, but one of them plays in favor of the round Earth theory, while the other one is said by some to support the flat Earth theory. Let's consider the basic arguments of both versions. The main argument for the theory that our planet is shaped like a sphere is the presence of gravity. Back in the 1850s, astronomer James Clerk Maxwell, using mathematical calculations, determined that gravity pulls equally from all sides of our planet. That explains why all the planets are spheres, and the existence of a disc-shaped planet is impossible. But nobody ever really saw that immeasurable force that causes an apple to fall from a tree, the moon to orbit the Earth, and all the planets to orbit the sun. Maybe it doesn't exist at all. The model of the flat Earth excludes gravity, but doesn't exclude gravitational pull. The Earth, in this case, is said to be constantly moving at a speed of 9.8 meters per second squared. This consistent motion causes a force similar to what we call gravity. Due to the fact that the disk moves at that speed, it'll be like we're held down to the Earth. That is, objects will fall to the Earth not due to gravity, but because of gravitational pull that will lower us and all other objects to the Earth. But geophysicist James Davies claims that's just impossible. Because in this conception of the Earth, it's not clear what kind of force would hold the sun and the moon above the Earth, because, for example, they could crash into each other while moving. He considers that the sun in that case should be smaller than the Earth to avoid the Earth being burned, or to avoid it hitting our planet, or even the moon. However, we know that the sun is more than 100 times the diameter of the Earth. But this debate doesn't end there either, because there hasn't been a single manned mission to the sun in human history. And as nobody's seen it with their own eyes, the flat earthers might say that we may not know the real size of our star. That's when the debate hit a dead end, because both versions are logical. So, then why did the version of the round-shaped Earth win the race? If we assume that we were made to believe the Earth is round, what's the use? The model of the spherical planet, which is situated among the scary, unexplored realms of space, is truly quite beneficial. If you stuff a bunch of people in a bunker in peacetime and make them think there's a zombie apocalypse outside, they're unlikely to poke their nose outside the door, and it'll be much easier to control them in this enclosed space. Ever since the time of the space race during the Cold War between the Soviet Union and the United States, spaceflight became not just a scientific endeavor, but an obsession of each of the two great powers to overtake each other, to such a degree that each of them sometimes falsified their accomplishments. While initially there was some political expediency involved in all this, after the end of the Cold War, space missions had become a source of considerable income. A significant percentage of a country's budget gets spent on space exploration, missions to the moon, and quite possibly the misrepresentation of space travel data. But if we assume that the Earth is really a disk that is surrounded by an ice wall that holds in the oceans, then all you have to do is swim across the ocean, cross the wall, and voila, you're in outer space. Who knows? It may well be that there's something beyond these ice limits that in actuality is advantageous to hide from us. Perhaps there's some kind of a deity. Maybe it's access to the multiverse, or even a portal to go beyond a simulation that is our reality. Who knows? We haven't seen it with our own eyes. The intricate model of a spherical Earth doesn't allow for many people to fly into space so often, while on a disc-shaped planet, such space travel should be much, much easier. It turns out that lying about the Earth being round could theoretically be very advantageous to some. If that's the case, how can it be that we're prevented from learning the truth about the Earth's shape? Well, First, all scientific and academic papers and all discussions in popular culture refer only to the round version of our planet. And second, anyone who thinks the Earth is flat, for example, the rapper known as Bob, is called mad. We could just be being deprived of an opportunity to learn the truth, even by accident. And third, there's all the equipment and other such technological items, virtual maps, navigation devices, and, of course, photos. Photos taken from aircraft are affected by barrel distortions as they're taken through the curved glass of an airtight cabin, and also due to atmospheric conditions outside the craft. According to the flat earthers, these give the illusion of a curved horizon. And fourth, regarding photos from space, how do you know it's not Photoshop or 3D animation? We don't have any pictures taken by an ordinary impartial person who's not an employee of a big space corporation. Overall, the space sector is controlled by governments, and not a single ordinary person is able to go to space. That's number 5, by the way. Although there was one man who tried, 63-year-old Mad Mike Hughes decided to launch himself into space. He planned to launch his steam rocket to an altitude of 1,525 meters from a location in the desert northwest of Los Angeles. But after takeoff, something went wrong and the rocket hit the ground. Mike Hughes didn't make it. But there's one very important factor involved here. Hughes was trying to prove the flat Earth theory by taking high-altitude photos that would show there's no curvature of the planet. What if people who've wanted to know what was behind the so-called wall in Antarctica have also experienced such pushbacks? And maybe that's why we've never learned the truth. We never actually saw what's there in Antarctica. So, what does the Earth really look like? When I got into it, I suddenly realized it appears that I may have become part of this conspiracy without meaning to. All the 5 above-mentioned manipulation methods worked on me as well. I've been running this YouTube channel about space and other things for 7 years now. But maybe real space has never truly been shown. These shots right here are some stock videos I downloaded from the internet, and these thumbnails, all of them totally photoshopped. How do I know what the Earth really looks like if I've never actually been to space? If I can only believe what I've truly seen with mine own eye, then there's no such thing as space. But, my dear viewers, I've never seen you either. What if you don't exist as well? And you've never seen me? So, do I exist? And for that matter, I've also personally never seen Abraham Lincoln, a meerkat, or Helena Bonham Carter with her hair brushed. What if everything is just myth and manipulation? And I've never seen the Bedford Level, Samuel Rowbotham, or any of the other flat earthers with mine own eyes. So maybe they don't exist either. And does that mean they're not going to give my video a thumbs up?
You feel like your work is all-consuming for you, and you don't remember the last time you actually enjoyed yourself. You really need a vacation on Pluto. Book a unique tour from Riddle to the most remote corner of the solar system. You'll spend 10 nights at a futuristic hotel on a nitrogen ice plateau. Go to Pluto's moon, Charon, by the world's first space cable car. Go skiing on methane snow. And moreover, you'll be the universe to know where Pluto's red whale came from and what it really is. You'll also find out what color is the sunset here and how many Earthlings can fit on this dwarf planet. Are you ready to spend your vacation on Pluto? Leave all your problems on the Earth and book my tour today. Tours to Pluto will be available from the year 2442.
The flight to Pluto will take about 10 years. How to spend all this time without getting bored? All is going to be taken care of thanks to this episode's sponsor, World of Tanks. It's a free-to-play PC online game with more than 100 million players all over the solar system. Engage in epic battles in World of Tanks with your friends and other spaceship passengers. Try your hand at being a real tank commander by trying different game strategies. More than 600 authentic tanks are at your service. Destroyers, artillery, light, medium, and heavy tanks. World of Tanks also has over 40 battle arenas with unique landscapes, deserts, forests, urban industrial zones, and open fields. Use the features of surroundings to your advantage. Download World of Tanks right now using my link in the description. Use the code TANKMANIA to get a 7-day free trial premium account, 250,000 credits, the premium tank Excelsior, and 3 rental tanks for 10 battles each. With World of Tanks, you'll hardly notice you had such a long flight to Pluto. The main reason to go to Pluto is the mysterious red whale. The whale was first spotted on images taken by NASA's New Horizons spacecraft in 2015. But what is it really? To see the whale, you have to get to Pluto's equator. Along it, there's the darkest and the oldest region on the dwarf planet, Cthulhu Macula, or the red whale. It has a diameter of 2,990 kilometers. Most likely, this dark-colored region is the result of a massive impact, the same intergalactic collision that formed Pluto's gigantic moon named Charon. But how did it get its red coloring? Yasuhito Sekine, an associate professor at the University of Tokyo, conducted an experiment to investigate this mystery. He heated solutions of organic molecules that could have been present on the newly forming Pluto soon after the formation of the solar system. After heating solutions to 50 degrees Celsius for 2 months, Sekine got the same dark reddish color. But how could there be such a high temperature on Pluto? Another scholar, Hidenori Genda, an associate professor at the Tokyo Institute of Technology, conducted computer simulations of a giant impact on Pluto, which could have resulted in the formation of Charon. Genda found that such a powerful collision could have created a huge pool of hot water near Pluto's equator. And as this giant pool cooled, complex organic materials were formed on the surface, and these materials eventually gave the whale its deep red color. Do you want to take the most extraordinary selfie of your life? Come to Pluto to take a picture with the red whale. You may ask, but are there proper conditions for tourists on Pluto? Shouldn't such space travel be dangerous? No, it's not just non-dangerous, but on the contrary, a tour to Pluto could extend your life for a few hundred years. Scientists figured out that on this dwarf planet, humans can live 4 times as long as on the Earth, between 300 and 320 years. It's all about gravity. If it's less than half the Earth's gravity, it could significantly slow the aging processes. Just imagine, Pluto's gravity is just 1/16 that of the Earth's. Scientists obtained data on life expectancy from a mathematical model, and you may be the first to test it on a practical level. The average temperature on Pluto's surface is 50 Kelvin. That's about minus 223 degrees Celsius. In-orbit fusion power plants would help to change it. They'll transfer energy to the surface of the dwarf planet and raise its temperature. But don't worry, the power plants won't obscure your view of Charon, Pluto's largest moon. It appears 9 times larger in the sky than our moon. Pluto and Charon experience synchronous rotation, meaning the same side of Charon forever faces the same side of Pluto, even as they orbit around a common point in space. This will enable us to build the world's first space cable car between Pluto and Charon. Imagine waking up at a villa among Pluto's nitrogen ice, drinking a cup of coffee in the cable car, and taking a morning stroll on Charon's water ice. And what about crowds of tourists? Pluto's surface area is almost the same as that of contemporary Russia. That's about 1/29th the surface area of the Earth. But don't worry, you won't have to queue up for ages. Even if the entire population of our planet arrives at Pluto at the same time, the population density per square kilometer will be the same as in the Netherlands. That's 440 people per square kilometer. For reference, New York has an overall population density of 10,194 people per square kilometer. Just imagine that on Pluto, which has no atmosphere, you'll breathe 23 times easier than in New York. But even if you're not planning on moving to the icy dwarf planet, you can always spend your vacation here. That's actually quite a lot to see. And it's not just the red whale. What sights can you see on Pluto? To enjoy a full Charon in the sky, you have to stay somewhere in the equatorial region. By the way, that's the only place you can observe the alternation of day and night on Pluto, due to the fact that the rotational axis of the planet is highly inclined. On Pluto's poles, night changes to day once every 124 years. And at the equator, one day takes just about 153 hours. And I'd advise you not to miss the sunrises and sunsets. During that time, the sky looks amazingly blue. But don't forget that this dwarf planet spins backwards, so that on Pluto the sun rises in the west. It looks like a dim bulb, though. But it's spring on Pluto now, which means there'll be a gradual increase of sunlight. Pretty soon, the day will be even brighter there than a full moon on the Earth. Where to go and what to see on Pluto? The area with craters strewn across the dark landscape of Vega Terra is clearly visible in the latest images from NASA's New Horizons spacecraft. The craters have bright walls and rims, making them stand out from their darker surroundings. NASA thinks the bright areas of the craters are the methane ice that settled on top of the water ice. How and why the bright methane ice settled on the crater rims remains a mystery. You can try to solve it while you're walking around Vega Terra. Conveniently, the area with craters is close to another landmark, Pluto's heart. It's also called Tombaugh Regio, named after Clyde Tombaugh, the discoverer of Pluto. The left lobe of the heart is considered to be a giant nitrogen glacier that emerged from the crater. So don't forget to take your skates to Pluto. The diameter of the Tombaugh Regio is 2,300 kilometers. It's the largest skating rink in the solar system. Several mountain ranges stretch across the heart, the highest of which is the Tenzing Montes, up to 3.5 kilometers high. Thus, you can also take your skis and snowboards with you. The Tombaugh Regio is ideal for enjoying outdoor activities. The thing to remember is, don't accidentally eat methane snow while you're skiing or snowboarding. But there's no way that Pluto has only a bright side. And let's just have a look at the other side. What are the drawbacks of spending your vacation or your life on Pluto? The first drawback is the flight time. In total, 3 spacecraft have reached Pluto's orbit. The first was Pioneer 10, which took 11 years to do so. Voyager was even slower to cope with that task and accomplished it in 12.5 years. And the New Horizons space probe took 9 years and almost 6 months. It'll take you about 10 years to reach Pluto. But don't be so quick to give up this quest. Remember, low gravity can extend your life to 320 years. Spending only 10 of them on the flight is no big deal. Another drawback of Pluto is its low temperature. It's quite difficult to survive when it's minus 218 on the hottest day of the year. But at the same time, such a temperature will allow us to do things that are impossible on Earth. For example, we'll be able to construct magnetic levitation trains. This will enable tourists to travel conveniently from one of Pluto's landmarks to another, and not just tourists. In fact, we should all move from the Earth to Pluto, and I'll tell you why. In 7.5 billion years, our sun will be over 200 times the size it is today when it becomes a red giant. By then, the average temperature on Pluto will reach 20 degrees Celsius. While everyone's talking about colonizing Mars, you better start thinking of your own mansion on Pluto. When the sun turns into a red giant, Mars will become a burning desert, just like Venus is now. Meanwhile, your descendants on Pluto will be enjoying a comfortable temperature of 20 degrees Celsius. Due to increasing temperatures, some of the ice will evaporate from Pluto's surface, resulting in the creation of a denser atmosphere. Some of the water could turn into oceans, and then, who knows, some Earth-like life forms could possibly emerge on Pluto. For example, real red whales.
A new tour from Riddle. Swimming with red whales on Pluto. Spend an unforgettable week on a comfortable yacht in the middle of the ocean. Grab your chance to swim with the most extraordinary animals in the solar system. Book your tour today. There are only 2 places left. The flight time is not included in the tour duration. The tour operator doesn't guarantee the availability of whales on Pluto. The tour is available from here, 7,500,000.
Have you ever thought about how many things from sci-fi have become real? For example, the communicator from the first Star Trek TV series is very similar to a flip phone. Those phones entered the marketplace in 1989, and the communicator appeared in the series 23 years earlier. The mechanism used in the Star Trek replicator is very similar to a modern 3D printer. However, it prints objects many times faster.
More advanced to water. Cold.
What will the next thing be? An engine for interstellar travel? Exactly. A team of scientists led by Dr. Jim Woodward is attempting to build an impulse engine like on Star Trek. It'll allow us to accelerate spacecraft to interstellar velocities, to travel to nearby star systems within a human lifetime. In this video, you'll find out how can a toothbrush help with space travel? How many hours will it take to get to Jupiter? Is it really possible to create a warp drive that could travel faster than the speed of light? And can we move through space as fast as they do on Star Trek? The Star Trek franchise is a group of stories about the space adventures of the crew of the Starship Enterprise. Different series had different characters, but you definitely know who the Vulcan Spock, Captain Kirk, and Captain Picard are. They explore galaxies, discover new worlds and civilizations, and defend the United Federation of Planets. But their space adventures would be impossible without an impulse engine. In the Star Trek universe, impulse engines are used to travel within a star system. With their help, spaceships can reach velocities of up to 25% of the speed of light. Impulse engines on the Enterprise starships are used to provide high thrust for a short period of time. On Star Trek, this engine was first used for space missions in the 21st century. And nowadays, a team of scientists led by Jim Woodward is developing just such an engine. And no, not in the series, but in our reality. What do you say to that, Mr. Spock?
Fascinating.
As planned by the scientists, the impulse engine must significantly accelerate the spacecraft, enough to permit us to cut interstellar travel time down to within a human lifetime. The Mega Drive, Woodward's impulse engine, will allow spacecraft to accelerate to velocities close to the speed of light, just like on the series. Woodward has been working on the engine for over 30 years and has put about $200,000 of his own money into the project. It wasn't until 2017 that NASA finally became interested in his project.
Most illogical.
Don't rush to blame NASA, Mr. Spock. It's not so cut and dry when it comes to impulse engines in our reality. Let's figure out how they work. On Star Trek, the impulse engine runs on electricity from a deuterium nuclear reactor, the hydrogen isotope used to make a hydrogen bomb. The reactor powers large electromagnets that heat plasma. Then magnetic fields direct the plasma flow and eject it from a nozzle, setting the spaceship in motion. The impulse engine is so powerful that it could explode with almost 98,000 megatons of energy. The Enterprise crew figured this out when they tried to eliminate the Doomsday Machine, a device that destroyed an entire star system. Captain Kirk put the remnants of the Constellation spaceship into the machine and blew it up, detonating the impulse engine. By comparison, if the Doomsday Machine approached the Earth, we would have to send 1,670 units of the most powerful bomb ever exploded on the planet, the Tsar Bomba, into space.
Fascinating.
No, Mr. Spock, it's not fascinating. We don't have the resources to make so many Tsar Bombas. It's a good thing that you and Captain Kirk destroyed the Doomsday Machine, and we no longer have to worry about that. But let's get back to impulse engines. Woodward's device also relies on electricity, which comes from a nuclear reactor, but its operating principles are completely different. The essential part of the Mega Drive's work is performed by a stack of piezoelectric crystals. By the way, the same crystals can be found in your electric toothbrush. Applying a specific electric frequency causes the crystals to expand and contract. In turn, that makes the device vibrate. The Mega Drive vibrates mainly in one direction, which causes it to accelerate slightly, but it's not enough to make the device move. If the crystals just keep expanding and contracting, the engine will stay right where it is. But if the crystal changes its mass while vibrating, it can move through space. That's the principle the Mega Drive is based on. But how can a crystal change its mass in a vacuum? The Enterprise's chief engineer from Star Trek, Mr. Scott, would say,
"I can't change the laws of physics."
But Dr. Woodward from our universe disagrees with him. How does the Mega Drive defy the laws of physics? Woodward's impulse engine is based on the so-called Mach's principle. The essential idea of this principle is that all matter in the universe influences all physical bodies on the Earth. Let me explain. Imagine putting a heavy object on a rubber springboard. On its surface, a recess appears with your object placed at the center. Now, if you make a ball roll along the springboard, it will keep orbiting around the heavy object in the center. Does that ring any bells? And now, likewise, planets orbit stars that far exceed their mass. But for such a depression to appear on the springboard, it has to be initially tightened. Dr. Jim Woodward and his team believe that matter in the universe is the thing that influences the tension of the space-time fabric. The springboard is charged with potential energy, and similarly, space-time is charged with the gravitational potential of the universe. The impulse engine can use this potential to change the mass of the crystals and set the device in motion. I know what you're going to say, Mr. Spock.
Fascinating.
But the problem is that Mach's principle has no experimental confirmation. There isn't even an equation to describe it. Therefore, scientists are divided into two camps. Some consider that the successful development of the megadrive is impossible. Others are committed to the principle of Captain Picard from Star Trek.
It's only impossible until they're not.
Not long ago, Jim Woodward and his partner, Dr. Hal Fearn, managed to achieve a breakthrough. Their impulse engine prototype was able to produce 100 micronewtons of thrust. Would this be enough to accelerate a spaceship to a quarter of the speed of light? Not really. This force is about 1/3 the amount needed to blow out the candles on your birthday cake. But before that, the megadrive throttled from 1 to 5 micronewtons of thrust. Thus, this is a real breakthrough for the teams of scientists.
Please, Spock, do me a favor, and don't say it's fascinating. No. But it is interesting.
And NASA agrees with Spock. It also considers this data interesting and commissioned an independent study to confirm the presence of this thrust. One commission member, Michael McDonald, an aerospace engineer, estimates the probability of success from 1 in 10 to 1 in 10 million. If the researchers manage to replicate Woodward's results, the next step would be tests out there. That's right, Captain Kirk. Space tests. Perhaps interstellar travel will soon become a reality. But the impulse engine is not the only engine used for spaceships in the Star Trek universe. What about the warp drive? What do you say, Captain Pike?
Maximum warp. Punch it.
In the Star Trek universe, warp drive is used for intergalactic travel and long-haul journeys. With a warp drive, you can travel faster than the speed of light. The USS Enterprise traveled from the Earth to Jupiter in less than 2 hours at a speed of warp 0.5. That's about 1/3 of the speed of light. The maximum speed of the Enterprise D spaceship is warp 9.8, which is approximately 9,000 times the speed of light. How is this possible? A warp drive doesn't accelerate a spaceship, but warps the space around it. The space gets compressed in front of the spaceship and gets expanded behind it. This allows you to move at impossible speeds. In Star Trek, warp systems of the United Federation of Planets use annihilation reactors of matter and antimatter. This reaction gives rise to so-called electroplasma. It's redirected to plasma injectors that create a warp field. Is such an engine possible in our universe? In fact, nobody ever proved that it's impossible.
Fascinating.
Do I detect a faint note of sarcasm, Mr. Spock? Just think, if our universe is constantly expanding due to dark energy, why can't we use it to create a warp drive? All we need is a group of slightly mad scientists, preferably Star Trek fans,
Live long and prosper.
a NASA grant, and a few years of hard work. But before the warp drive idea is announced by the scientific community, let's see how far we can travel into space using Woodward's megadrive. If we use the impulse engine, spacecraft won't be able to travel faster than the speed of light. So we have to choose a star closer to the Earth. The first option is Alpha Centauri. This is our nearest star system, where our closest exoplanet, Proxima b, orbits in the habitable zone. Let's suppose the megadrive could accelerate a spacecraft to a quarter of the speed of light. Then our flight to Alpha Centauri will take 17.5 years. Are you sure you don't want to go to Alpha Centauri? We could go to the brightest star after the sun, Sirius. The journey will take just over 34 years. And if you want to find life on other planets, we can go to the star called Ross 128b. There's a planet with the most favorable conditions for the emergence of life orbiting around it. 44 and a half years, and we're there. Write in the comments which star you choose to travel to, and live long and prosper. And see you in the next video. The new ASCAP sensitive radio telescope that's been observing the Milky Way's satellite galaxy, the Large Magellanic Cloud, has detected thousands of new signals from space, and they're all coming from hitherto unknown sources. For the first time ever, scientists have captured radio signals that can help us understand the evolution of galaxies and the origin of stars. But it's often very difficult to decode these signals and understand their nature, especially when we suddenly hear ear-shredding screams coming from the depths of space, such as this. Today we know what stars are made of, what makes a red dwarf different from a blue dwarf, and what happens after the death of a star. But as of now, astronomers still don't know precisely how stars are created, even though stars make up about 90% of all visible matter in the galaxy. In this video, you'll find out what makes those sinister sounds, why were scientists so delighted to find hydrogen in interstellar space, what does champagne have to do with space, and just how are stars born. To find out where stars come from, we have to understand from what matter they're formed. In the 1930s, scientists believed that new stars were no longer born in our universe. The thing is, star formation requires hydrogen, and the astronomers of that time failed to find it in outer space. Accordingly, they figured that all stars were formed almost simultaneously just after the Big Bang. They thought that when the last star winked out, it would be the end of the universe.
That's all, folks.
But in the 1950s, astronomers discovered that stars differ from both our sun and one another. They have different luminosities, different temperatures, different sizes, and most importantly, different masses. About 11 billion years will have transpired between our sun's formation and its death. But the lifespan of massive stars is far shorter. And because of this, since we can see massive stars today, we know that they were formed later than our sun. And they are still forming. In 1951, 3 independent groups of scientists finally managed to capture a special signal. Using radio telescopes, they managed to detect hydrogen emission. It turned out it didn't just exist in the interstellar medium. In fact, it's so abundant that new stars can be created regularly. For example, from such molecular clouds. These clouds are composed of hydrogen, helium, a small percentage of heavier elements, and dust. That's where the protostars are formed. But we can't witness this process. The thing is, hydrogen is almost impossible to detect in space because of its faint emission profile, lacking features in the visible spectrum. And dust particles in a molecular cloud actively absorb and dissipate that emission. It's like trying to discern objects in a thick fog. That's why scientists were unable to find hydrogen in interstellar space for so long. But how in the world does this hydrogen get turned into a star? Scientists don't have a definite answer to this question yet, but they do have 2 very good ideas as to how this might happen. And the first one is called the Champagne Flow Model. According to this model, a molecular cloud plays the role of the bottle. Inside such a bottle, there's a struggle between two forces, compression and expansion. The compression occurs due to the cloud's own gravity and some external forces, and the expansion is due to gas pressure. Over time, the cloud begins to cool. It's not heated from the outside, and the radiative emission taking place inside dissipates quite quickly. When the temperature in the densest part drops to absolute zero, minus 270 degrees Celsius, the gas pressure drops and it starts getting compressed. As a result, a star or an entire star cluster is formed. The new stars further heat up the gas inside the cloud. The pressure increases and the gas flow, along with the young star, bursts out, just like champagne comes out of a bottle. Look at this photo. The bright area at the center is a cluster of stars and hot gas, which must have burst out of the nebula and is traveling in space at a speed of 10 kilometers per second. By the way, this cluster is heading towards our solar system, but don't worry, they won't get to us. The distance from the Earth to the Ara constellation in which these stars are located is about 4,000 light years. If this star birth hypothesis is confirmed, scientists will probably receive a signal just like this one. The second theory of star formation is related to black holes. In 2017, a group of scientists was observing two colliding galaxies using the VLT, or Very Large Telescope, at an observatory in Chile. And yeah, that's really what it's called.
That's the coolest thing ever!
Supermassive black holes at the centers of galaxies suck in surrounding matter. It gets heated up on its way in, with some of it being ejected at the poles in the form of uber-powerful streams of cosmic wind made of gas particles. For the first time, scientists detected the twinkling of young stars in these streams, and they're less than several tens of millions of years old. By the standard of stars, they're just babies. The supermassive black hole generating these jets of hot gas, in which some young stars were found, is 600,000 light years away. But where else can we observe the formation of new stars? The Australian ASCAP telescope, which recently captured those thousands of new signals for scientists, was observing the Large Magellanic Cloud. It's the largest satellite galaxy orbiting the Milky Way, but more importantly, it's located on the picture plane. This means we can see not its cross-section, but can kind of sort of observe the galaxy from above. And the Large Magellanic Cloud is home to one of the brightest star-forming regions we found so far, the Tarantula Nebula. At the center of the nebula is the R136 cluster, a bundle of young stars no older than 2 million years of age. In comparison, our sun is 4.6 billion years old. Perhaps amidst the 1,000 signals detected by the ASCAP telescope, scientists will find newborn stars' radiation. But the Tarantula Nebula is 160,000 light years away. Can we observe star formation anywhere closer? Let's see. This is W51, one of the largest star factories in the entire Milky Way, and it's just 17,000 light years away. That's almost 10 times closer than the Tarantula Nebula. Let's move on. The Eagle Nebula, which is home to an awe-inspiring active star-forming region called the Pillars of Creation. These unusual formations are composed of hydrogen and dust, and the dark areas we can see on them are protostars. The Eagle Nebula is even closer, only 5,700 light years away from Earth. But that's not all. The Orion Nebula is one of the brightest objects in deep space, and this star-forming region, the closest to us, is only 1,344 light years away. Can we explore these areas now? Theoretically, yes, we can. For example, using the Australian ASCAP telescope. The telescope consists of 36 antennas with a total area of 4,000 square meters. It will allow scientists to see not only nascent stars, but also thousands of other space objects. For example, planetary nebulae that remain after the deaths of stars, similar to our sun. The ASCAP telescope is part of the EMU project, the Evolutionary Map of the Universe, which will commence at the beginning of 2022. The project aims to allow scientists, as well as us, to learn more about the evolution of stars and galaxies. Exploring various corners of the universe will help us understand how our own sun was formed, and also to find out what will happen when it reaches the end of its days. In addition to the ASCAP telescope, the EMU project is planning to use the SKA antenna array. It's being collectively built by 20 countries on the territory of Australia and South Africa. This radio telescope will be 50 times more sensitive and will be able to work 10,000 times faster than any other currently existing telescope. Just imagine how many signals we'll be able to pick up from different parts of the universe. It looks like pretty soon, instead of new riddle releases, we'll all be listening to new stars from somewhere in the Orion constellation, or meditating to the sounds of star clusters escaping molecular clouds. Whatever it is, I hope it sounds better than the Helix Nebula. Yeah, that's what was screaming its head off all this time. So, write in the comments the sounds of the galaxy, star, or nebula you'd like to listen to. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Until next time. On the 29th of April 2019, the Parkes Radio Telescope in Australia captured a strange radio signal from the nearest neighbor of our solar system, the Proxima Centauri star. Every day, telescopes in different parts of the planet observe space in the hope of capturing a signal. The signal that astronomers dream of and fear so much.
Hello, my fellow human people. Welcome are we beings, organic, fly, guest, fly, morning, fly, help, friendship, fly, soon, fast, soul.
But so far, all the most powerful radio telescopes on Earth have been able to detect is Is it possible that one of those signals is the message we're waiting for from extraterrestrial civilizations? But what was unusual about the Proxima B signal? What kind of signals are we sending into space? What do we do if we actually get an answer? Why is it so difficult for us to understand signals from space? Let's start by figuring out the following thing. How do we even get signals from our galaxy and other galaxies? Is there really a huge radio receiver somewhere, and scientists are just turning the knob, hoping to catch an alien radio station? It's almost just like that. Only instead of the radio receiver, There are 42 satellite dishes with a diameter of 20 feet each. This Allen Telescope Array in Northern California was built explicitly for SETI, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence project. Apart from it, the SETI projects also use other radio telescopes. For example, the Parkes Radio Telescope in Australia, which captured BLC-1, the signal from Proxima Centauri. It's not just the closest star to our solar system. There are 2 exoplanets orbiting it, one of which is Proxima b, which is in the so-called habitable zone, which means it's potentially suitable for life. So we could get that radio signal from a technologically advanced civilization from a neighboring star system. Let's see what happened to the BLC-1 signal after Parkes Radio Telescope recorded it. How are signals from space decoded? Radio signals from Earth and other interference are eliminated from the received data. The recordings are then examined by researchers. BLC-1 has lain in the archive for over a year. It was only discovered in October 2020, and it looks like this. That's not how we imagined the alien message, is it? Of the 26 hours of data, researchers were able to single out 5 repetitive signals at a frequency of 980.2 thousandths of a megahertz. It's not enough to encrypt a full message, for example, with coordinates or information about extraterrestrial beings. If anyone tried to tell us anything, it was no more than hello. But what kind of signals from space are we responding to? Space seems absolutely quiet and lifeless to you and me. But radio telescopes record a huge amount of noises from quasars, pulsars, interstellar gas, and interference from Earth. How to understand what signals we need in this noise? Astronomers are looking for narrowband signals, which can be produced only by technological objects. Radio telescopes record tens of hours of data at several spots in space. The algorithms then process the records, filter out the excess, and most often there's nothing left. But that's just not the case with the signal from Proxima Centauri. It wasn't eliminated by automatic filters. In addition, the signal drifted over time, as if it was emitted by an orbiting object. What further evidence do scientists need? It's simple. The signal must be re-recorded. BLC-1 has not succeeded in it yet, but there are signals that the researchers recorded not just repeatedly, but with a periodicity of several days. These are FRB, fast radio bursts. This signal was recorded by scientists in 2012. They've been watching its source for 5 years, and they found out that this rapid radio burst has its own schedule. Its activity lasts 90 Earth days. Then for 67 days, it disappears from radar. If this is a broadcast from an extraterrestrial civilization, it's unlikely they're trying to communicate or waiting for an answer. It's more like a pointless message into space just to signal their existence. Despite the fact that a total of 700 FRB signals were recorded, don't know what could emit them. There's a theory that it's magnetars, neutron stars with a powerful magnetic field. But could it be the signal from extraterrestrial civilization we've been looking for so long? We get upset that we don't get from the space signals what we expect from them. But we also send very ambiguous and strange signals into interstellar space. And what did humanity send into space? And is it possible to decode our messages? We sent the first radio message into space from Earth in 1974 from the Arecibo Observatory in Puerto Rico. The message is encrypted with a binary code that scientists sent as a radio signal. If the receivers understand us correctly and arrange the bits as we've intended, they will get an image that looks like this. Yeah, That's exactly what the aliens should know about us. We live in the Minecraft universe. In fact, there's a coded basic information about the structure of the DNA molecule, the structure of the solar system, and numbers.
Mathematics is the only truly universal language, Senator.
Even if it can't be decoded, the message itself will be different from the natural signals in space. This means that an extraterrestrial civilization will be able to understand that it has been sent by intelligent beings. Or not. Guess how many times we've duplicated our message for it not to be missed for sure? 0 times. Hopefully, very attentive aliens live in M13 cluster where we sent the signal, but we'll never know it. It will take about 25,000 years to deliver the signal. In addition to the Arecibo message, several other messages were sent from Earth. Pioneer 10 and Pioneer 11, spacecraft that made a flight in 1972 and one 1973 to explore Jupiter and Saturn, can tell aliens something about our civilization. Plaques were attached to both aircraft with images of humans, distances from our solar system to 14 pulsars and the center of the galaxy. But the most famous message from us into space is the Voyager Golden Record. There are greetings in 55 languages, musical compositions, sounds of nature, photographs of people and the Earth recorded on it. There's also a speech by Jimmy Carter, the 39th President of the United States, and a 1-hour brainwave recording of science popularizer Anne Druyan, who spent an hour thinking about Earth history. In fact, we don't know what extraterrestrial intelligence would find easier to understand. Brain activity recording, or the instruction from NASA on how to play the Voyager Golden Record. For them, our drawings can be as incomprehensible as fast radio bursts for us. We don't know how extraterrestrial civilizations will react to our messages if they get them, but we can assume how it would be. Let's imagine that Voyager 1 has fallen into the hands of aliens, and they turned out to be so advanced that they figured out how to listen to the Golden Record after 3 attempts. The music from Earth didn't kill them, and they even reached the point of Jimmy Carter's speech on the tape. It would help them understand how our language functions, and maybe they would even record the answer for us with a request to send them an alphabet or an English for Beginners course. They would trace the location of the solar system upon instruction on the package of the record and send us a radio signal. What would we do? Let's assume the aliens who discovered Voyager turned out to be smarter than us and duplicated their signal. Then we would know for sure that these are not random outbursts, but a message from another civilization. And that's when panic would begin. While scientists would be decoding the signal, ordinary people would be following a Hollywood movie script, preparing for an alien invasion. Let's assume we've decoded a message from an extraterrestrial civilization. What's in it? The answers to fundamental questions. The truth about the origin of the universe. Or just, hello. Most likely, they would have answered something like,
"That's your message, but didn't understand anything. Didn't understand.
Everything we sent into space was just to say, look what we can do. And if you already resent that scientists don't take it seriously, imagine that your government allocates a couple $2 billion to send messages to extraterrestrial civilizations. What would the reaction be? Most likely, everyone would explode with anger. So, what needs to be sent into space so that, firstly, we can be understood, and secondly, be provided with a precise answer? What if the problem is that scientists have been using the wrong approach this whole time? What if we send a signal into space that doesn't need to be decoded, but can't be ignored? I suggest broadcasting the song Baby Shark to the farthest reaches of the universe at regular intervals. If an extraterrestrial technogenic civilization exists, they'll definitely contact us and ask us to turn it off. subscribe to the channel, and offer your versions of
signals that can't be ignored in the comments.
Sending out Baby Shark would be hilarious.
How did life come about? A small outburst of anger can create a war. A fleeting spark is love. Everything in this world is born from a small splash. Where would you be now if it weren't for the Big Bang that formed our universe? The starting point was the Big Bang, but the explosion of what? Singularities? An atom? What if I told you that the life timer began from a white hole? What is a white hole? One day, a 16-year-old boy who was madly in love with physics looked at the starry sky and wondered, what would it be like to travel with a light beam? His name was Albert Einstein. Later, in the year 1916, Einstein announced his general theory of relativity. It described a new force, gravity, which distorts space and time. The scientific crowd considered Einstein a madman because at that time he was the main freak in the world of physics. And only in April 2019, after the Event Horizon Telescope collaboration published the first image of a black hole, did Einstein's theory of gravity gain factual confirmation. There was another boy, half as old as Einstein and twice as curious. 8-year-old Carlo also looked at the starry sky and thought, if there is black, there must be white. Not such a sensational statement, but he was just a child. A child who would soon turn our universe upside down. White holes were talked about for the first time in 1964, and the one shouting about them was Carlo Rovelli. White holes are like black ones, only with a negative filter, and are shown in reverse. Black ones devour, white ones spew. An immediate flashback from childhood. Remember how you were afraid while taking a bath that pulling out the plug, you'd be sucked into the hole of the drain? Or that one day, walking around the city, you'd be standing on a manhole, and the outburst of a sewer eruption would throw you back several feet. Now all these phobias will take on a cosmic scale for you. A black hole is formed from a dead star, and for a white one to form, a literal rewind of time is necessary. The object must start at the singularity and move in the opposite direction until it gathers back into the universe. It's like if you found an old videotape of your parents' childhood and looked at it through the light, rolling it backwards. The birthday girl takes a deep breath, and the candles on the birthday cake light up with bright lights. But while you can admire these nostalgic shots for hours, white holes exist for a fraction of a second, if they exist at all. Perhaps the white holes are just fictions from a series of fantasy stories of a little boy who continues to live in his childhood fantasies about space titans. Carlo Rovelli, as a student, wasn't aware of the religious and biblical stories about light and dark forces, but he continued to believe that if there were two radically polar superpowers in this world, it was a black hole and a white hole, where the existence of the latter was still not proven. Do white holes exist? But in 2006, everything changed. Scientists noticed something unusual that they'd never encountered before. The Hubble Space Telescope and the Swift Observatory have repeatedly observed short flashes that create neutron stars, merging with each other or with black holes. This merger creates a new black hole. This flash lasts about 5 seconds. While you were taking a breath to sneeze, somewhere in space, a portal to the gates of hell was already born. Long flashes are also nothing sensational. They occur as a result of the collapse of massive stars, and they also end up creating a black hole. Perhaps from such an influx of information, you've already decided to light up. If you don't put out the match, you can calculate. By the time it burns out, another hole may have appeared in the Milky Way. But this time, scientists recorded something new in the Indus constellation. It was a long 102-second gamma-ray burst. But first, something flashed with a pulse lasting 5 seconds of a short flash. This hybrid of short and long flashes is called GRB 060614. From such a massive explosion, the birth of a supernova was expected, but in its place was nothing. It was no longer important. It was only important what was recorded. Now, in the history of photography, you can see two colossal images. The view from the window at Le Gras, the first and oldest photo that has survived to this day since 1827, and a photo of a white hole from 2006. 50 years. Carlo Rovelli was 50 when his life's work took on new colors. Unlike Einstein, he found confirmation of his words while still living. The losers of the white hole theory have now been able to boldly join the ranks of the tough guys playing in the black hole league. They're not crazy anymore either. It took only 186 years for humanity to go from a blurred impression of a street to a fixation of the phenomena of distant space. Perhaps the scientific and technological revolution will come to a point where we can get even closer to a white hole and take a better look at it. But what's scary is to think that we could see it clearly without any telescopes if it formed right near the Earth. What would happen if the Earth collided with a white hole? Imagine this. You look up at the night sky and see a shooting star. You make a wish to have an unlimited number of Bitcoins to visit Las Vegas. You've already listed everything you could think of, but the star hasn't fallen. You realize that you don't see its tail, but only a bright light that's getting bigger and bigger. Well, white hole, welcome to Earth. Don't get nervous because the intruder has caught your home off guard. You won't have time to clean up. Don't worry. You will die instantly. It won't be possible to observe this universal catastrophe either, because the explosion will last only a few seconds. The gamma-ray burst of a white hole is equivalent to an explosion of atomic bombs in every hectare of the sky, with a distance of up to 10 light years, brighter than any firework on the Independence Day of every independent country on Earth, launched simultaneously in one instant. Even the dense atmosphere of the Earth, which theoretically could save humanity from the explosion of a nearby star, wouldn't resist the power of the explosion of a white hole. What will happen to you? There are two scenarios that could unfold. If you prefer a quick death, I can make you happy. All life on the irradiated half of the planet would be exterminated instantly. If you were lucky enough to be on the other half of the Earth, you could survive, but you would live in a post-apocalypse. All equipment would fail. Chaos would ensue. People would engage in looting, and eventually supplies and old livestock would disappear, leaving people without any means of living, which would lead them to a painful death. Such a scenario is quite realistic because it's already happened. A gamma-ray burst may have caused the Ordovician-Silurian extinction event about 443 million years ago. The explosion killed about 60% of marine invertebrates. Among them could have been Anomalocaris, ammonites, and trilobites. Looking at these, you might think, thank God. Maybe someday our children will see our pictures and will say the same about us. But who will it be if the Earth is incinerated by a white hole? Perhaps we are already in a white hole. Which is scarier, to see a white hole from your window or to be in one. It's impossible to get in one because you already know that it pushes away with incredible force everything that comes close to it. But while we're trying to figure out how to get into a white hole, we might get sucked into a black hole. Let's say that the Earth was pulled into a black hole. Scientists assume that the laws of physics don't apply inside these. So why did you have to learn them in the first place? First, you would stretch out in length, then you would shrink in width. If you were annoyed by people cracking their fingers, know that the sound of your own bones in a black hole would scare you more. You'd look like Violet Beauregard from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. You would call for help, but like in a terrible nightmare, you wouldn't be able to make a sound since it couldn't be transmitted in airless space. But perhaps you wouldn't feel anything, because in a free fall, a person doesn't feel their weight. In this plasticine state, you'd live the rest of your life until you died in a gravitational singularity. So says many scientists. But not Carlo Rovelli. If there is a white, there is a black. And if there's an entrance, there is an exit. All this time, you were in a hole that leads to a white hole. A white hole is a door that only works as an exit. The entrance is the black hole. Rejoice, descendants, our ancestors survived. Nothing comes from nowhere and goes nowhere. The law of conservation of energy. We weren't very well received, but how would the world meet us on the other side? You're alive, but where are you? Do other worlds exist? Stephen Hawking argued that the Big Bang most likely created not one universe, but an infinite number of them. In them, there are planets similar to Earth, and even people similar to us. Or maybe that's what we are. We fly into a black hole and fly out of a white one in a matter of seconds, and so on in a circle. And in this time loop, we live it all over again. And maybe now we're living it all not for the first time. After all, a gamma ray burst can give rise to a so-called pocket universe, a distorted reflection of our universe which dies soon after creation, because time goes much faster in these universes than in ours. You've opened the refrigerator again, and you've been standing there frozen for 5 minutes, forgetting why you came to the kitchen in the first place. It's just that you from another universe has already taken a soda from it and settled in to watch a Netflix series about parallel worlds. Or maybe the Matrix will fail at some point. You'll look out the window at the starry sky and the moon will seem strange to you. If you look closely, you'll see the Earth. Its second copy that didn't have time to complete its round in the path between the black and white holes. And what's happening on it? You're on it. You're looking out the window and you're seeing in the skies your own planet in horror.
Damn it, only 4,000. I should have it by the end of this hour, maybe.
Almost 14 billion years ago, an event occurred that changed our world forever. Technically, it created it. I'm talking about the Big Bang. But what if it happens again? Will we get another universe, an infinite number of universes, a parallel reality? Will time restart? Or will the new Big Bang be the end of the world? Today, I'm going to tell you about one of the most mysterious theories in cosmology. I'll start with the main thing. Our planet is doomed. In about 7.5 billion years, the Earth will probably be thoroughly cooked when the dying sun turns into a red giant and swallows our planet. But this is just one of the planets in the solar system. Our star is one of a huge number of other stars in the universe. It's estimated that there are about septillion of them, that is, 1 with 24 zeros. And all of these stars must die one day. The universe must die. This seems logical. What has a beginning must have an end. And one of the possible scenarios for the destruction is a new Big Bang, or something very similar to it. You probably know that the universe is constantly expanding and accelerating. At least, that's what scientists think. It's now expanding at a rate of 75 kilometers per second, or 46 miles per second, over 3 million light years. The universe has been expanding ever since the Big Bang, because it was really powerful. The energy produced by this event was equal to the explosion of 950 sextillion megatons in TNT equivalent. That's like 16 sextillion Tsar Bombas. Since then, the galaxies have been constantly moving away from each other, but one day, the expansion may stop. This is just a theory that I found in open sources, but many scientists are taking it seriously. First, the rate of expansion will slow down due to the gravitational pull of all matter, reach zero, and then everything will go in the opposite direction. But this doesn't mean that time will necessarily flow in the opposite direction, although it's possible, nor that you will personally move in a different way. A shrinking universe, in general, will be very different from a simple expanding one that is rewound. While the early universe was very uniform, the shrinking universe will break up into separate, isolated groups. Huge clusters of galaxies will converge. Then entire galaxies will begin to merge. At some point, the stars will be so close to each other that they'll have to collide, and such collisions will be frequent. As a result, the stars simply will not be able to dissipate the heat generated and will start to explode, leaving a hot, inhomogeneous gas. Because of the rising temperature, the atoms of this gas will break down into elementary particles, which will be absorbed by black holes. Then the black holes will merge into larger ones. Many of them will merge into a single black hole, a singularity. Astronomer Yvette Sendez calls it the dark reflection of the Big Bang. The closer it gets to the conditional center, the faster the process will unfold. Scientists call it the Big Crunch. For a large compression to occur, certain conditions must be met. According to Hubble's law, the expansion state of the universe is determined by its density. There's a critical value of 5.5 hydrogen atoms per cubic meter. That's 16/100ths of a hydrogen atom per cubic foot. As long as the density remains lower than this, the universe will continue to grow in size and remain cooling. If the density of the universe becomes greater than this value, then gravity will gradually stop the expansion of the universe and reverse it, and it will end up returning to the original state of the Big Bang, which will surely destroy everything, both alive and inanimate. This theory has its weak points. The astronomer Yvette Sendez, whom I've already mentioned, believes that the discovery of dark energy has greatly undermined the theory of the Big Crunch. We can assume that because of this substance, the universe will continue expanding forever. However, dark energy remains poorly understood, which means that its properties may be quite different. But what if the Big Crunch isn't the end? There actually exists a cosmic sequel called the Big Bounce. Physicists Neil Turok and Stephen Gielen have spoken most fully about it in the journal Physical Review Letters, though the idea isn't new. The universe is constantly going through a cycle of infinite expansion and contraction. Perhaps our universe was created as a result of the collapse of a previous one. It's impossible to determine what kind of rebirth it is, because every time the universe passes the singularity point, it's reset to zero. In other words, after a big crunch, there's another big bang, which creates a new universe. It expands and cools until it also reaches its limit, then begins to contract, and it all happens again. So the universe will exist forever. The Big Crunch is not the only kind of Big Bang that can be expected in the future. In the year 2018, Harvard physicists Anders Andreessen, William Frost, and Matthew D. Schwartz came to some sensational conclusions. They said that the universe could collapse because of the Higgs boson, the very particle that was so feared when launching the Large Hadron Collider. And you know, it seems that their fears were partially justified. The Higgs boson is the smallest elementary particle that gives mass to other particles. If it somehow becomes destabilized, the entire universe will burst into a powerful explosion, burning everything from one end of space to the other. Not exactly what you'd expect from a classic Big Bang, but its scale is on par. But you can't just take the Higgs boson and shake it to trigger the end of the world. The researchers from Harvard believe that only the curvature of space-time around a black hole can deprive the Higgs boson of stability. Since these regions don't act in accordance with the laws of standard physics, a black hole could theoretically change the mass of the Higgs boson and destabilize it. This would be the end of the world, according to Stephen Hawking. But nothing like this is going to happen for another 10 million trillion 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 years. 10 and 139 zeros is the time between now and the next Big Bang. And even when it happens, it's unlikely we'll have enough time to understand what's happening or be afraid. Since the Higgs field, which is formed by the bosons of the same name, is evenly distributed throughout the universe, everything that exists within it will instantly evaporate. You can't know for sure what the end of this world will be, but the Harvard scientists are 95% sure that it will happen exactly in this way. By the way, the Big Bang could be happening right now. This very second, while you're watching this video, do you feel any changes? The point is that it can happen outside of our own universe. There's a multiverse theory that makes every fantasy story we've heard about parallel worlds into a reality. According to it, the multiverse is like a big boiling pot or a lot of soap bubbles. They move independently of one another. Some can be very similar, some have different sizes, and periodically collide. Such a collision could have triggered the Big Bang that created our universe. It's not known how many universes a multiverse can contain, presumably an infinite amount. So right now, two of them may be creating something new. Everything I've told you today is theory, even for the most famous researchers. Most likely, over time, scientists will change their point of view. For example, they will reveal all of the secrets of black holes, or they could discover an entrance to a parallel reality. But this is a completely different story and a topic for a separate video. If you like this video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Click on the bell to receive timely notifications of the release of new interesting videos that are waiting for you ahead. It was recently discovered that we could be sucked into a super-duper massive black hole. The things you're about to find out will greatly expand your awareness of the cosmos. A new study by Russian researchers Nikolai Gorkhavy and Sergei Tulbashev truly shocked the scientific community, since it's so far removed from the standard cosmological model of a single universe. These two astrophysicists have suggested that our universe undergoes countless expansion and contraction cycles, with a novel theory for what is generally called the cyclic or oscillating model. Think lots of big bangs and big crunches. People far from physics and astronomy will think,
well, if I got shrunk down, I'd probably notice that.
The process is a bit difficult to explain, but I'll help you make sense of it all. Because, as it turns out, we can actually witness the next contraction or crunch. These scientists also refer to the possibility of a super-duper massive black hole forming that will eventually consume our entire universe, and that means together with us inside it. In this video, you'll find out what will happen to you when the universe starts shrinking. Why might all the black holes merge into one? And most importantly, you'll get insight into the answer to the controversial question, can black holes consume the universe? How black holes affect the universe. We are often confounded by the fact that just 5% of the Earth's oceans have been explored, but it's nothing compared to what we know, or rather don't know, about dark matter and dark energy. Knowledge of the processes involved with supermassive black holes was enhanced when Gorkhavy and Tulbashev took up the issue. These days, there are thought to be as many supermassive black holes as there are large galaxies in the universe, around 2 trillion, with one big black hole at the center of most of them. But exploring them is obviously difficult and problematic. Modern physics knows that 85% of our universe's mass is something unknown, what we call dark matter, and most of the energy is, if you can believe it, also something unknown. Basically, we simply have very little idea of what 95% of our universe is made of. At this point, all we know for sure about dark matter is that it serves as the glue holding together galaxies with its gravitational heft. That's how we discovered it, in fact, because when we look at galaxies, there just isn't enough visible matter, meaning star systems, to hold them together. And what we call dark energy is, we surmise, a mysterious force pushing the universe apart faster and faster everywhere. This situation is so dire that some physicists, out of desperation, have suggested adjusting the law of gravitation at large scales to fit the observations, so that we can exclude dark matter somehow. So, the news that the gain and loss of black holes' mass might be involved with the shrinking of the universe caused somewhat of a hubbub in cosmology circles. Most physicists had never thought about such things before. The Hubble Space Telescope has observed a distancing, a moving away of near-Earth objects and stars on the outskirts of our galaxy. With the Hubble's help, we discovered that the universe is expanding at a rate of 74.03 plus or minus 1.42 kilometers per second per megaparsec. So far, for some of you, these are just weird, incomprehensible numbers, but soon everything will make sense. Stay with me. The thing is that observations from another space telescope called the Planck, which monitors cosmic microwave background radiation, or CMB, gives us completely different data, only 67.66 plus or minus 0.42 kilometers per second per megaparsec of space. The Planck basically looks at things further away, and that means older, further back in time. So it turns out that the rate of expansion of the universe away from us is lower than it is in close proximity. But in fact, if the expansion of the universe was caused by mass loss in the past, then in the very distant past the rate of expansion would clearly be different from the one we see today. But still, what's going on with dark energy? Why is it more powerful in areas closer to us than it is billions of light years away from our galaxy? And even more questionable is the astronomical revolution regarding gravitational waves that took place in 2016. The American Gravitational Wave Detector, called LIGO, received dozens of signals of different statistical significance, more than a dozen of which had a very high credibility level. And almost all of them are gravitational waves caused by the merger of two black holes. So where did so many black holes come from? Evidently, there must be some unexpected source for these formations. Researchers have suggested what might serve as such a source, and it's a Phoenix universe. According to this idea, the existing universe underwent many cycles of contraction and expansion. Our cycle is not the first, and most likely not the 100th. It's just one of countless cycles, like many that came before and many that will come after. In the first phase of each cycle, our universe expands, and that's what's happening now. It reaches a peak size, and then in the second phase, it begins to shrink. With this compression or contraction, the distance between black holes gets steadily reduced. And in the final phase of the shrinking cycle, the diameter of the universe becomes not 93 billion light years as it is now, but only about 10 light years. As the black holes merge into one another, their number will be cut in half. Then the total mass of the universe will be reduced by around 5% as the mass is converted to massless gravitational waves. And the remaining black holes can continue merging into one another, and the mass of the universe will continue to be reduced by 5% again and again. Having reached contraction to about 10 light years, with the temperature now 10 billion Kelvin from compression of the CMB, all the atoms of heavy elements decay. Concurrently, the merger of black holes transforms most mass into gravitational waves, and when this transformation reaches a critical threshold, the contraction of the universe stops, and it starts expanding rapidly. This moment in the model of Vilbashev and Gorkavi is interpreted as the Big Bang, the beginning of the next development cycle of the Phoenix universe. You might ask, if our universe is in the process of expanding now, then how can our expanding universe start shrinking? Well, when black holes collide, as mentioned, they emit gravitational waves, contraction. The evolution of the Phoenix universe bears a resemblance to the work of a colossal pendulum. As the pendulum swings up, its kinetic energy transforms into potential energy, and the upward velocity gradually decreases, finally hitting a peak, and then the pendulum swings down again. The universe, as it expands, will turn the energy of gravitational waves into mass until there's so much mass that the expansion is replaced by contraction. But for this process to take place, the universe needs the intervention of dark matter. Will we be able to observe it? Probably. Passing between the Earth and a star from another galaxy, dark globular clusters of dark matter are likely to create a gravitational lens effect, which we could observe. There's a chance that it will be easy to distinguish from other areas of the sky, but this isn't definite. So, will we know when we've entered a black hole? We've already figured out that if something consumes our entire universe, it wouldn't be one hole, it would be the merger of countless black holes. We're often intimidated by the idea that if we enter a black hole, we'll get stretched out like spaghetti, as our feet, for example, get pulled faster than our head if we enter feet first. But that's not necessarily so. Falling into a black hole will make us face spaghettification and death only if the hole is small. We'll be consumed by something mega, uber, super gigantic. With a supermassive black hole, the difference between the effect of tidal forces on your head and your feet will be insignificant. Most likely, entering such an object will be not only painless, but also imperceptible for most of us. Just like you didn't notice that the summer just went by and you didn't have any fun. Astronomers will follow this process carefully. They'll see redshift in distant galaxies gradually fading away. This would mean that the edge of the main black hole is approaching. Then everything will suddenly change to a blue color. The universe will go from expanding to contracting. Actually, that would be the ultimate sign that we've been consumed by a black hole. So that's it. You won't have to go to the back of the bookcase like in Interstellar. This fact should make you happy. But let's admit that such a boring and low-key apocalypse is perhaps mildly disappointing. Boring! I mean, if we're supposed to die, it should be spectacular. Let me give you a more detailed description of what the shrinking universe doomsday will look like. Let's start with what we need for the real end of the world. The hypothesis of Gorkhavi and Tulbashev reveals that somewhere in the universe, there's a huge black hole, far more massive than any of the already discovered supermassive black holes. Let's assume it appears and eventually consumes the entire universe, including, of course, the Earth and all of us. It won't be a fleeting moment. Have you ever woken up at night because you heard a strange, sharp sound from the kitchen and then realized it was just a plastic water bottle you compressed for recycling, expanding back to its original form? It's something like that, but it will take billions of years, not just a few seconds, to shrink the universe. And for the expansion to stop, according to estimates made by Gorkhavi, it will take 10 to 20 billion years from now. The reverse compression or contraction may take 29 to 30 billion more years, but the end will come eventually. First, the night sky will become so hot that every living creature will die on the surfaces of all the planets. Then it will become even hotter. The temperature will reach 100 billion degrees, and that's when the universe is rapidly shrinking. We won't be able to survive the Phoenix universe contraction cycle. There may be a way out of this situation, but no one knows what it is yet. But you, yes, you who are watching this video right now, are unlikely to witness these events. So, Armageddon will be the concern of our distant descendants, if they make it to such distant times, which of course is not assured by any means. There's only one person who will manage to see it, Jared Leto, because apparently this guy never gets old and will live forever. If the universe can be a phoenix, can we also? This study by Gorkhavi and Tulbashev is simply mind-blowing. It's hard enough for us even to conceptualize how long ago the advent of our universe took place. But if our universe is not a one-time thing, but contracts and expands repeatedly, maybe this isn't the first time we've been here, that we, you and I, have existed. So of course, let me know in the comments if you've ever experienced deja vu.
Hey everyone, Entest here, and I'm actually editing the video you're about to watch. Now, the beginning of this video is my reaction to the character demo teaser last night, but the kit and none of her stuff was really revealed until this morning. The second part of this video, I'm going to be doing my initial review, and I'm going to be honest, I'm not as impressed with Shenhe as others might be. I think she's very, very niche, and I'm going to give you my review later on. So at around, I'm going to say 3 minutes into this video, it will be the second part, but you can check out my initial reactions first. Honestly, I'm probably going to skip Mommy. So, Shenhe, did a little showcase here, a little Shang Yun action here. Honestly, new 4-star question mark? Amazing. Let me turn on the lights here. What's going on here? Yep.
Demons are masters of deception. Never let down.
Jesus Christ. Honey, I got a new cosplay for you. Wow. Yep. Ooh, graceful. Very graceful. Was that an arrow above her head? Did you see that? Like a cryo boost? Was that what that was?
Can you stop stacking out of beetle catching?
Interesting animation. And so that leaves something behind and it passively attacks, correct? I actually don't know if they've revealed their kit fully, other than leaks. 1v1, giant rock boy? Who wins? Big Titty Mama? Or him?
Mind be purged, world be saved! Cryo incarnate!
So it does it, like passively attacks that little Shiva, that little spirit.
I am Shen-He. I roam these mountains.
Shen-He! Shen-He! Shen-He!
Are you alright?
Oh, my popsicle. I almost...
My popsicle? Me too. Trust me, if Shen-He came and touched my forehead, I'd be like, oh, my popsicle! It's melting. What? So I'm going to throw this in right now while I edit. So I'm going to throw this in right now because people are going to get mad at me if I don't yell this from the rooftop. If you have a Ganyu or Ayaka, or they come out with another Cryo DPS unit, this character will make them hit like a goddamn truck. I mention it in here, but she is very focused on cryo damage. We know this. And if you have those units, she will hit very hard and she will make you hit very, very hard. The other thing, too, is putting 2 cryo units together allows you to then get the cryo resonance, which is free crit. It's crit rate for frozen enemies. It's amazing. You could throw her in with a Morgana comp, Venti, Ganyu, Shen-He, and then, like, Mona. Everything will die in 1 second. Like, it'll be busted. So I wanted to preface that. I do say some negative stuff about her being niche, but... yeah, if you've got those characters, she's going to bang. Don't even worry about it. You can close your eyes, and she's going to kill everything. So that's all I'm going to say. Shen-He. I want to talk about it. So I watched the kind of teaser earlier. I'm hyped. She's so gorgeous. But I'm looking at her kit and what they've revealed from the kit, and I'm just not 100% sure. I think that if you are using cryo characters... and you're really focused in that, and you have some cryo goblets farmed and things like that, I think she can be cracked. But if you look at the way that they're using her in this, and if you look at the specifics of her kit, I see some issues. So she's very cryo focused. In fact, when she buffs the plunging, normal, elemental burst, everything, it's only for cryo units or people doing damage with cryo damage. And they pair her with Shang Yun in this to infuse everyone with cryo damage, which is cool. And you can do that, right? You could even use a character that's typically physical, like Razor, and you could throw a cryo cup on that unit, hypothetically, and cryo artifacts, hypothetically, with Shang Yun and her, and it would work. But it's just a little weird. And here's my explanation for that. If you want to min-max and do damage using her, you would expect the units doing damage would have a cryo cup and be doing as much cryo damage as possible. But how many of you have 2, 3, or even 4 cryo cups available? I'm not sure. And the other thing is, if you are using Shang Yun, because he's on the banner, if you're not using a cryo cup, I guess some people might not understand this. If you are doing pyro damage, typically, you'd want to use a pyro cup, right? And if you're someone like Razor who's doing physical damage, obviously you want to use a physical cup. But if you put Razor in Shang Yun's burst ability, or E ability, sorry, it turns his attacks cryo. And all the physical bonuses that you have go away. They just don't do anything anymore. They're gone. And that's like obviously a big issue because you can lose like 50% of your damage. Even though Shang Yun is giving you cryo and more attack speed, it tanks your damage. It destroys it. And so there's some really weird interactions that using him makes you have to rebuild your characters and use them completely differently, which I don't like. So as long as I'm reading this correctly, with her elemental skill, you can tap it to dash through enemies, or you can hold it to do an area of effect attack. But regardless what you do, it's going to boost up all damage sources. Normal attack, charge attack, plunging damage, everything, right? But it has to do cryo damage to get boosted. If you're using a pyro attack, nothing. It does not affect it. Which is, it is what it is. But this is the interesting thing that I saw. Deals increased damage based on Shenhe's current attack. So if you were to boost the attack with something like a Millila set and Bennett, then I believe it would then apply to this ability and boost up your team even further. Because it does not say base attack, it says current attack. So technically, if you're using food buffs, if you jump in a Bennett ult and then you pop it, you're going to boost your team further and kind of double down on that boost, which is honestly pretty cool. Now here is the thing. There are a certain number of stacks on this ability, which I'm not sure how much that's going to matter. I really don't know how much that's going to matter. I guess it's probably to balance things depending on how fast you're attacking or if something ticks multiple times, right? But the other thing is, you will get further boosts by tapping or holding once you level up and get some of her passives. And so dashing through enemies and holding enemies, you're actually going to probably want to use that depending on the units that you're currently working with. So when tapping the skill, it will increase their elemental skill and elemental burst damage. But when you hold the skill, it will increase normal charge and plunging attack. So depending on the types of units that you're using, you're going to want to prioritize casting it a particular way to really min-max that, right? On someone like Ayaka, she could really do both because she's going to be doing both. But you might want to tap it and then throw out a burst. And it's honestly kind of cool because that adds some creativity into her kit, but also depending on the units that you want to swap to, you can maximize it and min-max it for that, which is cool. Now the elemental burst, it's almost like a giant Rosaria area of effect, or even I guess Ganyu technically, but you have this dashing spirit moving around and slicing and dicing everything, which is honestly pretty cool. I like the idea of it. It reduces the resistances to cryo as well as physical damage. And so if you were using her with someone like Razor, it might be an interesting way to shred those resistances and do more damage, especially with Superconduct. But you have to remember that a lot of her bonuses on her E ability, they won't apply to him unless you're using Xiangyun. And honestly, that's the limiting factor for me. It feels really weird that you're so forced into a cryo playstyle. This is one of the most niche 5-star units we've seen. Because if you ain't doing cryo, you ain't doing nothing in her book, which is cool if you have Ayaka. If you've got a Ganyu, she can be amazing. But I think that is a limiting factor that you need to consider. I also question, will there maybe be some new artifacts soon to support this playstyle more? Are you going to use a Noblesse set with her? I don't really know. And then this is all just, her doing some attacks and some personality and stuff. And she looks amazing. But if you are not heavily investing into cryo, if you don't have one of the top tier DPS cryo units, I would skip this character. I know, I say that about so many characters, but when you have to consider Zhongli is in the game and Kazuha is in the game, Primogems are Primogems are Primogems. I will say this every single video. I cannot recommend a niche character if you don't have some of the staple characters that are good everywhere and will carry your team. If you don't have a Kazuha, save for a Kazuha. If you don't have a Zhongli, save for Zhongli and you get Zhongli. I can't tell you to get this unit and hype her up when I see a very, very niche and unique thing. Now, that being said, if you are doing cryo damage, if you do have a Ganyu, she might hit like a goddamn truck. She might be the craziest support you've ever seen. But what happens if you go on a, cryo domain? You're gonna find a whole nother team. She doesn't add any variety to the table. If you look at someone like Bennett supporting Ganyu, Ganyu can deal with the certain units, and then Bennett can deal with the other ones and melt them. And I don't know. I like having synergy and value in my supports, but also the ability to deal with different things. And I feel like this is such a condensed playstyle that, I don't know, is it gonna limit where she's valuable? I don't know. I wish I felt differently, and maybe I will eat my words once all the multipliers are out and once people start using her, but I think I'll only eat my words when someone showcases her with cryo, or they do some crazy Shang Yun build where they're converting a character to cryo, which is cool, and that's amazing, but that also requires a shitload of investment and getting, you know, cryo cups and all this different stuff. It's tough. It's not easy to pull off. And if I'm going to recommend a character, it's someone that you can slot in, throw in, and they dominate no matter what. Maybe I'm crazy. Let me know in the comment section below. Maybe I'm out to lunch here, but that's just the way I'm viewing it. It's just such a... I don't know. Honestly, I feel like it kind of looks a little bit boring. Like, she's got a little dash, another E ability, and she's providing passives, but I don't know. Just not really working for me. Thank you so much for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed, and I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Halt! Whose feet are those? Who is that? Oh, Chong Yun Poggers. Okay. I remember when this guy used to be the main villain. Okay, my Chong Yun can't do that. Why can yours? I have mine at C6. Is this C7? What the fuck is bullshit? What is that budget-ass blade, too? What the hell?
This explains all the demonic activity. It was all you're doing. This ends now.
Bro, that's just a spiral of this. I kill like 50 fuckers a day.
A cryo-raptor.
That's
Who are you?
so sick. That's so
Demons
sick.
are masters of deception. Never let down your guard.
My God. Holy.
It's annoying that I still haven't. There's still two beetles I haven't gotten yet.
Unleash! Transfiguration!
Dude, oh my God, she looks so sick.
Can summon people now?
I know where this is going. I've seen this before. I've seen something similar to this happen before. Okay. All right. Hopefully it's not this type of trailer.
Mind be purged, world be saved!
You did not just say spank me, auntie, please. Can y'all fucking control yourself? Please.
Cryo incarnate!
Holy shit, she looks so good. Oh my God. What the fuck? Oh my God! This is gruesome! Spiral Abyss Mage is fucking dead deluxe for the Nintendo Switch. Holy shit! What type of consummation is this?
This demonic activity is an omen of impending disaster. Perhaps Master was right.
Thank you for rendering your assistance. I see you're also an adept exorcist.
Yo, bro, why your eyes keep on shifting down, bro? What are you looking at?
Thank you for rendering your assistance.
Looks ahead?
I see you're also an
What are you looking at? What are you looking at, Chongyun? What are you looking at? Yeah, I see those shifty eyes,
Some
boy.
of your techniques look quite familiar.
Why your eyes shifting so much, Chongyun? What are you looking at? Huh? Hey, her eyes are up there.
So, I'm wondering...
I am Shen He. I roam these mountains. You needn't worry about me. But...
No! No! Don't do this! I see you starting animation now. Don't do this. Don't. I already know what's gonna happen on Twitter.
I roam these mountains. You needn't worry about me. But you...
This is the cutest thing I've ever fucking seen.
Your temperature seems unusually...
Oh, Chongyun! Hey, you know everything that's going through his mind, dude. He got a hella quashy couldn't, dude. Good lord, the shippers are about to go fucking nuts.
Hi, are you alright?
Oh my god, this is the fucking cutest thing I've ever seen.
Oh, my popsicle.
This boy
I almost forgot.
Oh yeah, your popsicle? Bro, this boy bricked up on a fucking Wednesday, bro. Good lord.
Wait, Shenhe? Wait, so you're my auntie?
Oh, fuck. This is the cutest fucking thing.
Your temperature seems
Now I want to build Chongyun, bro. This is so bullshit. This sweet home Alabama.
Hi, are you alright?
This is the cutest thing I've ever seen.
Wait, Shenhe?
Fuck. K Kona, brother.
You're my auntie?
Alright, I will say the trailer was mid until the ending, because that shit was so fucking cute. That shit was so fucking adorable. Oh my god. Wait, is this JP? You said my man. Hold on, one more time.
ただの山奥に住むものだ。それよりも主の体かなり熱いようだが。
Bro, this is the cutest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life.
体調が優れないのか。
忘れるところだった。アイスを。待てよ。神格。まさかあなたは僕の。
Dude, I can't get over that, man. That's fucking adorable. Alright, dude, let's hear what. If you call this bitch a main DPS, I swear to God, I'm about to drop kick my fucking screen. Alright, what? What would you like to tell me about Shenhe?
Through the lofty peaks of Jueyun Karst are arduous. There are always bright-eyed mortals who come seeking the adeptal path. For all their ambition, most mere mortals cannot fathom the way to the Adepti, and return from their fruitless journeys disappointed. Yet those fortunate enough to encounter some hardship may suddenly find themselves being rescued by a divine young lady. Stunned by the elegance of their silver-haired savior, they hastily begin bowing excitedly in reverence and adulation, only to find their Adeptus rescuer remain indifferent, and leave without even a second glance.
Right.
I will do as command.
Hit as long as a stacking cap is.
Though Shenhe is often mistaken for an Adeptus, she is actually a mortal, albeit one who was an...
Holy fuck, does she have a bigger ass than you? No way.
Accomplished Adepti disciple.
It looks the same.
Being naturally gifted,
Her idol looks
and having
so
learned
sick.
polearm combat and various adeptal arts from her masters, exorcising evil spirits is a mere trifle to her. Under her master's tutelage, Shenhe trained diligently, producing impressive results.
Bro, how the fuck she
When
get taught by a
Shenhe is
bird?
dispatched on a 20-hour expedition in Liyue, she will obtain increased rewards.
Wow. Wow, dude. 7 to 8, bro. 2 extra silver crystals poggers. Damn, bro. Wow, that's crazy. That's
Shenhe's normal attack can combo up to 5 strikes with her polearm, dealing physical damage.
You couldn't get any extra with a big crystal
Shenhe's
bro?
charged attack consumes a set amount of stamina
Why
to
you holding out on me, dude?
dealing damage to enemies in her path. When she casts Spring
So
Spirit
Shenhe just
Summoning,
guarantees
Shenhe
the
grants
max
all
amount?
nearby party members the Icy Quill effect and deals cryo damage in different ways based on whether the skill is tapped or held. When tapped, Shenhe will rush forward with a Talisman Spirit, dealing cryo damage to enemies along her path. When held, Shenhe commands the Talisman Spirit to deal AoE cryo damage to surrounding enemies.
Wait, how the fuck did she just cast Mona's ability?
Shenhe commands the Talisman Spirit to deal.
Oh fuck, she was Mona.
Deal AoE cryo damage.
Dude, that looks so fucking cool.
There's like no one here now.
So I was too amazed by your butt cheeks to notice that. Dude, that looks so fucking cool.
Enemies. When party members are affected by Icy Quill, normal, charged, and plunging attacks, elemental skills, and elemental bursts that deal cryo damage to enemies deal increased damage based on Shenhe's current attack. The Icy Quill's effect will be cleared once its duration ends, or after being triggered a certain number of times.
Dude, I'm telling you, if they made a artifact set that would make the damage you deal heal your party, the team comps you can make would be insane. Like, it would be insane. Because then you wouldn't have to fucking run healers, and the more damage you would do would just heal your entire party. That would be so fucking cool.
When the skill is held rather than...
Artifact's gonna be power creeping Chi-Chi? Well, good. If that can power creep Chi-Chi, then fuck her. Buffer, dude. They're on a video loading buffer, dude.
Tapped, the effect lasts longer and can be triggered more times. When a party member with the Icy Quill effect deals an instance of cryo damage to multiple enemies, the effect is triggered multiple times according to the number of enemies hit. The number of times Icy Quill's effect is triggered is calculated separately for each party member. After unlocking the talent Spirit Communion Seal, when Shenhe casts Spring Spirit Summoning, she grants additional Communion Seal.
That ability looks way too fucking cool. Is that the coolest ability in the entire game? I gotta think. What ability is fucking cooler than that? Maybe Zhongli Meteor? She summons a fucking stand. I think that's second coolest. I think it goes meteor into that fucking big booby stand.
Casts Spring Spirit Summoning. She grants additional effects to all nearby party members. Tapping the skill increases their elemental skill and elemental burst damage, while holding the skill increases their normal, charged, and plunging attack damage.
Cryo Incarnate!
God, I hope so.
Dude.
Cryo Incarnate!
That's the last thing I need.
Hey, you know my ass is playing JP for voice lines like that.
Shenhe unleashes power of the Talisman Spirit, allowing it to roam free, dealing AoE cryo damage. The Talisman Spirit then creates a field, which decreases the cryo and
Well, it's
physical
not anime,
resistance
kid,
of
it's
enemies
real
within
life.
periodic cryo damage to them. After unlocking the talent Deific Embrace, an active character within the AoE of Divine Maiden's Deliverance will gain a cryo damage bonus.
I think this one's going to do up here from this activity.
Shenhe is fated to bear the curse of calamity. As cautioned by the Adepti, she is careful to avoid harming the innocent. But as for those with malicious intent, she is only too happy to put them in their place.
Yeah, I know those miniatures have malicious intent.
By giving them a taste of the Adepti arts.
Giving them a taste of the Adepti art. The hell you mean by that, bro? Hey, yo, that's sus.
Shenhe's Spring Spirit Summoning is the core of her skill set, offering support to other cryo party members with the Icy Quill effect. In battle, proficient use of her elemental skills tap and hold effects allows Shenhe to shine by
That's Ayaka.
enhancing the party's attack capabilities. When energy is full, Shenhe unleashes her elemental burst, decreasing enemies' cryo and physical resistance, and creating the opportune moment to defeat the weakened enemies.
Let me ask you an honest question. When have you ever used Ayaka's ult and thought, you know what? I need more damage. I'm really gonna need some more. This was not enough. I just need just a touch more. Okay, dude. All right, dude.
Liyue Harbor is known as a bustling melting pot of a city, ready to welcome any and every lonely figure.
Dumper.
But if Shen He truly wishes to rejoin human society...
Why you got a fucking photo of a random ass house? Oh fuck, is that your house?
There is much she will have to learn. Even I
yeah,
myself...
Wait, what the fuck was up with your nose?
There is much she will
have
to learn.
It fucking moved.
Even I myself do not relish the solitary life I lead. When others are fortunate enough to meet a companion for their journey, I sincerely wish them the very best. After all, to this day, I hold that people should be authors of their own fate. Both the crane ready to make peace with the past, and the beast with a grudge to bear.
Bro, that's a pig.
Have the freedom to make their journey home.
That's my 300. Am I done?
Bro. I'm stoked.
I'm done.
I'm fucking stoked. I'm so fucking stoked.
Yes. Oh, finally. Finally. Oh, I can't pay it back. There. Oh, never had to beetle hunt ever again. Was it worth it? Don't know. I'm happy to have it back. Of course.
Alrighty guys, so we have brand new information for the new character Yunjin, and she looks...
Oh man. Oh my, holy shit, how many redeems? Jesus Christ, okay, let me do it.
Oh, holy shit. Oh, holy shit. What the fuck are you listening to?
Huh?
What the fuck are you listening to?
What do you mean?
I hear it through your headset.
Oh, I'm just stretching, dude.
Oh, okay.
What are you watching?
No. Chiropractic back cracking compilations.
So I need 15. I don't have 15. Oh, that's that. Is there any other achievement? Oh, 6 roses, golden roses from a flower bush. Throw some money into the oasis. Where do I throw money at?
I played RuneScape for the first time when I was 5 years old. I remember my brother showing me the website for the first time. I remember spawning into Lumbridge. I remember getting lost in Port Sarim on my very first account, and since there was no home teleport, at the time I just made a new account because I had no idea where I was. I remember completing Dragon Slayer, my first set of rune armor, my first time getting membership, all of these super fond memories, and no matter how many times I had quit over the years, I always came back. In 2015, I made my Ultimate Iron Man. In 2016, I decided, hey, what if I made videos about this game mode? Barely anyone knows what it is. Maybe a few hundred people would enjoy it, and I could create a niche little community around it. In 2017, I hit 10,000 subscribers. In 2019, I hit 100,000 subscribers. And here we are, closing in on 400,000. Swamplodex finale has 110,000 likes and 870,000 views in 3 weeks. And what better way to end my year other than this? Of all the feelings I've had over the years from playing this game, this one just hits differently. 15 years after picking the game up for the first time, as just a little kid, I am now immortalized in RuneScape. The examine text hits me the hardest, man. I literally teared up the first time I read it because that line was so special to me in the finale, and that entire set of closing words, if you watch the finale all the way through, was just me speaking from my heart, and that's how you know they care, man. They took a quote from the final couple minutes of that hour-and-a-half long video. I love it. I have no words. I look at it once a day right now, and this is just so special to me. Right next to the tile. It's gonna be there forever. That to me was definitely one hell of a way to wrap up the year. And before I talk about some of your guys' burning questions from the community post I made, gonna go into a ton of detail about a ton of things. I had a little teaser in the description of the finale about plushies coming soon, and here they are. Limited edition, only available for 3 weeks. It's very special to me. It's one of the final souvenirs from the series, and he's just a cute little guy, man. Super high quality and soft. If you're interested in this cute little fella, you have until mid-January to get him, and then he's gone forever. Links in the description. Thank you, guys. I picked like the top 30 questions or so. I have 36 in this folder. I don't know if I'll get through all of them, but let's begin. What personally do you feel was the hardest grind in the series, and why? The hardest grind is between 3 of them, in my opinion, and I think it's either between Gargoyles, Vampires for the Clue Scroll, or Temple Trekking. Now, recency bias kind of points me towards Vampires because I still remember how horrible I felt during that entire grind. I mean, that was just generally unhealthy. Like, compared to everything else in the series, that was just unhealthy. Shout out to my friend Toby for that. I think we called like multiple nights during that grind and just like talked so I would have someone to talk to while doing that, because that was such a miserable experience, dude. And I just didn't know if I was going to complete it. I was so unsure if I was ever going to complete that grind. I think having that clue scroll completed is honestly incredible because of how insanely difficult it is to do. I think that clue scroll achievement is really special, but I would never do it again. Literally never would I ever do that again. And I think that's where it differs between the other grinds, because Gargoyles and Temple Trekking I would do again if I had to, but the clue scroll, I wouldn't. I just straight up wouldn't. I am no longer that person anymore. I will not go sleepless and prayer flick for, like 20 hours straight. Like, that was just disgusting. And it was stressful, it was unhealthy, so I would have to say Vampires. I got a good video out of it, but that was a miserable grind. Will there be bonus episodes of Swamplodex thinking about Sins of the Father, Night at the Theater, and Nightmare, or completing the achievement diary, or all this other stuff? If so, no pressure, just curious if we'll ever see our favorite Swamp Man again someday. So If you saw the Mauritania's expanding video, I think I made that like 2 years ago, so I don't know if many of you have seen it, but it does have a lot of views actually. It is in the plans to make some kind of video with the rest of the Mauritania content. Right now, I am just on such a big like mental break from the account, the region, the series. As it stands in my mind right now, it is finished and I'm not in a mental space ready to go back to it yet. Not that I'm like scarred or anything. It's just I just want to take a break because it's been all I've thought about for like years. And I'm having so much fun. Like, for example, if you saw the speedrun series I just released, I just want to do super creative ideas like that right now. And I don't want to commit to anything just yet, but I do have plans for making like a less formal video about Sins of the Father, Night at the Theater, trying to get a Nightmare drop or something like that. But yeah, that is definitely a part of the future. It will probably still be in 2022. In fact, I'm like 99% sure it will be, but I just don't know when. When will I feel mentally refreshed enough to just go at it, have some fun, put it in like a less formal video and just put it out. Besides the death, were there any other point/grinds that had you seriously considering giving up on the series? Giving up on the series? No, that was even during the death. It was never a question to quit the series or to not complete it. That was always going to happen no matter what, no matter how long it took to get there, no matter how many setbacks. If I had died again on the rebuild, if I had wiped 3 times on the rebuild, I would have finished the series. There was nothing stopping me there. Besides giving up on the series, the only grind I literally thought, okay, I might have to give up is the vampires, completing the clue scroll. That's the only grind I'm like, I cannot finish this. It is really bad for my health and just, it's not worth it. So that was the only grind I considered that on. Everything else was just, I'm playing RuneScape, man. I know what I'm getting into. Already answered the first one, so I'm going to skip that, but what are some fun things you learned about Mori that didn't make it in any videos? Pretty much everything I learned did get put into videos. One piece of lore that I kind of recently learned and didn't put in a video because I didn't really have a point of putting it in a video is that every single place in Mauritania pays a blood tithe to the vampires in that Sanguinesti region, and some places are excluded. Meyerditch is split into 6 different sectors, and they tithe them on a rotational basis. Morton doesn't pay a tithe. I think there's actually like a wiki page on this entire thing. I'll put up a chart for you guys if I find it on the whole like blood tithe thing. That was just something I learned recently and the first thing I could think of when I heard this question. So everything else I'm pretty sure I've put into videos. There's probably some things that I'm not thinking of, but favorite Snowflake series right now, I'd have to say the most recent one I finished was Jeoparite, who is criminally underrated. The dude's got like 1,400 subscribers, I think. And he has 9 episodes of a Northern Ultimate Iron Man, and it is so good. And he only has 1,400 subs. It's he's doing fantastic work. I'll link his channel in the description if you guys want to check him out. The humor, the commentary, the editing, it's all phenomenal. If you had to start the grind over again, is there anything you would do different? One thing, and I've talked about this on stream, I believe. I don't think I've mentioned it anywhere else, but I really don't like how I handled the quests in the region. For me, I had done those quests so many times, but in reality, once you do them once, they're done, and I kind of just breezed past the only quests in the region and didn't really spend too much time on them. Obviously, Taste of Hope was big just because of the boss fight, but I still feel like I could have expanded a lot on like some of the dialogue in the quests, like just really kind of immersed that, but I don't think I was really in a storyteller's mindset until probably like halfway through the series. I really wish I spent more time on those quests, but it's alright. What influenced your decision to ignore the Nightmare and Sepulchre in the finale? It was really simple, honestly. I have this big goal that a lot of this story has been revolving around, and suddenly I introduce another endgame goal. It just felt really weird, and obviously it only came through about 3/4 of the way into the series, so it just didn't feel right to include that. And like I said earlier in the video, I'm just going to be making kind of a less formal episode around those. It's not even going to be an episode, it's just going to be a video. I just really didn't want to overshadow anything, so that was the whole reason for it. If I ever saw you in public, like at a RuneFest, for example, are you fine with a fan asking for a picture? Would you rather be left alone? That's really sweet, dude. You were a great inspiration to a whole generation of UIM players. My pleasure, bro. And no, I went to RuneFest 2018 and 2019. There hasn't been one since, unfortunately. But no, you are more than welcome to ask for a picture or anything, man. I'm here for it. We've seen your storytelling skills improve during the series. Did you do things behind the scenes to accomplish this? If yes, what? And if I remember correctly, there was a point in time where you were debating if the edit/storytelling became too much. how do you reflect on this? As the series went on, probably around episode 7 or 8, I want to say, people were already like calling this, like, this is going to win the Golden Gnome. This is the best series of the year. Like, my channel had doubled in size at this point. Unreal growth, like, just unimaginable growth. And being an extremely ambitious person, I also didn't feel like I had done anything too special yet. And as a naturally ambitious person, I also wanted to now hit this perception that people had about this series, that it really was like the best thing that year, or like it deserved a Golden Gnome. And I really wanted to feel that. I wanted to feel like it really deserved that title. And every single episode, I would just try to improve and really get people hyped. Like, if I think about something and it gets me excited, like, wow, that'd be so cool to do, then I just keep expanding on that thought. I keep putting myself in the viewer's perspective. I just try to really make them feel what I'm feeling. And that mindset carried on pretty much from like episode 7 or 8 onward. Every single episode just trying to improve little by little, do different things, try creative things every single time, and get people invested. That was the whole mission, and I think I did that. So there wasn't like a set thing that just made me good at it all of a sudden. It really is just perspective and constant practice. And obviously having a Goliath of a task trying to present seemingly very boring grinds throughout the entire series as something exciting. I really had no other choice but to adapt and survive there, because when you really look at it in perspective, none of these grinds are entertaining. Like, you really got to think about it. Who wants to watch someone kill gargoyles for 500 hours, right? Obviously, the condensed part of that is really entertaining because you get to see so much progress. You get to see someone put themselves through this for like 2 months, and then it's like, you know, in 10 minutes or 15 minutes or 20 minutes. And that part is obviously entertaining, but still presenting so much of that footage where it's a lot of the same thing. You really have to step outside of some creative box to make that entertaining. And I really had no choice but to try to tell a story out of this, make it entertaining, and hope for the best. And it worked. So, are you going to create another region-locked series, or possibly a series with a new unique twist? Storytelling is amazing. We'd love to see more. Thanks, man. I do plan on creating another series with a new unique twist. I just really want to continue experimenting with what I'm currently doing, like with the speedrun videos that I just recently put out. I really just want to take this first half of the year and just continue experimenting with ideas like that. I can't tell you how amazing it is to play the game for like a couple days and be able to make a few videos out of it. And there are so many just really clever, fun concepts that can be done in that format. And I can just keep experimenting with that and find out what people want to watch, find out the best formula to make those videos entertaining and the best presentation for those videos. And I really just want to do that for now. That's what I'm going to focus on, because it feels really good to not be locked into a multi-year series, as I said previously in the video. And I'm just going to enjoy that freedom for a while until I commit myself to something that I really, really want to do. As for the new series, when it does come out, it will be something really, really interesting. Talked about this in a previous video where I just want to kind of go weekly progress format with whatever my new series is. That way I can have a consistent stream of uploads and also not really stress if I don't get the goal in a video. Or there's still so much room to make videos quality with a weekly progress format, so that's what I'm probably going to be adopting. And I have a couple of ideas right now. It's just so difficult to find an idea that checks all my boxes. Like, being able to make those weekly progress videos and not have them be utterly boring where I'm just doing one grind for that entire week. There's just so many different things that I want from a new series, and it is really difficult to think of something that hasn't been done. I have 2 ideas that haven't been done right now. We'll see if they're doable. I'm going to ask for a lot of feedback from a lot of people so that when I do commit myself to a new series, I will be positive that this is what I want to do, this is what I want to commit to, and this is what will be the best for my audience. So that's about it. In your entire Swamplank series, which moments would you consider your favorites or that stand out to be very memorable? Top 5. I think I can do a top 5 for you. Number 1 would be final hit on Verzik, just finishing the challenge. I think by far the biggest relief for me. Number 2 would be finishing the rebuild. So getting the Guthan's helmet, getting the golden lock, and just knowing that I have every clip I need to make episode 32. Number 3, rune crossbow, no doubt. Very, very crazy moment because it's just such a rare item. Implings were so rare. Number 4 was the medium clue. A different feeling to the rest. because that was just like pure relief that I just don't have to do this anymore. Vampires were miserable, absolutely miserable. So I'm going to say number 4, getting the medium clue scroll casket. And number 5, I'm going to say 85 Slayer, because Temple Trekking was probably the number 2 grind for me. Temple Trekking was like the first real test I had on the account. That was the first grind where it was like several hundred hours, while everything before it was like 10, 20, 30, maybe 40. I'd love to know more about the editing and production behind the scenes for the finale episode in particular. The most creative part of the series has always been your personal touch, not necessarily the wins for the character, but rather your own. So that would be amazing to learn more about. Yeah, absolutely. So when the finale started, I didn't start working on it until, I want to say, a month and a half probably after the movie. I just decided to take a big break because I knew that I was going from one big project to just straight into another one that's supposed to be even bigger. There were just so many places that my brain had to be at to complete this video, and the first thing I remember doing is, okay, like, I need to get the team on the same schedule. Who's available? Let's start a Discord. I rounded up a bunch of people that were able to do it and competent enough to do it. Eventually we got a date going. We went 4 days straight, finally completed the Theater of Blood after day 4. I think we ended up doing those 125 Theaters of Blood over the course of, I want to say, 50 or 60 days. So it was after completely finishing all the raids that I could really fully focus on the video and do nothing else. So I pretty much played no RuneScape for 4 months, which is insane to me. So after I got the last clips together, I reached out to everyone that I needed to make the video. 3D animators, Little Smokey. I can actually show you guys the conversation that Smokey and I had over Discord when we were first deciding what we want this montage to look like. I think it's a pretty cool insight into how all that worked and how we turned such a simple idea into just this absolute masterpiece. I still don't know how he's so insanely talented, but so after that I got licenses for every song that I knew I absolutely wanted to use for the video, and I just started to set everything out on a calendar. I needed to organize. I knew I had to do the prep before the Theater of Blood. I knew I had to explain every single room because I think about 96% of my audience have never done a Theater of Blood, so I knew that was absolutely something I had to do. There was gameplay, cinematics, outro, and credits, and that's like the very, very base way to put it, but it was really just trying to take everything one at a time. There is so much that I could go into detail on that it could take up probably like 45 minutes, so I'm not going to do that, but it was a monstrous video to create with all the organization that had to happen. Just all the different parts were so overwhelming, and trying to mush all these different parts into one coherent video where it all flows perfectly and explains everything well to the point of not being too over the top, but also being concise. And oh god, just talking about it, I'm just so glad it's done. Anyway, thank you for the comment. Was there a series that you thought of or even started that never worked out the way you wanted to? If so, do you have plans on trying it again or just moving on from it? There was one series that I was in the planning stages for that just kind of fell apart because there was so many moving parts to it, but it was inspired by Pokemon, and basically it was a concept of starting in one city and moving to another after you fought the city leader, inspired by Gym Leader. So just as like a rough example, to leave Lumbridge and move on to Varrock, I'd have to fight someone with like full mithril armor, mithril 2H, and like salmon as food, and I'd have to prepare for that fight only being in Lumbridge. And if I beat that person, then I move on to Varrock. So there was just way too many moving parts. I'd have to get people to play on the account that would be in like the full mithril and like fight me with it. If there's like some insane support for the idea, it just takes a lot of organization, a lot of planning, a lot of arbitrary balancing that I would just have to figure out. Like, what are my best things to use in that city or region, and how do I balance a fair fight around it to move on to the next one? So it honestly is a really, really cool idea, and you'd end up, I don't know where exactly, but it would just be kind of like taking on the Elite Four. It was very, very Pokemon inspired, but it's just, there's a lot of execution, a lot of planning, a lot of things that would have to go into that. I think I could do it, to be fair, but I don't know if I'll come back to it. Maybe someday in the future. Who knows? What scene from the series are you most proud of from a cinematography perspective? I mean, I think the obvious answer here is the montage in the finale, and obviously that's all up to Smokey for his execution of the idea that we talked about for months, and he just knocked it out of the park. So I am incredibly proud of that being in the series. Like, that's obviously a monumental thing. But I think my personal favorite moment would be the build up to the first Verza kill. Like, every time I rewatch that, I get so many chills. And I love how that came out. That was a section that I struggled to put together for 3 days. Like, just the 1 minute of edited footage that you saw took me literally 3 or 4 days, I think, to just perfect and be like, okay, that's how I want it. I just think it was such a beautiful moment. I cut the music entirely. I slowly ramp up this incredible song, and it's just quiet enough to make you feel something. Like, you're just waiting for it to keep building and building, and all you hear are sound effects. You just hear the fight going on, everything is quiet, no one's talking, and it just builds to this beautiful moment, and you have so much time while this song is ramping up. You have so much time to think about just everything that has led up to this moment, all thousands of hours that have gone into this. Oh my god, he's about to do it. The song is ramping up, it's epic as hell. This kill is gonna happen. Finishing the kill, that moment was fucking phenomenal. I'm so happy with how that came out. What event gave you a more rewarding feeling, getting that first KC or releasing the final episode? This one is not even close for me. I have to describe to you guys what it was like those last 2 days editing that video. Big shout out to my man Tro. That man probably saved my life on those last 2 days. At this point, I had told everyone that the finale is coming out on December 9th. I put a strict date on it so I could finish it, and it was December 8th. And I still hadn't watched through the whole video. I still hadn't done the credits sequence. I still hadn't done my speech at the very end. I really needed someone else's perspective to watch this thing so I could actually see, like, am I uploading something garbage because I've just been in this project file for 6 months? And Tro gets in a call with me on the 8th of December. I share my screen on Discord, and we just go through this thing for, I want to say, like 20 hours straight. We went through like every single second of this thing on Discord screen share. Like, I added sound effects, we changed a couple transitions, we fixed some things, and it's the morning of December 9th. I have not slept, Tro has not slept, and I wanted to give him the biggest hug for being there for me, because I was so stressed out. I was so insanely stressed out. Tro goes to bed, I end up staying up for the entire rest of the day. It is now 6 p.m., so I hadn't slept for like 42 or 43 hours at this point. I upload the video and I get copyright claimed. And at that point, I was feeling so awful physically. Like, I was just in the worst state I had been in so long. Haven't slept at all. Stomach is in pain. And I get a copyright claim right when I was about to upload the video. I was in shambles, dude. I instantly go to Twitter. I tweet at Storyblocks. I had purchased their like subscription like a day ago, so I guess it didn't fully register my whitelist for the copyright. Thank God their Twitter person responded to me. The claim got cleared in like an hour and a half. I uploaded the video, and literally when I hit the button to make the video go public and it's done processing, I literally just started bawling. Like, I cried for probably like 2 minutes straight. I was feeling so terrible, and I did it. Like, that was the most relieving feeling I think I might ever have in my life. I, of course, ended up staying up another 9 hours after that because I was just riding so much adrenaline, and I crashed after like 53 hours awake or something. It was... oh my god, that night is just forever burned into my brain, and I'm so glad it worked out. And shout out to Tro for also losing all his sleep to help me. Tro was like an angel on my shoulders with the Swampletics finale, and I love that man. I owe him so much for his comfort. So definitely the most relieving thing was uploading that video and just soaking in my own tears for 2 minutes, because that was a brutal night. Since what age have you been playing RuneScape? If I recall, you're quite young. If you played before RS3, what did you do when EOC was announced? I started playing when I was 5. I'm currently 21. Just recently turned 21 in October of, well, I guess last year now. When EOC was announced, I told myself I'd pretty much only play until it was released, and I had no plans on playing during EOC. I believe I moved on to Minecraft until the 2007 Scape servers were in poll mode, and I voted on the poll. I wanted them to come back, and I came back day one of the old school servers. If you hadn't been able to quite pull off the TOB runs with your setup, if you needed just one more space for food, would you have dropped the 15k melons as a last resort, or would you only consider it a victory if you won with the melons present to see the achievement? Yeah, dude, the melons are really special to me because they began as sort of like a narrative storytelling device for me to refresh the content of the movie, and I just really loved farming them. Throughout the entire series, there was multiple sentimental items that I just got attached to and didn't want to drop, and makes me a pretty bad Ultimate Iron Man, I guess, but at the end of the day, I'm just a very emotional person in general, and I just tend to have empathy for everything, and I didn't want to drop the melons at any cost, really. But ultimately, I think I would have had to pull the trigger if it meant not being able to complete the Theater of Blood, yes. Was this the career you always wanted? If not, what did you want to be doing when you grew up? This is the career I always wanted. At least at this point, I can't imagine trading it for anything else. There's just nothing else that could bring me as much satisfaction as what I do currently. And I really didn't have any idea of what I wanted to do when I was growing up. I mean, I didn't really feel like I had too much passion for just about anything, but I think this stuff was kind of just staring me in the face and I didn't really know it. I made Lego stop motion videos when I was like 6 or 7, and I just didn't really think about creating anything for people to watch. I mean, I always fantasized about being a YouTuber when I was like 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, but I didn't think I could actually do it for a long time until I just kind of went for it. And like, I was just a normal kid, man. I just kind of went for it, and here I am. So yeah, I'm very happy with what I do. Why did you let max players carry you instead of sticking with the Swamp Squad? This one is actually very easy to answer, and literally all it takes is a little bit of perspective. It took us 2 months with maxed gear carries to get me a purple. It would have literally taken, I think, probably 2 years to get a purple with Moritania gear, and that I think is probably even a conservative estimate, just because of every completion we did with the Moritania gear was anywhere from 4 to 7 deaths, which means our purple rate was very low, and we had to do it in teams of 4. I got the purple in a team of 3, and I did pretty much all my my post Moritania raids in a team of 3. Not only that, but I was completely out of supplies after the second Moritania completion, and at that point, I had gotten the goal completed. I proved that goal wasn't a fluke. I got the second KC. I did everything as I said I would. Now, ultimately, the account that was created for fun needs to have fun and complete the ultimate goal in the region, and that's get a purple. There's absolutely no question in my mind that that's the way I had to do it. I was not about to uproot people's lives for 2 years while I tried to get a purple, and that's not even considering how much time it would take to hunt the implings for the prayer pots and the summer pies. I mean, it's just not viable at all. I think 2 years is honestly very conservative. It might have even taken 3 to get a purple in Moritania gear. I mean, those supplies lasted me 2 runs, and yeah, we got better at the runs, and just relying on those people for that long and taking that much of their time, that's just not up to me. I can't do that. So we all had a great time raiding, but the Moritania raids are something entirely different. They were really, really draining for all of us. So it's just not something I could have asked. When will you be taking a professional job in film production? Never. Honestly, never. I can't think of any other platform that I could have that I could reach nearly 1 million people in 3 weeks with something I've created. I mean, this is it, man. This is my professional job at this point. I think the furthest I'd go is a dream of mine is to write a movie, but that's when I'm way older and I know a lot more. I still have so much to learn, so much to try, but it's definitely something I want to give a shot anyway, is writing a movie, pitching it to like Netflix or something. I don't know, we'll see. Definitely far off into the future. Like I said, still a lot to learn. So this one is really long, so I'm just going to summarize and paraphrase for you, but basically he's talking about the starting episodes being super cozy, cheerful, lightly edited, and meanwhile the movie and the finale are just such a cut above all the other episodes. It's just insane. And was it a conscious decision that I wanted to just make it the best thing I've ever created? And That is exactly my thought. I mean, throughout the entire series, as we went on episode after episode, I always had the thought of, I need to top what I just did in the last episode. The starting videos really are just like a kid entering a toy shop and just having absolutely no idea what he's really getting into. I wasn't ready to make any cinematic masterpieces or do anything. I just thought I was playing the game and one region and documenting my progress, but other people started to enjoy the series so much that I wanted to enhance their feeling even more and just really cement those feelings. So every single episode, I wanted to top the last episode, and it just kind of kept going. With 32 and 33, that was just far expanded because I think those circumstances were also just really different. I mean, I always wanted to make the finale really special and the best thing I've ever made, but with the movie and the finale in circumstances after the death where I had people just lose faith in the series entirely. And one thing I want to mention is YouTube notifications, man, they want you to feel bad. I swear, YouTube only ever highlights negative comments for me. And it is the most infuriating thing, I swear. The little bell icon I get, it'll just randomly highlight a YouTube comment. And throughout making the movie and the finale, it's always just like, damn, dude, you fell off. This series is over. Like, there's no hype behind this anymore. YouTube would constantly show that to me during like the productions of those two videos. And so those were circumstances where I was also fueled by just like a need to prove these people wrong. Like, I can still take my time and make something so fucking good that it'll be the best thing I've ever made. And that was just an entirely different source of energy than just my natural ambition that I have as like a human being. But those two feelings combined, I think, ended up making the two best videos I've ever made and will probably make for a little while. I have no urge to immediately top those videos. I'm sure I will in the future, but for now, it will be the cornerstone of what I've made here on YouTube. I have a feeling most people expect you to do something as big as Swampletics for your next project. Does that motivate you more than it puts pressure on you? Also, aside from finding out about losing everything, what surprised you the most during the entire series? I think motivation and pressure are kind of interchangeable. I mean, there's the whole quote about diamonds being made under pressure, and I feel like I was under pressure for at least the entire second half of the series to just keep delivering a better product every single episode. And whether it was me that put that pressure on myself or the audience or both, it did end up making a better product. And I do think pressure is healthy, just like some competition is healthy. But to answer your question objectively, I do think it's more of a pressure situation than motivation, because I extract my motivation from other sources, and this is mainly just a source of pressure, in my opinion, just to like live up to what took me 3 years to make. And I don't necessarily want to take another 3 years to make a series. I think I can just do something more creative that takes less time and try to make an incredible product. But will anything live up to Swampletics? I mean, I think so. I'm only going to get better as an editor, a storyteller, a video maker, whatever you want to say. I do think I can top what I've done, both with concept and execution, but it's still obviously pressure that will be there the entire time. But like I said, it's healthy. Kind of. As for what surprised me the most, it has to just be how long it took me. I mean, I said in the finale that I wanted it to be done by August of 2019, and it took a bit longer than that, so I'm going to say that is definitely what surprised me the most, but that was just like an ongoing surprise. Like, wow, I'm still not done yet. I will probably be casually streaming the account every now and then, so if that's something you're interested, you can go follow me on Twitch. I'll probably be live at least once before the start of leagues. So if I didn't answer your question here, you can drop it to me on stream and I'll probably answer it there. So almost forgot, go get a plushie if you want one. Limited time, super soft, high quality, limited time.
The Duel Arena has collapsed, and it looks like Het's Oasis is shaping up to take its place. Aloha everyone, what's going on my dudes? Welcome to another RuneScape news and coverage video. Today is Tuesday, January 4th, 2022, and we got another RuneScape update for y'all. We're going to talk about that new skilling area north of Al Kharid. So without any further ado, let's jump right into the video. Let's go.
Cats is the illest. What you talking about, Willis?
Alright guys, before we get into the main game update, I want to mention that the Golden Party Hat hunt is officially over. However, if you have collected all 8 of your shards, you still have until January 17th to assemble them and get yourself a gold party hat. So if for whatever reason you're somebody who does have them all, hasn't made it yet, you have a little bit more time, January 17th, before you can no longer create any more gold party hats in the game. With that said, let's look at today's game update, Het's Oasis. This is a new skilling area that replaces the Duel Arena, and it provides some skilling like a new agility course, a new hunter method where you hunt scarabs with a crocodile, and a new farming method which harvests flowers. This is also home to 2 new mini quests, the Eye of Het 1 and 2. At the time of this video, only Eye of Het 1 is released. The sequel will be out in a week's time. I've already covered pretty extensively in my previous video about what the different methods give in terms of rewards, etc. So do go over there to check them out, or check out that video for full details. But to give you a quick rundown, the scarabs that you hunt will get you materials to make both a new familiar that helps with prayer training and new prayer powders that boost some of your prayers. Farming will give you new flowers that will give you the ability to make honeycombs that will help you on your player-owned farm. For the first 2 weeks of this update, there's a limited time event where you can get a bunch of cosmetics like titles, overrides, and pets. There is an individual and a group or community contribution that you can check at the chest at the entrance of the Oasis. Again, this is something I covered in my previous video, so head over there for full details if you are interested. This is a members only piece of content, however, free-to-play can come and check out the area. They just can't partake in any of the activities. There are a couple of Comp Cape and Master Quest Cape requirements, so do check your Achievements tab if you're one of those Cape owners. And that's pretty much it. That's all you really need to know for Het's Oasis. Again, check my previous video for further details if you are interested. With that, we're going to now shift on over to the patch notes and see what's changed with today's update, so let's go ahead and check it out. Alright, not a lot here in the patch notes section, so let's just run right through them. The discount percentage in the Oddment store now properly displayed over the discounted items instead of just a buy sign. An issue occurred where every lap completed in the Heaven Agility course was counted twice for daily challenges. This has now been fixed. They fixed an issue with storing and equipping augmented items via the bank, fixed an issue that prevented players from progressing the Darkness of Hallowvale quest, fixed an issue where some players would not be able to receive daily challenges, and there was a hotfix where Iron Men players will receive the Yak Track Golden Party Hat shard even if they already have claimed the rewards for tier 15 before they gain their membership status. That's it for your patch notes. Links to everything discussed in this video will be down in the description below. Head on over there and check them out. With that, I'm going to wrap up the video. If you enjoyed it, hit that like button. If you're not subscribed yet and you want to stay up to date on all things RuneScape related, then hit that subscribe button. Anyways, I appreciate you watching. I am out. Aloha. Aloha everyone, what is going on my dudes? Welcome to another RuneScape news coverage video. For this video, we're going to talk about Het's Oasis, Jagex's first update for next year, which will ultimately replace what is currently the Duel Arena. So without any further ado, let's jump right into the video. Let's go.
Cats is the illest. What you talking about, Willis?
Alright guys, as the story goes, a mysterious earthquake has destroyed the Duel Arena, leaving it in ruins around Het's tomb. Ixlarian is investigating to retrieve a powerful object that could help in the Elder God War's dilemma. If you want to help out, you're going to have to pitch in and help transforming this desert wasteland into Het's Oasis. So starting from January 4th, a 2-week event known as the Oasis Restoration will begin, bringing this whole new area to life. By completing daily tasks, you'll turn the former ruins into a place of plenty to harvest some red hot desert themed goodies. This area will be home to 3 new skilling methods and 2 new mini quests that further the Elder God War saga. Looking at the Oasis Restoration itself, the limited time 2-week event, as I said, it kicks off January 4th, and you'll be clearing up the Shattered Duel Arena to create a glistening desert paradise. The event has a community chest where players can unlock both individual and community rewards by completing tasks or participating participating in permanent skilling activities around the Oasis. For the mini quests, there are 2 new permanent mini quests which continue the Elder God Wars narrative, Eye of Het 1 and Eye of Het 2. The first mini quest will be available day 1, and the second one will come week 2 on January 10th. As far as the skilling activities, you can do them on day 1, and they're all permanent solo content. There's a new agility course in which you traverse the rubble of the ruined duel arena, a new hunter method where you can control a crocodile that swims around the Oasis catching scarabs. There are 6 new scarabs to find, each requiring a higher hunter level. The hunter scarabs are customizable. Players can individually change them to suit their hunter level by storing flowers in various spots around the Oasis. And there is a new farming method where you passively tend to flower bushes and harvest new types of flowers. There are 5 new flowers and 4 different bushes, each requiring a higher farming level. In terms of rewards, for the mini quests, Eye of Het 1 will give you a medium XP lamp, while the second will award you another XP lamp and a new archaeology relic that increases the HP recovered when consuming foods and drinks. Rewards from the Oasis Restoration, the 2-week event, include new cosmetic items and a drop enhancer for the Elder God Wars dungeon. The cosmetics are obtained from the community chest. You can get the Of the Ruin title, as well as an armor set override, War of Het, and some Gator Croc cosmetic shoes. There's also a crocodile pet named Chomper with 2 different cosmetic appearances. The drop enhancer I mentioned earlier works like so. Players can gather drop enhancer fragments by skilling from the Oasis activities. 10 fragments can be combined to make an inactive drop enhancer. These are tradable, or they can be turned into untradeable active versions. When worn, players have a 10% increased chance of finding unique drops from bosses in the Elder God Wars dungeon. This only applies to uniques, not normal drops, and only to the bosses. And do note that all drop enhancers will be removed from the game at the end of the 2-week event, so use them while you can. Looking at the skilling rewards, there's a new Holy Scarab familiar. This is used from the scarab shells dropped from the hunter activity. This will require level 80 summoning, and a couple things to note: it lowers the drain rate of your prayer points when you have prayer active, and its special move is Bone Conjure, which will add a random bone to your inventory when activated. The scarab shells can also be ground down into a new prayer powder. This is a new consumable which can be scattered around the player and give a 30-minute boost to specific defensive and healing prayers. Powder of Defense provides an additional +2 defense boost when using Thick Skin, Rock Skin, Steel Skin. Powder of Protection boosts damage protection by 60% when using Protect From and Deflect From prayers. The Powder of Item Protection protects 1 extra item when using the Protect Item prayer. Powder of Pulverizing grinds all bones in your inventory when using the Ectofluncus. Powder of Burials boosts your prayer XP to 250% when burying bones. And the Powder of Penance restores prayer points equal to 2.5% of damage received. And lastly, for the rewards, we have Honeycomb. The new flowers can be used in the player-owned farm beehive to make honeycombs. They can be fed to farm animals to increase their chances of producing offspring with a specific trait. Fertile honeycombs boost your breeding chance. Candied honeycombs give you a higher chance the offspring will have the joyful trait. Nutrition for a higher chance of immune trait. Moorish honeycomb for a higher chance to have multiple traits. And a shimmering honeycomb for a higher chance to have a shiny offspring. And those are your rewards. In terms of requirements, this is a members only piece of content. However, free-to-play players are welcome to visit the updated area and take a look around. In terms of skills, for agility, you'll need level 65. Farming will range from 30, 50, 70, and 90, and hunter will range from 1, 30, 50, 70, and 90. Requirements for the quest: the Eye of Het 1 will require City of Sentistan and 65 agility, while the Eye of Het 2 will simply require Eye of Het 1. And that is pretty much all you really need to know. It is our next game update, meaning that there is none next week. So looking forward to that. Once again, there's a 2-week temporary event, January 4th, ending January 16th at 23:59 GMT, where Het's Oasis will remain as permanent content afterwards. Anyways, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, hit that like button. If you're not subscribed and you want to stay up to date on all things RuneScape related, then hit that subscribe button. Anyways, I appreciate you watching. I'm out. Aloha.
It's all gonna go back to normal.
It really is.
Not it's... God. 4 different strands of COVID. Schools still stay open. Brexit. Stop it. Beloved celebrities dying. No, stop it. I'm not ready. I don't want to be a part of this. Okay, I mean, that kind of, you know, it could have been worse. That could have been a lot worse. Cool.
I mean,
well,
still have to live it.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's... Yeah.
And I'll pop.
And I'll blow your house in.
What the fuck?
Hi, stranger. It's been a while. I've missed you. It's okay. You can look at my butt.
My bad.
Oh shit! Are you okay?
Let me get this straight. You think you're killing those guys is funny to you?
What have I joined?
You have to say in bed after every sentence.
You don't know the first thing about me in bed. What happened because of what you did, what it led to in bed. There are riots out there in bed. Jokes in bed.
How fast
Eating
will Pepper
something
move?
that you're not supposed to eat.
Uh-oh.
Glass. Where did it go? It's in my hat.
What? Did they just rickroll me? Did he rickroll?
We are number 1 from Lazy Town.
What do you get? When you cross with a society that abandons him and gives him a crash.
Oh my god, I'm dying.
Arthur shoots Mary in the head. Audience screaming for long duration. Audience continues screaming. Arthur dances.
Okay, how many?
What you know about
My name is Jeff. Do you need to come inside? It's very cold out there. It's raining. Hi. Come on in. Come take a seat. I'll brush your hair. It looks like you got a little bit wet in the rain out there. Oh, hello? Get up out of bed. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Hi. Hey, you mind getting off my window? God damn it. Hi. This is a sharp knife. I'm not into it. Listen, I know some who are. You might want to talk to Crumpet. He loves Jeff. My name's Jeff.
Name a woman! Yes, go! Name a woman! Candace! Over there. Candace, send you out.
Did you murder this time?
Let's go!
Nice help.
Hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh.
Oh, my head's crashed. Oh, I can't see. I can only hear strange noises.
Hello, it's an eye.
Oh god, I hate it. What is that?
Please, first.
Can I?
ASMR. Please.
Ah! It's British ASMR.
Hissing sounds.
That's weird. Oh, Jesus. This is a new fan for me. Oh my god. This is so weird. This is so weird. I'm so crunchy. What? I swear.
Well, that's a knife.
Hi.
Yo, knives.
Going for cash.
It's just the dentist. This is so scary. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Hi, this is Tommy Wiseau, creator of The Room. Let me introduce you to the new Joker.
The new Joker.
Okay, listen to it. It's Ayaya. He's saying Ayaya very loudly. He's a weeb. You're a weeb.
I just came.
This is a weird experience.
No! That's horrible! That's horrible! No, that's nasty!
Just put her in the bean tub.
Cheese? What am I
It's
eating?
a mac and cheese.
Bean came back!
Let's go.
Yo, Lola, I've never seen you look that good before. You look amazing.
I don't know this meme.
There's so much of it.
Too much.
Why does this give me Kung Fu Panda? Is this a secret mark? They're doing that weird.
The same I was thinking.
Lola's teaching me a new move.
In before and. What? Roll the...
Oh,
Wait for it.
Anyway, how is your sex life?
well, if you want to know, it was pretty lonely until now.
Anything for my princess.
Oh, thank you so much. Oh my god. I've always wanted to go there. Yay.
Wait, is he actually a raptor?
This man has too much power.
To Jurassic
Go forward, noble steed!
Yeah. And you can only hear him off screen.
No Gongus.
No, my God.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay.
This is a really fun maze. It's like it's not that hard. It's quite easy. You got to put your volume up though, because there's audio clues. Yeah.
Spamming.
Uh-oh.
What in God's name is this place?
Oh, we're just doing a maze.
Oh, here's the button. You find out. Oh. Okay.
No, it's just a maze. It's just a maze.
Where's the exit?
Oh, God. Oh, I think I just had a heart attack.
I saw that. I heard it. I'm dying on the inside.
Bayazora, it's the grand champion. I can't believe it's you standing here next to me. Yes. Oh, great and mighty grand champion. Is there something you need? Can I carry your weapon? Shine your boots? Backrub, perhaps?
Alpha, that's my girl. You better not be trying anything funny.
Hey, Canine. That's a cute dog. German Shepherd. Oh, wait, what?
Put your hand in.
What? Big boy, kill it. Kill it, please. Kill it, please.
Everything reminds me of her, man.
Ah, fuck you, you bastard! Fuck's sake, who was that, Rex? You fuck. Oh, Karma's a bitch.
A condom that will turn a different color if bacteria from a disease or infection is detected. It can glow green for chlamydia, yellow for herpes, purple for HPV, and blue for syphilis.
Try it on,
Syphilis.
Yeah, try it on.
Try it on.
Yes. Oh, great and mighty grand champion. Is there something you need? Can I carry your weapon? Shine your boots? Backrub, perhaps?
Oh, yeah.
I want you. You know what? I take a back rub, actually. I want a back rub. No.
I can't see his avatar.
Three.
Really? Oh my god! Pog! Thanks, man.
This one is getting a little bit too small. Yeah. And if you are in a small world, there is not much space for you. You need to go to the bigger world. You have space for you.
Hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do you want me to choose one? Oh, I like 3 because it's in the middle. Hug? Aww. What's the catch? What's the catch? Is it something on my back? What did he do? He hugged me. I don't trust it.
Oh, you got hugged too? Hey, me too. I also got hugged.
Anyway,
wait, do you put something on our backs?
You should probably choose something else. Quite, oh my god, just a hug.
Oh, what?
What was that?
I see a lot of posters about the differences between the USA and the UK, but the biggest difference is one I don't think anyone is talking about. It's bees. Because look, this is a UK bee, and this is a US bee. Completely different.
For fuck's sake, yeah, USB and a B. Yeah, US. Yeah, that's very good.
Hell yes, I always wanted to go.
Open sesame.
Jesus!
Wow, it's amazing. You have ducks, you have rabbits, you have kiddos. Fingers in the red shirt, but
You have the Polish.
I don't want to turn the page. I don't.
Pitter patter of their little feet led Mama right to them. Turn the page.
I don't want to turn the page.
Then Mama found the children, every last one, and put them right back to bed.
Oh.
Oh, damn. So you go and shove. Jesus Christ.
Wait, what is going on?
The store is now closed. Please leave the building. The store is now closed. Please leave the building.
That's an SCP.
The store is now closed.
Wallace hears something.
Din jävla fitta.
And he's
Breathe! Breathe, boy, breathe! This is a UK bee, and this is a US bee. Completely different.
It's the grand champion! I can't believe it! You
something you need? Can I carry your weapon? Shine your boots? Back rub, perhaps?
Of the song. That he shows his penis, yeah. Thanks, Emmy. Thank you, Emmy.
I'm
Thank you.
I'm trying to take it. I'm trying to take.
Now grab your destiny. If you know your hands to yourself, sneak thief.
By Azura, by Azura, by Azura! Greetings.
I'm gonna have it, alright?
Yes,
Yes.
yes! I don't have time for this. Yes! Goodbye, great and mighty grand champion!
I think we need a mod to
Need
fix
something?
him or something.
Dom, on the other hand.
Do you get to the Cloud District very often? Of course you don't. You won't get no pussy out!
Let's find that queen.
Oh my God, it's back.
I swear to God, if you say that.
What have I been? Give me.
It's a jungle skog.
You should have like a bed.
Dim Diabla.
Oh wait. I love that.
Chrome is doing a main stream today, so you can like ask her to do anything. I mean, not that though.
Hey, just wondering if you got your photos printed?
Photos printed?
What? Hey, just wondering if you got your photos printed? Hey, just wondering if you got your photos printed? Hey, just wondering if you got your photos printed? Hey, just wondering if you got your photos printed? Hey, just wondering if you got your photos printed? Hey, just wondering if you got your photos printed? Hey, just wondering if you got your photos printed?
I want you to dance sexy. Alright, now drop it like it's hot, alright? I want to see you get nice and low.
Please, don't hurt me. I'm a wife with kids. I don't want to go out like this.
Oh, alright, now drop it like it's hot, alright? I want to see you get nice. You trying to
I'm not.
Hello.
A friendly gay.
Hey, just wondering if you got your photos printed?
Photos printed? Photos printed?
Condom that will turn a different color if bacteria from a disease or infection is detected. It can glow green for chlamydia, yellow for herpes, purple for HPV, and blue for syphilis.
Okay. I'm not. Yo, it's a win!
Oh,
I want you to dance sexy.
Oh! Alright. Here we go. Oh! I smell ass in here. No, wait. Come back, corn. Country boys make do.
I'm so sorry for your loss.
See if I can just say something really random and see how Zuzi reacts. Fish finger.
You've been fish fingered. Oh no, oh no. Oh, no, that's... no.
Hey, just wondering if you got your photos printed? Hey, just wondering if you got your photos printed?
Oh! This is so tough. Oh. I know what's coming.
Monster Mash. It was the Monster Mash. The Monster Mash. It was a great graveyard smash. The Monster Mash. Please don't remix that. It was.
Oh, can I scare Nippy with macaroni?
Yeah, but that's the point. You do that.
Yes, I can.
I'm just funny.
Let's go. Let's go. Holy shit! Beautiful. She's building a fort.
Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.
Nobody expects the Empire.
Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.
Nobody expects the Empire.
Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.
No. Is that possible?
There we go. Holy fuck, the air.
Hold your way.
Boy, I'm actually shocked at how well it goes. I've got to play it again. Oh! Was it wait, were they? Hey!
Oh, wait. What's this?
Thank you so much for allowing me on UK's Got Talent. I'm going to sing A Whole New World. Sung by Toad from Mario.
10 mil?
I can show you
Funniest thing I've seen in ages.
Thank you so much. I know. I'm pumped. Thank you. It's actually a serious step. Why are you laughing? What do you mean? I put my heart and soul into this, Simon Cowell. Simon, It's not a comedy. I was just singing something.
I think they're already dead. It's fine.
3, 2, 1.
Sorry.
Someone from the audience for this next one. Preferably not a female because I am very scared of them.
Zimbabwe.
I saw.
Bazinga. Among Us. Bazinga. Zimbabwe.
And you can drink it.
Bazinga.
I hear audio.
This is the last time I get a car from Tesco.
Cringe.
Yo, me and my fire team. I want you to dance sexies. But they're not even in the
I don't have any dances on this one.
Oh.
Alright, now drop it like it's hot, alright?
Drop it like it's hot, alright?
What
Do you have enough symbols for this game?
Alright, now drop it like it's hot, alright? I want to see you get nice and low.
Oh.
Kibble. Tell me what the dog.
Wait for it.
Very long
For it.
like this.
Huh?
Can you look over here for
What?
one?
Wait, huh?
Is that my hemorrhoids?
Sorry, okay, looking fine right there, Chief. Oh, so that's why they call him. You might want to get tested for crabs right there, Chief.
Why?
Oh, so that's why they call him.
Jesus.
I got an invite from somebody. Hey, Charles, it's Cheese. I was just talking about how you like the best pizza ever. Say the line.
Say the line.
Come on, say the line.
If something's very cool, it's also very
Chuck E. Cheese is the best restaurant ever.
okay. If something happens and you go like, whoa, that's the line. Say the line.
Don't say that. You liars.
Oh yes, he does. Oh yes, he does. Google right now. YouTube.
Chuck E. Cheese Poggers.
Chuck E.
Watch
Cheese
it right
is a
now. I want you to
streamer on
watch this
Twitch.
video. I want you to hear the Poggers.
I was playing Fall Guys.
Do it.
Yes, he played Fall Guys.
I actually said.
Oh, that's so funny.
Oh, don't look at me like that. No, Granny. What?
Oh my god, are you okay? You need to go see a doctor. Oh my god.
Boom! Big reveal.
There you go.
Not only happy birthday, but happy no more working day.
Oh, you got some. You got tissue.
Ooh, yummy.
That's disgusting. Wow, dog.
Oh.
I'm fine.
There you go.
Hand hustle, you might get scared some. I called it. I called it.
Fix that.
What's wrong?
Give him a
Whoa, 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 whoa. Holy shit! Oh my god!
Oh boy, smoking time! No! Stop! Stop! No!
I am a princess. But you can kiss my f***ing ass.
Oh boy! Kiss it!
Thank you, Shane.
Wait.
Just trying to.
You want it? It's yours, my friend, as long as you have enough rubies. Sorry, Link. I can't give credit. Come back when you're a little, richer. That's oil. Richer.
Oh, that was a...
Poggers!
You okay?
Oh wait. Oh, you can sneeze back. Who will get covered first? The battles of the fat door. Orange.
Yes, it's neat.
Are you sure about that?
No, Nathan. Wow.
Hello.
Oh gosh, yeah, what have you? Jesus Christ, nature!
Oh God. Oh, nature. Oh my God. She needs to.
Oh, what a infinity ERP!
Oh, wow.
Nice.
There's like two of them.
I like ERP. Nice timing.
I just wonder what Ganon's up to. 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 I just wonder what
Ganon has a
Excuse me, princess. I just wonder what Ganon's up to. I just wonder what Ganon's up to. I just wonder what Ganon's up to.
Ganon's been dead for 40 years.
Gee.
You have to let go.
Oh boy,
You have to let go.
Gotta go!
Gee.
I know of them, I don't think I know them.
Yo, oh my, he's been in the oh my God.
Oil, rope, bombs.
Yo, he's scratching it.
Okay, it's done.
Hello.
Oh, you got a little. You might want to take care of that. That's actually a little gross. Oh, maybe not in front of me. Not in front of me. Don't do that again. Don't spit all over me. That's you're done. You're done.
You gotta help me. Something doesn't feel right.
I
Really
don't think I can
right.
do
Can you
it.
check this one.
This one
Can you
right.
just check this with me, please? Yeah, it just something's not right.
Okay, I'm gonna stand to the. Ah!
Is it okay?
Yeah, it's looking no. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Crystal
say
ball,
this
crystal
last bit?
ball.
Oh, wait.
Will somebody scream in the next 5 minutes? Tell me, oh wise one.
No. No. No.
Did you headbutt it? You're so wise. Did we win?
We got hammered, guys.
Oh, we won.
Ah!
Audacious little bunny. Sweet like Maid Marian. Sassy like Candy Cone. Perfect just as you are. My only Lola bunny.
You know how to get stains out of paper?
Oh boy!
Hello, my brother. Oh my God, I love stories. I have many stories of my brothers.
Mary has a little baby.
She did it
She
big.
loves it so much that she strokes it. Mary likes to show it to all her friends. She invites her.
Is that your name? Go do this too.
One of Mary's friends, Tommy, has a big.
Okay.
Can you tell me if you have this outfit? Wait, come here. Do you have this? Lola with dye-dyes?
No, thank God I don't.
How much would
I
it
mean-
cost to make that for you?
The very next evening.
So if you follow me, right?
I'm following. He's gonna point out the picture of me.
You know how you know, right?
No, you have not. No, you have fucking not. No, you have not. No.
Oh, that's fun.
Oh.
Do you like it?
Oh, that's good,
Isn't it quite accurate? There you go. Get some
Why does this remind me of Jabba the Hutt and his fucking palace?
I threw my controller across the room.
Hello?
No.
Yes.
Ah, God damn it! Now why did my Phantom Sense feel that? No!
Can you help me with this one? It doesn't feel right. Can you just have a closer look at it? Something's not feeling right with it. Can you just take a look?
You okay, Johnny? That's not where spiders come from!
Susan, there's something not right with this. Can you just... There's something really not right.
Actually, no! Oh God, no!
Oh, that is disgusting.
I want my head there.
That was gross.
What?
I need a tissue.
What? What are you trying to do?
Who's popping? Is Frey supposed to be invisible? Hey, question. Security. Do you see that thing up there?
Jump into the pool. That looks demented.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
What is that? Hold that. Oh, what? You haven't seen that? I can't remember what it is.
Oh my lord!
Smooching time.
I don't know. Because maybe.
Oh, smooching.
Oh god. Where there's a little plane up here. I wanna go.
Fitting right in.
Just standing here.
No.
Get with all the demon girl at the style you're going for.
Oh god. You could have that.
Lola,
Yeah,
quick,
you
seduce
can have
someone.
that.
Not me!
What?
So turn around.
Why?
Oh, it's Ripper. Pog.
There's a mannequin behind you. Directly behind you.
Oh.
Among Us. Wait, what if Among Us? What if Among Us? Stop sneezing, I'll beat the shit out of you. Had a nose.
Oh. Wait.
What is this?
What? Why did I come into you guys in the kitchen? I hear kiss this. What?
Good morning. How's it going?
Hello?
I saw it.
Hello, housekeeping. I'm here to clean.
Yeah, mind leaving us to our business, thank you. Mind if I... Who the f*** just locked the door on me, kid? Oi, bro.
Ew. Oh, sir, you got... Ew, it's growing.
I wish there was a highlight.
Oh.
This is...
Yeah, your sausage. Get your line. A sausage.
There's a cake there. I can get them out the sausage. I'm looking at the cake.
Lala, the only cake you need is right here.
You said
What the fuck?
That's actually
yeah,
so
it's
nasty.
because of, yeah, fine, we got it. That's your fault, Autumn. You should have.
Stop!
Sitting down on chairs, relaxing, right? Not so much in Australia. You got to work hard for your seat. You find a wild chair like this, you got to take them by surprise. You just pretend you're not interested. Pretend you're looking at a duck over there or something. Then you get it. Then you come on. When you kick me. Here we go. She's probably a bit too rabid to sit on this one.
The face.
It's gonna leave a scar on your face.
Oh wait. November.
I actually feel fucking sick. Taz, no! Oh my god, is this from the movie?
You just vanished. I'm gonna take a little peek here. Okay. Oh, you went to the other side. I should have expected that. Honestly, that's my fault. My end. I should have expected that. Is there something you wanted to tell me? Maybe something you wanted to show me? You showed me that. Okay. Did you want me to come out? Oh, yeah, no, that's great. That's fine. I'll just step along. Hey, you know, okay. Listen, buddy, I'm not appreciating the attitude here.
Oh my god, wait, I know the song. Wait, what?
Silent switch. I do not wish to be horny anymore. I just want to be happy.
Mission going on?
I do not wish to be horny anymore.
Okay.
So there's that weird thing of that boy.
Oh, it's horny. I get it. Okay, yeah, because yeah, okay, but.
Wait, what? Why can't I see your avatar? I can't see you. Oh my! Oh, you son of a! Fucking hell! Oh my god!
Oh my god, not me.
It's fine, I can ascend from the water.
You think he's okay?
It's a bird.
Safe travels. It's a plane.
It's gone
Oh,
forever.
I think he's okay though.
He's
Oh, there he
dead.
is. Hi.
I can't believe Lala.
Oh,
right there.
you're alive. Congratulations.
Actually, you just came back and just now. Oh my sucking chuck fucker.
I just jumped in the chair.
No! No, Pingu! You're a violent being and a terrible role model for children!
I don't know. Wait, is he like looking at me or is that just the avatar? I don't. Why does that make me laugh? Just standing there menacingly. Let's see if Q will fall for this.
No, it's just that one.
I can't see you. Oh yeah.
I'm Mr. Imposter. I'm Mr. Science. I'm Mr.
Silence, wench. I do not wish to be horny anymore.
You've been horny for too long. Can you show him a good time, please?
Oh.
Wait, what?
So they're still here is buy one get one free.
He almost got Brad. You can't do it again.
I'm trying to drink. Water over my headset.
Remember, any word can seem rude if it's moaned loud enough. Until we meet again.
I got Clive. Hog.
Oh.
When two people kiss, they are just two buttholes connected by the lips. Until we meet again.
Seeing this 2D image stare at me.
Eye contact. Who's making eye contact? I'm staying.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, thank you.
Oh my god. Wait, what? Wait, my SSD crapping on me. Wait, this is the. Wait.
I don't have friends. I don't have friends.
You have me.
Just go.
There's always room for family.
It stopped. My engine stopped. This one takes petrol, but I put diesel in it.
Who's with you?
Turn your back on family.
You said you ran out of fuel.
Oh my
You need
god.
some diesel. I don't believe this.
You don't turn your back on family. There's always room for family.
No!
You don't turn your back on family.
So where's the tractor? I got a call. There's a tractor without any fuel in it. They said they needed some diesel.
I want to hit you.
10 females I would cheat on my girlfriend to have sex with. Number 1. None. There's nothing that can or should come between my girlfriend and I. We have been together for what feels like an eternity,
That's
and
true.
I would not break that for the world.
Now we
2.
just need pedants crust.
Silence, wench. I do not wish to be horny anymore. I just want to be happy.
Come here, Marge. There we go.
I mean, me didn't even know it's over here. How's it going?
Hi.
I'm becoming a mute.
Whenever life gets you down, keeps you wearing a frown, and the gravy train has left you behind. Never worry about a thing, got the world on a string, 'cause I've got the cure for all of my blues. I take a look at my enormous penis.
Yeah, what do you need it?
Why are we still here? Just to suffer.
Oh my god!
I'm gonna pretend like I'm doing something.
Lola, why are you a robot? Why are you a robot? That's the cutest thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
Oh. At least it ain't for the bunny and not me, because that'd go all south, and I'm not talking like Costa Rica south.
I actually cleared right what it came out. Pause.
Pilot switch. I do not wish to be horny anymore.
Stop dragging me over there.
I just want to be happy.
Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up.
He woke up! He woke up! He woke up!
What?
Let us commence forth.
Oh.
Let us commence forth.
Give your give me your give me your
Yeah. No, I'm good.
I'm so sorry. Is that why you installed that game? Yeah, look at all the beautiful people. Do you know how to? Yeah, just go up to them and ask them how they are.
No.
Jesus. Oh my god. You've got nowhere to go.
Spaghetti! That looks... Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Wait, what the? Wait.
Ah! Oh my god! I was like, why is that hitting? Oh god.
Yes! I love it! I love it! It's amazing! Yes! Bring you love!
Oh damn. Yeah.
I'm gonna play!
Oh god.
I'm okay.
Pilot switch. I do not wish to be horny anymore.
I just want to be happy.
Stop touching my nose.
Is that on?
my god, she just got ran over. She's fine.
Stop right now. We need to do a check. Stop the vehicle. Stop.
She's trying to hype me.
I can't
Wait, the fuck? Why is your avatar not
Why are you a robot?
Brand dance.
It's called brand dance.
Rhino, I need you to get gold for GB. Hop on.
I've
Okay, here we
Okay,
go.
okay.
Oh, wow.
Right,
Lovely
I'm
posture, lovely posture.
Oh,
Here
there
we
we
go.
go.
Right, we're going for the chin technique. We're going for the chin technique. Okay, are you guys ready? This is for gold. GB contestant.
Yeah.
Brino.
Dingus, Eskimo in a kayak.
Not happening.
Looking for a full coat. Luxury balloon full of wine, custom green, muscle dirt. I think about this kid. Whack 'em out. Just flip it. Parking. This is the German. Sucking palms.
Let's go. Go dismount, go to dismount.
The count on 16 hamsters carnival day. Hands down, lips to the floor, shouting now. What a Tuesday.
I'd say bronze.
You have spent a ridiculous amount of money on full body tracking to sit around in the world for hours upon hours. Now is your chance to make up for it. Try to keep up with those moves. Sit or dance. Make your choice.
Oh my god, what the? Bro, how?
Oh, that's Buffalo. Yo, I wish that how it works though.
It's not a situation to be laughing. We are stuck in this villa and we need to look for our clues. Why are you laughing? It's a life. And with that situation now they're laughing as well. I cannot believe this. It's not a laughing matter. No, it's not a laughing matter. We are literally stuck in the villa. It's a life or death situation. No, it's not fun. We're literally stuck in a villa. It's a life or death situation. No, it's not fun. We're literally stuck in a villa. It's a life or death situation. No, it's not fun. We're literally stuck in a villa. It's a life or death situation. No, stop. It's not a laughing matter. They wouldn't be able to fit it in there. I want to play a game.
Oh, I don't want to play a game. Oh no, I don't know. Turn around.
Turn around.
Oh god, what is
I don't want to play a game.
We're literally stuck in a villa. It's a life or death. Stop. Don't laugh. Stop laughing. We are literally stuck in a villa. It's a life or death situation. There's nothing. Stop laughing. No, stop pussy. We're literally stuck in a pussy. This is a life or death situation.
Oh my god.
Oh, sorry.
Monkey, calm down, monkey.
Thank you.
Hey, what's my face?
Take a breath. Stop laughing. We are literally stuck.
These big storage containers and wonder what's inside them? Let's see. No, it's quite easy to find out. For example, this one has 30,480 kilograms of caffeine. And that is max gross.
I need to get the spider.
He's still moving like once or twice, but I can't. Yeah, boy, do it.
Let's bait him. Let's see if it... Oh!
Oh, fuck.
Oh, was quick.
Somebody zoomed in across the map.
Oh, look, use that strong American neck. Let's go.
Okay. On the curtain rail. Open foot all night long. Quilted wrists. Fold like a crep. Semi-detached bungalow. Cinnamon opinion. Ankles. Luxury balloon full of custard cream. Nice hors d'oeuvre. Take down with a biscuit. Fantastic composure on the dingus. Eskimo in a kayak. Buttery palms, really easy gimmick to lobster bisque. Slipped into his mother tongue there. Chin hammock, hands akimbo. Wagamalas, fistful of jam pots, bit light on the chutney. Sweet chili, no parking. Really testing the ability. He was thanks there. Winding up for a spooky bassoon.
In time.
There's the colon, 16 hamsters, called them all Dave. Anus down, lips to the floor, shouting your name. What a Tuesday.
That's a gold. That is a gold. I'm sorry. You're even spinning with your dick at one point. That's a gold.
Sexy chicks. What? I get
No.
Sugar canes.
It's Gay's cookie.
Wait.
Hi, people.
Goodbye, my lover.
Actually nauseating.
Oh, I'm ready.
No, this is not a laughing matter. We are literally stuck in a playground. Please stop laughing. We are literally stuck on a playground. Please no, why are you laughing? No, please stop swinging. We are literally stuck on a playground. Please stop. No, this is not a laughing matter. We are literally stuck on a playground. No, please stop laughing. This is not a laughing matter. Something about pussy and laughing matter. Another. I mean, playground. Playground.
I mean, I think we have a little on the loose.
Monkey. I went to get a drink in the kitchen and I had wireless headphones. So, I spilled my drink. So you did your job. You did your job.
I like your cock, G.
Oh my god. I can't believe you did that to my dingling.
I like your
Someone please call a doctor.
Come on, you need to stop being such a
square. Come on.
Wait for him to open it again. I locked it.
I mean, it's more like I met them, we talked a bit. What the Is that Ricardo, man? Hey! Yo! I need to get behind this. Yo, all the frick! That was fantastic.
First, discombobulate.
Oh, should we Right, well, we're gonna cook. Here we go. What can we add to this?
reworm cooking. You need a reworm.
You want me to
There we
make
go.
some pizza for you?
I hope. Oh,
Oh, that's... No, that's a hot dog.
I froze.
That was unintentional. That's completely unintentional.
Oh my god, penis.
Mimi, do you want to see my hot dog I made?
Wow, I love how you, never mind, I'm not touching that.
Can you open the soda can for me, mister? Thank you. Not like that!
Oh no. Oh, horse. It's my fish.
There you go.
That's a beach party.
Surprise. Wait, Paul, you go. Yo.
What's it? Oh, you gotta, hold on, no, you gotta do that. Here, ready? You gotta do that.
You got this, Cap. I believe in you. You got this.
Cap, you got this. Oh.
Absorbent and yellow and porous as he. If nothing can nonsense be something you wish, then drop on the deck and flop like a fish.
Okay.
Oh.
Wait. What the fuck is that? Oh my god, I think I've had a nightmare about that.
Buzz, buzz.
God, nah, that is not.
Rock.
Alright, did I ever tell you I had a fear of SpongeBob? I'm like, I got.
I wonder if I can scare someone with just Bonjourno.
I don't have slept.
I'm so bad, I'm a really big fan of lava.
See if we can get the most like boring jump scare sound. Oh yes! I have the gun. That's pretty powerful.
Get my clues in here, so I'm just gonna.
It's a family.
Poggers!
Did we win?
Oh,
Good job! Chuck E. Cheese Poggers!
Oh my
No, I'm not gonna. Everyone just. You can keep that.
I bring you
No.
If anything,
I'm afraid.
Wait, I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
Stop it. Stop it. SpongeBob SquarePants.
Buongiorno.
A giant.
Hi, Isha. How you doing?
Mi scusi.
What?
Go to him.
Wait, what are your wise words of wisdom?
It is better to come in the sink than to sit in the cup.
Don't be afraid.
I'm so glad.
I'm not afraid. That's such a long time. Your eyes are so great.
It don't go down.
It should not go down. It should not go down. No.
My hands are up. We have a hostage. Don't shoot.
I don't know, they look the same.
Oh my god. On the ground. On the ground. Drop the gun.
Okay, listen, Lala.
Drop the gun.
Okay, listen.
We'll kill the hostage. I won't drop
Who's your
my
hostage?
typewriter. This is Mimi.
Oh yeah, you can kill it. Yeah, yo, you might want to get somebody else. Actually, B, go out there. B, go out.
Looks like mine. Don't get too close. Don't get too close though, or I'm accidentally stab you. On the ground.
Around the corner.
Get out!
Okay?
I killed one of the hostages.
Oh,
Oopsies. Oopsies.
fine, we have a new one.
Never seen in my life.
We have two hostages.
Who's your hostage?
It's B and Takimi.
Oh, there's no part 2 yet? Man. Buddy, what up, Blood? Part 2.
It's all gonna go back to normal.
Oh well.
Bully Maguire on Family Feud.
Welcome back to the feud.
Hey, look, it's Steve Harvey, one of my favorite womanizers of all time.
Hey everyone. Master 5.
You get that reference better if you watch the Some Ordinary podcast. It's a great podcast. Episode 3, we spent a good deal of time talking about the really terrible Steve Harvey quotes. My man, this man gives dating advice so good, he got married 3 times. You gotta respect it. Oh, God, this is so sad.
In 20 seconds, if you can't think of something, you just say
Stop
pass.
lecturing me, please.
Also, this man has like 2 caterpillars on his face.
All right, come up with 200 points. Look right there. Tell them what you're going to win.
It's a staff job. Double the money.
You ready? 20 seconds on the clock, please. If you were a stripper, which superhero's name would you use?
Spider-Man.
Name something that gives you the chills.
My back!
Name an insect that flies.
Little Goblin Jr.
Name something in your house that creaks.
this damn door!
How many days have you gone without bathing?
3,000.
Alright, let's go. Let's see.
Yo, the editing is so good, it's crazy.
If you were a stripper, which superhero's name would you use? You said. Survey said. Name something that gives you the chills. You said. Survey said. Name an insect that flies. You said. Survey said.
No!
Like that, Spidey.
Name something in your house that creaks. You said. Survey said.
They love me.
How many days have you gone without bathing? You said.
Yes.
Survey said. You can't make this stuff up.
I'm gonna put some dirt in your eye.
Oh my god! They made a fight scene! That was surprisingly good, actually, which is kind of scary. 7-page Muda, but it's Minecraft. Okay. Oh my god.
自分を知れ。そんな美味しい話があると思うのか。お前のような人間に。
Okay, this just feels like there was a blur on it. This doesn't... Alright, whatever. Oh god. Final Fantasy 14 in 50 seconds.
Greetings, Wavelight. We've made it to our destination, Limza Laminza.
Sweet. Let's go!
Crystal, good. Warrior of Light, I need your help to save the world. Please gather some herbs for me. I'm up to no good. Okay, sorry about that, guy. Things haven't been the same since the, incident. Thank you for grabbing that, by the way. Pray return to the Waking Sands, huh? Hey, wait a second. How'd you... wait... Why is this so far away from everything? Welcome back. Mayhap you can help Tatara get some milk for her tea and pray return to the Waking dungeon. Just asking you pray return okay, enough. I watched all the cutscenes, I beat the guy, I did the 300 quests, and I got rid of this thing on my head. Did I do it? Did I beat the game? Yes, you've done it. You've beaten Final Fantasy 14. A Realm Reborn. What?
Yeah. There's no end to content. This is so fun. Okay, I peed on a guy. Oh Lord, help me. Oh, chat, why are you all so down tremendous?
Why did you golden shower in a guy? Golden shower? What's that? Saying you did and you're saying you did. Wait, so if I say I did, does that mean I didn't? Okay, I peed on a guy.
Wow.
No.
Okay, alright, okay. I mean, I've peed on a guy before, but I don't think they were referring to pissing on yourself, so I don't know if I should talk. Alright, never play the German version of a video game. Well, never watch the German version of an anime. Did you know that the German dub of Naruto, they censored Zabuza's sword, they just made it invisible?
No rush.
No rush. Wait, what?
What? Huh? Wait, does the German version not supposed to do anything?
Wait, you have to let your teammates kill all the civilians. If you kill a civilian yourself, you lose? Oh my god. Oh my god, that is so funny. That is so funny. No.
What? Huh? Wait, does the German version not supposed to do anything?
You're not allowed to do anything. Oh god.
Kenny 1. Alpha Kenny 1? Eh? Alpha Kenny. Oh no. Is it bad? Alpha Kenny
1.
Oh my god, she really fell for I'll fuck anyone. No, Tricky!
Eh? Alpha Kenny 1?
Ah!
Alpha Kenny 1. Alpha? Alpha? Alpha! Alpha Kenny 1. Alpha Kenny 1.
This is so sad, Tricky!
Alpha Kenny.
Yeah, okay, alright, okay. Alright, pitch too high.
Way too high.
Is she coming back?
Fuck, God damn it!
Well, anyway, yep, that did do be that way. It do be that way. No more chibi. This is Jose. I love chibi.
Woman is very dangerous. You cannot blame me for this one scary.
What? Why is this even a setting? Okay.
Can we give it a break? Can we give it a break?
Alright. Okay. And this is the video of where Chibi literally died. Let's go. That's the 6,000 thrown items redeem. Okay.
Fuck Biden. Trump 2024. Fuck Trump. Biden 2024.
Oh my
Never mind,
God.
steaming crawdads. I think you're right, Clint. Hold your horses for a second now, Rick. Fuck Trump. Biden 2024. Oh, what? Like they don't like neither of them? What if the secret's in the colors? Like, fuck Trump. Biden 2024. On the same team. That's nice. It's like they stubbed their toe before saying who they're rooting for. I kind of like that. It's kind of nice.
Okie dokie. Alright. Okay. Okay.
It's kill or be killed, Squidward.
God. Okay. Alright.
Hey, how do I know when the class is right?
You just throw it at the wall and see if it sticks.
Okay, TikTok. Okay, alright. How do you like your eggs? Oh no.
How do I like my eggs? Oh, fertilized.
Okay. Alright. This was a VTuber moment if I've ever seen one. More TikTok.
Dog should be on a lead. Can't you read? The park's for everyone.
Oh, right. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Come here, girl. Come here. What? He is not a fat, hairy, nosy cocksucker. Bad girl, Brandy. Sorry about that. Emotional, damn it.
Oh my god. Okay. That was good. Oh my god. No, chat. No. No. Don't say that, chat. It's not true. It's not true. Animac isn't a complete and utter sourpuss. Stop talking about Animac like that, bro. This is so lame. Like, subscribe, and follow me on Twitch. Stay weird, fam.
Poggers.
What's cracking, guys? And the big man himself, Charlie, aka Moist Critical, aka Penguins Zero, or however you want to actually say it, has made a video of things he hates about anime. I look up to this man. He is a fine specimen of a human being. You could say he's the peak of human anatomy, and that just by even watching him, merely mentioning Charlie's name, your dick grows by at least 2 inches. It works. He has made a video that even he himself, the anime Jesus, if you will, protagonist himself, is afraid of. And that's making a video about anime itself. It's something even as me, an anime creator, a content creator, is afraid of making. Anything that I discuss could just get ripped apart at a moment's notice. So let's watch a little bit of the video and let's give some thoughts on it. But you're not here for me. Why would you subscribe to Lost Pause when you can subscribe to Moist Critical? Let's see this video right here and now. Let's take a look at it.
They always say war is hell, but I think war is child's play compared to an argument with a weeb. I also recently learned about antimatter, and it's the only thing in the universe that releases 100% of its energy in like this devastating explosion. And that's also wrong, because weebs do that too when they find out that you don't like their favorite waifu.
Again, that's him stating nothing but facts. If I see anyone even attempting to attack him for stating that anime fans are not wild, that we are just normally individuals, that's just wrong. We know that we're messed up. We know that we get defensive of our waifus. And we know that, yes, we can get very toxic. I know.
1 second. Headset seems to be breaking for some reason. But crash for some reason whenever I unplug my headphones. Whatever reason.
Things can get very ugly when you criticize or talk about anime negatively. Expect an unholy, diabolical meltdown on Twitter attacking you for weeks for it.
He is not wrong. I literally made a tweet, and I deleted it now, joking how Jujutsu Kaisen opening is very similar to Naruto's, having a team of 3, having a Kakashi white-haired sensei kind of look-alike, but then there's a demon trapped inside the kid too. They have to go to some weird specialized school. He's an orphan. There is so much in common with Naruto here. Not saying that they're similar, but I just pointed that out as a joke. Not that I even care to compare them because they're both good in their own rights. Man, did Twitter get butthurt over that, and they started even saying some bad things like, man, white people say stupid crap. Can you believe that these guys say that? Like, I'm like, oh my god, Twitter is absolutely toxic. I understand why he even fears to mention anime. They will attack you over anything. Twitter anime fans, probably the worst kinds of anime fans.
I still, to this day, have not heard the end of how wrong I am for not liking JoJo's Part 3 and 4 as much as I liked Parts 1 and 2. And I mentioned that a single time in a video over a year ago. So let that ish sink in. For what it's worth, I just finished Part 5, that ish slapped. Part 5 was great.
Just a quick little thing on JoJo, he's correct. Parts 1 and 2, fantastic. I also loved Part 3. That was one of my favorite parts. Part 4, you know, that fell off hard for me. But Part 5 slapped. Need to watch Part 6. I'll get there.
I watch a lot of anime. You could probably guess that just by taking a single glance at me. If I walk by you in public, you would probably assume that I watched anime just by the way I look.
I mean, just look at me here. You don't even have to look at me. You just need to look around me. I'm done.
And you probably already know what I'm going to bring up. It's anime's fixation on making all of the characters kids or very kid-like. For no reason.
And here is the main thing that he's talking about, and I kind of agree with him halfway. It's pretty common. It happens a lot. Too much. Makes me a little bit uncomfortable. Wrestles my jimmies. Don't like it.
Now, I'm not specifically talking about lollies. I'm sure you know what lollies are. If you don't, all power to you. Your innocence is intact.
He goes on a little bit to say it's not specifically lollies or shotas or whatever. He's just focused on lollies there and explains what they are. I'm sure if you're watching me, you're a little bit more weeb, a little bit more cultured. You know what that is. You can watch his video if you want the explanation. It's not accurate, but it's pretty close.
That's just always going to be weird to me, but it's not even exactly what I'm focusing on here. I'm talking about in the shows where they just actually outright make them children.
But yeah, if you look at pretty much any mainstream shonen anime out there, all the protagonists are about 15 years old or 17 in that age. None of them are really over the age of 18. Heck, even Jotaro is 17 by some boggling conundrum when he's introduced. How is that specimen of a human being who smokes cigarettes a 17-year-old? That makes zero sense. What is that? He's beautiful. It's just the power of anime, I suppose.
Tokyo Revengers, it's a show I really like. It's a show I moist metered recently. The first season wrapped up. I gave it like a 90%. I thought the show was fantastic. But in the show, all of the characters are middle schoolers. And it does nothing for the plot. They're middle schoolers, but you never see their parents. Their schools don't have any effect on the plot at all. Sometimes they'll be in school, but they immediately leave, so it's not like integral to the plot at all. Most of the time, they just don't go, and that's not even a plot point, like, oh, I'm skipping school, I'm fucking dope and breaking rules, I'm a bad boy. It is literally them just middle schoolers, but they're basically just adults anyway. They have motorcycles that they ride around, they get in gang fights and shit like that. So the question becomes, why make them middle schoolers? Why keep driving home this idea that these characters are 14 and 15?
See, that is where he brings up his best points here. Yes, when it has no bearing on the plot at all. I think that's stupid that they're like Jotaro 17. He could have easily been 30 years old and nothing would have changed, okay? I don't know why they decided to make him 17. That's just so weird. And he's still doing all the adult stuff anyway. It's so bizarre. But then again, it's JoJo's Bizarre. So I guess maybe that's why that one gets a pass. But then you get all those isekai anime trash that's out there. And you got like these middle-aged men getting like reincarnated into femboy, little younging, like lolly looking bodies. Like no matter what, it just gets weird from there because they have the mindset of like an older guy, but then they're in this younger body. And that just makes things clearly uncomfortable. They could have just been normal from the start. I don't know, just like be up age to whatever they were before. And that would be perfectly fine and less weird. Especially in a fantasy setting where schools and other things don't really matter. I mean, Anime Jesus making good points out here. That's all I'm saying. Trying to back up my boy.
It just makes it really weird when they do adultish, like one of the girls trying to fuck one of the guys and she's in like her bra and panties about to have sex. It's weird because they've drilled into you that these are all middle schoolers around here. But they didn't need to be. These could have very easily just been adults.
That's another good point. You know, they're doing all the adult stuff. And hey, you know, guess what? We're just gonna drill into your head that they're all just these younglings and stuff like that. They didn't really need to be. Could have had the same story, the same setting, and, you know, be just as powerful. You know, if it's not used as a plot, why do it? That makes a lot of sense to me. If it is not integral to the plot that this kid gets into this adult situation, then why is it in the story? That's always been my pet peeve, especially in just like normal movies where, you know, like you're having this great scene, great tension, build-ups, chase, things go down, and then all of a sudden, for no specified reason, guy has a fluff scene with a lady. And it's like, why is that in there? I mean, it's good to look at, but it takes me away from like the cool moments in the story, and I'm like, this didn't need to be in here. It's good to look at though. But if I wanted to get my jollies off, I would just go watch some off-brand rather than watching some movie that I wanted just for entertainment purposes. Anime does happen to have a lot of gratuitous fan service for the sake of just needing to have fan service.
If you took a tally of every single protagonist across every anime ever made, I'd wager about 85% of all main characters in anime are 15 years old. That is the most common age of every character of every major anime, it feels like. But it never plays a role in anything. You know, it's not like that's ever an actual point in these shows, like, oh, I can't go to this gang fight because I have to go do my algebra homework, otherwise my parents are gonna spank me.
Yeah, man, you don't want Deku's mom taking away his PlayStation because he was late for algebra class at My Hero Act. No, but seriously, it makes sense in My Hero because they're young heroes growing up to be heroes. It makes sense in that setting. And he goes on to say that, yes, Obviously, it makes sense in some settings, and I think My Hero is a good place for that. He also brings up the classic good anime of shonen Assassination Classroom. That was high stakes, and it made a lot of sense there, you know? Even though the show itself is kind of ridiculous in its own right. But I digress. That's just anime. It's not meant to make sense, all right? It's made to entertain. I'm sure you can think of a lot of examples out there where characters were just young for the sake of just being young, where they didn't really have to be, but for whatever reason, they just were. And most of those anime tend to be very forgettable, mostly because, well, they just had plot points just because. And those are the ones that don't really stick around. For example, Naruto makes a lot of sense because it's a young ninja. He goes through the ninja school to become one of the best ninjas. And later on, the ninja school becomes completely irrelevant in Shippuden. And he starts doing more adult, like darker tasks that go on in the ninja world. It makes sense. I'm sure you're sick and tired of all those teenagers have to be the ones to save the world just because. Like in Infinite Stratos, where it has to be teenage girls to go into robot suits. I know, right? It's just for the sake of plot. It's cringe, okay? I know it's cringe.
And what really prompted me to make this video, or make me want to make this video over the last week or so, is I'm watching a currently airing anime called Platinum End, and it's dog-ish. It is an actual pair of bull nuts. It's terrible.
Moist Critical then goes on to explain Platinum End and his distaste of it. He knows it's dog crap, but he's watching it because it's Death Note's maker. He made it, you know? And he's going off on a character that's inside of it that, well, you know, he makes people do bad things, namely young kids do bad things, and it's just makes it very weird. And I understand that. Here is where I'm going to draw the line and being like, okay, yes, in this context, it really didn't need to be that way. It could have been anything else. And we do have to draw the point that, yes, this is fiction. They're not real people. And he discusses that in the video. And I get it. Like, I am accepting of the fact that this is fiction. You can make whatever you want to make a good story. And, you know, like, if it includes, like, these kids getting to bad situations and it progresses the story and makes it more interesting, like, I'm all for that. I am not about that censorship of, like, you know, just because they're underage cartoon characters that you can't have them do anything that involves adult stuff, because that stuff kind of happens IRL, but they're just there to just tell the story to make a narrative to make it more interesting. I think that's absolutely fine. But again, Charlie's issues here is just like when it's not part of the narrative, just makes it weird.
I understand they're not real kids or anything, but that doesn't make it any less creepy.
It just makes it weird, and he just wants to point out that it is very weird seeing this sometimes as a fully grown man. And now as a kid, I thought this was great because, you know, they were all my age. So I was like, oh, this is great. But now as a full grown man, I'm like, well, this doesn't really fit me anymore. There is plenty of ecchi animes featuring lots of big booba girls. Thank the Lord. Love you, anime creators. But sometimes you get some weird stuff in there, and yeah, it's weird. He's just bringing home these points really well. It's just creepy. I understand. It's meant to make you uncomfortable. It's doing its job, but at the same time, does it need to be that? He makes valid points here, and I understand. It's almost secondhand embarrassment for being a weeb, and sometimes I feel like I've become numb to some of this stuff because I've seen so much of it, but maybe it's just because I grew up with it, maybe I'm more forgiving of it. I don't know.
Now, I'm not saying every single anime has to be like 40-year-old grizzled war veterans for characters or anything, but there's a lot of shows where them being kids is just a completely useless plot point, and because it doesn't actually play a role in the plot.
And I'm glad he's saying that not every character has to be 40-year-old grizzled veteran, okay? He's making sense here, you know, like, I don't want to see 40-year-old grizzled veterans in every single anime. I like the variety of different things going around everywhere, all right? But I am getting sick of seeing just teenagers do everything, okay? I'm just saying.
I'm just saying there's a lot of shows where the characters are kids just because they wanted to make them children for no reason, but then they still want them to like fucking things, which makes it really uncomfortable to watch. There are really just so many shows where I'll sit there and watch it and I'm like, damn, this is a good show. And then it's like, but why are they kids? What was the point? What did that add to this? I just don't really get it. And that's just my main thing I don't like about anime. It's not like I'm over here, you know, slapping a Bible and saying we gotta ban anime because think of the kids or whatever. But it is weird. Like, it is just kind of embarrassing.
I'm glad he's not slapping the Bible on all of us. He's just here to point out that it's weird. I do agree. Some of it doesn't need to be that way. And usually that anime kind of sinks to the bottom of the barrel of the list. And usually people go like, yeah, just don't watch that. Usually not the good anime. And that's why, you know, secondhand embarrassment. There's a lot of anime out there where it's not good. But there is one very big point that I do have to bring up as someone that knows a little bit more about anime. And that's the fact that, well, the Japanese, the people who consume all of this big mainstream medium, happen to be the shonen demographic, which happens to be teenagers. Which, hence why you see a lot of teenage shonen protagonists. Protagonists are always around that age because that's the main demographic. They want people to be more related to it. It's just been that thing that's been hammered into the manga and anime industry time and again, that it's been working. So if it's not broken, don't fix it. So they've just been making more and more protagonists that are young. And that's just how it is. Because it sells. It's a different culture. It's different from us. So obviously they view it completely different from us. So they're not just gonna change. Change what they do because of some beautiful, moist American Jesus saying it's a bit weird. they're not gonna change it. But maybe, I don't know, maybe we can get some more different variations in anime and say like, you know, if it doesn't play a role in the story, maybe you could just make the anime better by not including the weird bits. It's a valid criticism. And I think it's good. Making a valid point here. It's weird some of the times where it just doesn't fit into the anime. And me finally being able to, I guess, co-make a video with the Moist Man itself, well, all I have to say is really whoa, yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for! That's what it's all about! Whoa! So yeah, thank you so much, Anime Jesus. Good to have you on board. You deserve no hate. You only get love from this community out here. Thank you for, you know, allowing me to actually discuss some things myself. Yo, thank you so much for watching. Check out Moist Man himself. There's a link below in the description. And I'll catch you, beautiful sons of guns, again next time.
You crazy mother.
So, Lily, welcome back.
Hello.
Do you know why I brought you on today?
No.
Perfect, because we're gonna be watching some off-brand memes together.
Oh, God.
Yeah, you love that, don't you?
Yeah.
All right. Let's corrupt our mascot in the second video by introducing off-brand memes. So if you like this kind of content, make sure to slap the like button and do what else, Lily?
Subscribe.
She did it! She said it! Alright, let's go! Our first meme here, a guy's looking at his phone and the girl's looking at the phone and, you know, they had some happy messages. Oh, they're cuddling. And then she seems to be going down in the covers. Oh.
Oh.
That's a really bad edit.
Yeah.
I like how her head is kind of like cut off there.
Yeah. It's okay.
Oh, you like it? Is it wholesome?
Not. It's not really wholesome, but yeah. No.
Well, I mean, what they're going to be doing involves holes. Another comic involving these guys that has been very popular here. Hey guys, so recently Snoo and, oh, that's their names, have gotten a bit of popular from the meme template of us texting in bed. We'll be reacting to all the edits made from it. All right, let's see them. And then 2 minutes later is,
Yeah.
Is that your feelings on all this?
Well, if I were to see stuff of myself, yes, it would be my reaction, yes.
Wait, Lily, you don't know?
I don't know what.
That you have a lot of lewds already?
I do.
You got a lot. Let's bring him up. No, it's kidding. If you want this back, then come and take it from me. Now to beat an old lady with a stick to get this. Has he got a switchback? Would you do that for your switchback, Lily?
Maybe.
Would you get violent?
Maybe.
All right. Whoa. You okay?
Violence.
You're looking kind of crazy there with like your eye like kind of slightly. Oh boy, it's December 1st. I can't wait to spend this whole month together with you guys. I wonder how you guys feel about this. Looking behind at the it's cute, I guess, in a way. I mean, it just feels so proper. I'm introducing you to this video. You're looking at, off-brand stuff, and maybe there's some off-brand of you out there. Isn't that great?
Yes, great.
OnlyFans, subscribe for $25, but then you could just literally Google off-brand and it's free. That's kind of like a thing, though, how the industry is kind of moving towards like actually paying for off-brand again.
Yeah.
I don't think that's ever gonna go through. Just like, just like people paying to watch anime. Pirating is always gonna be a thing.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't think you would have gotten an anime if it wasn't for pirating.
No.
All right, fair enough. All right, fair enough. I know I wouldn't have. Playing League of Legends and its utter sadness, but to League of Legends off-brand, and that's where it's at. I feel like this is Overwatch in a nutshell. And maybe slightly Genshin, but Genshin's a little bit more fun to play. Do you play Genshin, Lily?
Yes.
How much money have you spent?
Nothing.
Ah!
I felt a whale like you are.
I'm not a whale. You're... Oh, okay, no, you're not a whale. I'm a whale. NTR fans trying to convince you it's good. Just come, here you go, you should try some of this right here. Man, Will Smith looks kind of weird in that one there. You know what NTR is?
No.
You don't know what it is? Should I tell her?
No.
Should I? All right, fair. You will never know.
Yay.
So, you survived No Nut November. And you don't fluff as much as an off-brand protagonist, and you're a little sad about that. Even after 1 month, it's not quite the same. What are you laughing at? What was that about?
Nothing.
Smugly laugh?
Nothing.
What the heck? What, do you like off-brand protagonists?
No.
Alright then. I don't give a darn about your No Nut November. I'll fluff you whenever I want. And she's too dangerous to be left alive. See, girls like that sabotaging us nice, wholesome males. How could they do that?
It's great.
What do you mean?
Seeing you suffer.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
You're cruel. I didn't know you were a dominatrix, Lily. What's this supposed to? I'm learning new things. This isn't good. Peg you? I've got you pegged as an absolute freaking loser. Aww. Do you know what pegging is, Lily?
No.
No? Do you want to know?
Sure.
Oh, well, you know how guys, usually go into the girls, right?
Huh?
What about a girl going into a guy?
Ah.
Oh, naruhodo. Yay. Tomboys are the grossest freaking aesthetic. Either transition to male or step out, being all sad and depressed. But then tomboys actually being very lit. Oh man, that's nice. Yo, I like tomboys. Yeah? And you're somewhat of a tomboy yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, you're Lily the Fox mechanic. You do like a boy typical job. So yeah. You even have abs sometimes.
Yeah. Work out.
Yeah, strong.
Strong.
I know how to design my mascots. Me, a dude, and Rule 34 Jolene art like, yeah! And the rest of this fandom, no! That's to turn the female fans lesbian, not to make the male fans straight. Stop it! The good thing about JoJo is, yes, it does make us guys gay. But we have yet to watch the new part 6. So I'm curious if it's going to make Lily gay.
We'll see.
We'll see. Oh,
We'll see. We'll keep you
my.
posted.
Keep you posted. Here's a new term that's been coined recently: a waifu. Where, you know, whey is in waifu, and whey is a milk-based protein used for fitness people to building muscle. Therefore, waifu, you know, is the term for having a waifu. That's an anime girl. And, you know, just combine them together, and here you get a bunch of strong anime girls. Do you think you ever get a... Actually, you do have six-packs sometimes. Never mind. I don't know how strong you want the girl to be, though. I feel like there's a limit to the strongness that I would want. Big booba goth girlfriend. Looking kind of scary. A medium booba goth girlfriend, and that looking pretty good. A small booba goth girlfriend, and that's not bad, but the typical one every week gets, the no booba, no girlfriend.
So sad.
I mean, most people don't actually get goth girlfriends, let alone girlfriends. Although Kuroneko's not too bad, though. She's the weebest out of them. I don't know if you watched Orimo.
No, I don't think so.
Probably best you don't. It just leads to incest anyway.
Okay.
Here's a sad thing. We don't really care for Padaroos, but then there we go. That is the right kind of Christmas present that we want. Just saying, though, the Santa outfit, it does something. It does something for me. It's got the same red as my channel. It's like, you know, it's nice.
So what you're saying is Lily in the Santa outfit?
Yes.
I shall wear a Santa outfit.
Very good, very good. The girl I want, and then me just being the most attractive male protagonist, Luffy, yes!
Damn, Daniel!
I feel like that's kind of the dynamic we got going on right now.
Is it?
Yeah, where I'm the attractive one and... Wait, what's wrong? What's wrong?
You're so mean.
I'm not mean. I think you're attractive. I literally called Luffy the most attractive protagonist.
Sure.
Yeah, what do you mean? He's definitely the most attractive one. Look at him. He's beautiful with his nose.
It's very, very beautiful.
So Komi looking down at some stockings and looking up, and she sees...
Why?
That's what she wanted to do, though, dude.
But it's gross.
Yeah, just eat it like a fruit roll up, you know, just...
No, don't give even more details. Gross.
So, you go to heck having your soul tortured by demons. I venture to heck to fluff the demons. We are not the same. I love that guy. That was a good game. I like the DLC. I love the game. And I wasn't expecting to see a Helltaker, but it's good to see him again. Catchy bop, too. I kind of like it.
Yeah.
Alright, getting ready, and... yes, it's normal anime that we were watching. Yep. Yep. I feel like I've almost been caught a few times by my mom this way, or probably have been, and it's the most awkward thing. it's really awkward. What about you? Have you ever been caught?
No.
Wow. Sus. I swear, Sakura-chan, Hinata just wanted to make me feel better, right, Hinata? Yeah. Oh my god, I'm so embarrassed, but it was so good. I don't believe that woman's ever been to medical school. I don't think you should do that to sick patients, especially,
Yeah.
It's just gonna make their, fever rise even more.
You need to have the fever to, kill off all the bad stuff, so, I mean, it's kind of helping, but if you have, a broken arm or something injured, that's not good.
So what you're saying is if you're injured, you can never have fluff.
I'm not saying that.
Alright, I'm not saying that. Alright. Hey, senpai, guess what I forgot to wear today? Well, she forgot shoes. Socks, too, apparently. Why are you not wearing... You're on the school bus. What are you doing, Nagatoro? That moment when I realized drinking expired milk isn't a good idea for saving money. Oh. Have you had to have had expired milk before?
Yeah. I a friend's place. They didn't know their milk was expired. It wasn't even expired, but I had cereal and it was sour, and I was like, is this supposed to taste sour? And then they were like, oh my god, we're so sorry.
Oh, I think the worst thing is like when I had cereal, I'm like, oh, I can't wait to have it, and then lumps come out of the food. I'm like, ah! So a girl drooling into a bowl. Senpai, I felt so excited mixing it my fluids in a way that others wouldn't notice. Well, Ramsey, just don't approve of that one there.
Yeah, no, that's unsanitary.
Really?
Gross. Ew. You want to serve that to other people?
I mean, there's people that sweated in the food in Gordon Ramsay's show.
Well, yeah, but they got kicked off for a reason.
Yeah, I know. And we have the human resources and a gotcha game as you unzip it. And, oh, you just got a bunch of garbage anyway. As you gotcha in a nutshell. How's your gotcha luck?
Trash.
You don't get any good units in Genshin, no?
Some, not a lot.
This is so sad. This is so sad. And that's all I have? That's all I got?
Oh, that's all. Oh, I'm free!
What do you mean you're free? Thank you guys so much. And Lily for joining me on some off-brands. These ones weren't so bad, were they?
No, not as bad as I would have thought from you.
Yeah, see, I kind of softened them a little bit, just to give you a little bit of a taste.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. But I know you like it hard.
Excuse you?
Anyway, Lily, thank you so much for joining. Anything you want to shout out right now?
No.
Not even the new Lily merch on the Lost Pods merch. Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching, and I hope to see you beautiful sons of guns again next time.
Bye.
Bye. Who's your good girl? Who's your good girl? Who's your good girl? Who's your good girl?
What?
No, baby. You didn't know what I was reaching for. That's okay.
What were you reaching for?
Obviously, your fluffy tail.
No.
I just want to touch the tail. It's behind you. Don't you see? It's like right there. Do you see it?
No, you weren't.
It was there, okay? Who doesn't want to touch fluffy tail? Anyway, what's cracking, you mad lads? Today, I am going to visit the Lost Paws subreddit at 81.4k booty slappers and climbing. How do you feel about that, Lily? Your first Lost Paws Reddit.
Woo.
You'll probably see some art of yourself. All right, so let's get to it here. So this first video someone sent to me, and I just kind of want to shout it out, so let's just take a look. Okay, that's not what I wanted to start with. And Cinderay Noble, they spent a long time on this. Oh, there you are. Fox girls are better. Oh, don't show that one. Don't show that one. Anyway, what's cracking, guys? We are getting cracking. Noble, oh wait, wasn't I already there? Broad should not be there.
Nothing beats a jelly.
Oh. Okay, no.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh. Wait. No, not the face. No. Oh, hey, Hot Top Noble. Thanos Mankini.
That was your excuse, man. I have to look at this fine posterior. Ooh. Do you like
Monica, a man of culture, that girl. That was one heck of a way to start.
Yeah.
What was your favorite Noble?
Thanos swimsuit Noble.
Thanos is your favorite? That one? Alright, let me go get it real quick.
No, it's fine.
You change your mind now, huh? All the Hololive girls with Callie saying, I'm horny. The other girls looking at her like, what? I'm sorry, I meant I'm hungry. Apparently that actually happened.
Oh?
She actually said, I'm horny instead of I'm hungry. Has that ever happened to you?
No.
You sure?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. It's time to go, says YouTube dislike button. Was I a good feature? Frick yeah, you immediately showed if a video was crap. Now we are truly lost. This is Jose. There's no more YouTube dislike button. Why do you think they got rid of that?
Because YouTube didn't want to see their own dislikes on YouTube Rewind.
Lily's spitting facts! But apparently you could get it back with like a plugin now, so you can't hide your shame. Watch free anime on illegal websites or pay and watch anime legally, and everyone, of course, watch free anime on illegal websites. Yep. What about you? You do you pirate? Have you pirated before?
Maybe. I won't confess to anything.
I almost got her. I'll get you yet. So Bugcatcher, like, hey, you want to battle me? He was like, dude, I don't actually have Pokemon. I'm just a businessman. And then going up to a girl who actually has a Pokemon, and she's like, no, this is for cuddles, all right? And then here comes, the main character, and well, that's unfortunate. It feels just unfair. Why is the kid like with the little tiny friggin' Kakuna trying to get you, man? Like, that's not gonna do anything.
I mean, that was me when I was playing Diamond and Pearl when it first came out. I avoided every single trainer. I sneaked around, and then by the end of the game, when I had my legendary, I ran past them, forgot that I didn't battle them, and then annihilated them.
Lily destroying those poor Bugcatchers. Oh, yeah. No. Hey, Aether, can you do that thing for me again? And it's headpats.
Cute.
See, that's all it is. It's nothing. There you go. And I'm definitely my entire 200,000 years of ancestry, and me with my anime waifu pillow, just having a good time. Well, so yeah, you could be like me and have a nice Lily right here, you know?
But I'm already here.
Oh.
There are two of me.
There's double! And you can get one too at LostPodsMerch.com. So this was an episode of Ben 10, and I don't know if these look familiar to you.
No, don't look familiar at all. No.
There's any copyright infringement on this one?
No.
Nintendo sending a cease and desist. So, I don't know if you watch Violet Evergarden here, but there seems to be a brooch and a hand, and a brooch and a hand in common, and then you were definitely a woman in a past life, Mr. Joestar. I know you just recently finished part 3, so how'd you like it?
Yeah, it was good.
Good. Good. One of the JoJo fams. Putting on your, wait, what does that say? The most precious gosh dang thing in the whole universe, but putting it on, it's your weeb girlfriend! Ah! Yeah, I guess I'd agree with this. What about you?
Yeah.
You have a girlfriend? Wait a minute! Who is it? What are you talking about? Is it Lost Boss Chat?
Yes.
I see. How anime describes dark elves with very hot big booba, and what dark elves actually look like in... My fantasy is ruined. Are you telling me they're not big, sexy booba elf ladies that are just dark skinned?
Nah.
That's cold-blooded, yo. All right. This is my fantasy. I'll make them what I want. A prostitute.
Oh my
god. Perfect, boy. Ooh, how you like this? You like what you see? You can make your boobas as big as you want, you know, just pack the snowballs in. Or you can make the thing below as big as you want. Oh no. Weebs during No Nut November are staying strong. And that's me. And Weebs on December 1st. Oh.
I don't remember making that face.
No?
No.
We can make that happen. I don't know about you, but I've seen a lot of fan arts of that. I'm for real.
No.
Anyway, here's a killer whale, and some people think the eyes are the white part, but no, it's that little tiny black dot on the bottom. Here's this new VTuber with, and that's where her eyes would be. Confused. Yes. I mean, accurately, yes. She would also be the biggest bully of this sea, literally flailing and beating seals and doing absolutely disgusting, horrible things to everything in the sea life. Yes.
Yeah.
It's a reason why orcas or killer whales are notoriously evil. They're called killer for a reason. The heck gets turned on by cartoons? Well, of course I know him. He's me. Ain't no shame in enjoying some cartoon hotties. You got some cartoon hotties you like?
Maybe.
Got any examples?
No, it's okay.
Wow! Wow. Mom, why are you laughing? And me, it's Kirby.
It's so cute.
He just fits in his little block form. That's pretty cute.
Yeah.
See, not everything has to be a degenerate meme, okay? I can put some cute ones in.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, let's get a little hot in here. So, Banana Lad made a High Guardian Spice fan art. This is me and the High Guardians. I like how they actually look better than the actual cartoon.
It does.
Thank you. Thank you for that one. I'm glad I'm in it now, I guess. Maybe. Not really. So the aftermath of Taco Bell night, and, well, there seems to be some demons coming out of that toilet.
That's scary.
Oh, you don't like that?
No.
That's Miracle Chan. It's an anime. It's good anime. I actually did a video on it. It's I actually really like it. But yeah, it's creepy. Again, Banana Lad with another Samurai Noble and Lily fan art out here. That's kind of sick. Oh, my flag says send nudes. Ah, perfect. You lads, go! That's a cause worth fighting for, lads. I want to fluff you, Lily. Visible. You sure that's not it? How he got fat? I think that's it. Oh, you're making it right now. No. Gotcha, red-handed. Yes, of course. You want some ramen?
Yeah, some good-looking ramen.
That's some really actual good-looking ramen. I'd dig into that. Pork looking pretty good, but
yeah.
I always did like eggs. 2 eggs in my ramen at the very least. I'm really hungry for ramen now. Oh my god. How many freaking fan arts, Banana Lad? I sent him a pic of all of my Eevees. And then, well, here they are with lilies and everything on the couch. That's great. Man, he actually got all of them in there too. That's kind of amazing. And they all have like different personalities too. I like it. I like it a lot. Here's another little Lily fan art. The one thing that I liked about this, that they did, is that it's on the teacher's like whiteboard. They allowed them to do it. So that was cute. I like that. All right, and now it's time for the fan mail unboxing. So, yo, if you guys want to send me some stuff, here is the P.O. box. I guess it's over me or Lily at this point here. So send me some stuff there if you want me to open it live on camera. So without further ado, let's get straight into it. So Mr. Vaughn Pat saying, I'm a big fan of your channel. It may not be anime related, but I hope you get a big laugh out of this. And well, it's a pooping Santa and friends flipping you off. Is it a coloring book? It is indeed a coloring book. Fantastic.
You can get your crayons out again and color another coloring book.
Oh, good. It'll go great next to my anime MILF coloring book. All right, so Mr. Darth Science sent me a Lily lookalike Yu-Gi-Oh card, I suppose. It's almost there. You can see it. It's a mechanic, I guess. Mr. Michael Sherman saying, Dear Noble, I guess that since Komi Can't Communicate has been animated, I had the idea that Japan had also made a live-action TV drama at the same name. Just thought I'd share that with you and everyone else who watched this vid. Have a great day. Oh, you finally got a job again. Congratulations. There is a Komi live-action adaptation as well with the anime, so I haven't seen it. Maybe it's good. Who knows?
It's out already?
Yeah. Oh, you want to see it? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I still have to finish Komi though.
So Cryo Knight sent me a little letter here with a little Panner bell on it. And he wants a tip as a YouTuber how to start. Basically, don't expect to get big anymore. Don't expect anything to happen. Just post videos if you enjoy doing it. And maybe something will come from there. If you have the passion and the drive, maybe something will come of it. You also need a little bit of luck. Rick Shork, thank you for the nice little letter here. Don't you worry about anything. You're a swell little boy. I really do hope that one day you get to work at Disney and you make a Disney movie of your dreams, homeboy. Much love. So I got a cute little thing here of saying don't bend. And they also have a little donut at the back there. So, okay, this one sent some memes. I like some memes. Dear Noble, I am a female weeb who loves your channel. Your videos always make me happy, so I wanted to return the favor. Here are some things from my Etsy. Cute little Eevee there, I guess. Very nice. Here I have a bunch of cute little art there. There's the Peekabro. There is the starters. And I have a crap ton of stickers. So, thank you. Just a crap ton. Very cute stickers. Thank you very much. I'm a big fan of the Pokes, if you couldn't tell. So, Mune sent me some shirts, I guess, here of her in a bikini. Thanks, Mune. And that's a lot less flattering. A sweater of her being a yandere. Okay, Mune, let's calm down a little bit here, okay? You show me boobs and then you want to murder me. Let's come on now. So Brian sent me a little thing here saying that I helped him motivate, as well as Game Grumps, him to help change the world with reinventing math. Pretty cool. And he left me some goodies. So I have a Halloween kind of theme Eevee here. Pretty cute. Oh, it's so soft. It's this is a high quality. Ooh. You're going on the couch. Banana Lad, another one. I got another monocle. Oh my, I could dual wield. Gave a picture of the classiest Eevee there. That is a very classy Eevee. I like that. Thank you. So a fan from Japan, a Roy, sent me a lot of cool stuff here. So first off, cool little Eevee candy. A Genshin blanket? So something like this. Unfortunately, it looks like I rolled a Chi-Chi. I think the other side probably has Ganyu on it, so it probably has both. It has the Ganyu, and it has the Chi-Chi. So it does come with both, and it's a decently soft blankie. And I have my favorite one of Mona and Fischl, my two very good combos, all right? Heck yeah. And it looks like I also got a nice little print of the boys of Demon Slayer.
Cute.
Anyway, that's going to do it for this fan mail unboxing. Lily, thank you for joining me.
It was fun.
I hope to see all of you beautiful sons of guns again next time.
You crazy mother.
Alright. It's been 9 hours. I'm hungry. I'll be back. You guys enjoy the music. Get some food while I'm about to do it.
You and I
Alright, I'm back, but I will be muting the light, my boob. Yeah. Hope you enjoy the YouTube videos.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me show you a professional trick. I can make a VTuber disappear before your very eyes. Wallacadabra! You just got a stroke in oblivion. Now come back! Come back! Hey! Anyway, what's cracking, guys? And welcome to a try not to laugh challenge, but this one is specific. Dark humor. I'm seeing if Lily has some corrupt humor inside of her. Do you laugh at some dark jokes?
No.
Sus. Sus. We'll see about that. We'll see about that. I personally do enjoy some dark jokes. Maybe you do too. You clicked on this video. Let's see who makes me joke. Again, I issued this challenge on my Twitter, so I have no idea what to expect. Let's check it out. Oh, Chino gave me something.
Like all of a sudden I'd be trying to prove that I'm not crazy when I knew I wasn't crazy.
Right. Okay. Oh, no!
Haha, you laughed.
No, that doesn't count. That doesn't count.
It does count.
I just forgot it was a try not to laugh challenge.
The first one.
I just forgot, okay? Chino can edit it out. Chino, edit that out. Chino, I'm so good. I won.
Don't edit it out. It's your own Chino. Don't. You made him laugh.
Chino, edit this out. I'm leaving a reply because that's what I said. Don't. Oh, is this an Astolfo one?
Help! Master! I'm stuck in the washing machine.
Oh. Oh!
Oh.
Just right in the groin there, too.
Yeah.
Just right in there. And I do mean groin, you know, like as in the balls. Oh!
What? I didn't laugh.
I heard that. Oh, well, I mean, that kind of counts as a laugh.
It didn't laugh.
But it's like me doing it, so I don't know if that counts.
I support consensual incest. Yo, Black Jesus, you see this? Yeah,
What?
fam. How about you, Korean Jesus? Holy shit.
You're about to laugh.
No, I kept that one in. It's right in there. No, that was well put together. I'm glad all the Jesuses came together in agreement there. Yeah. The Travis Scott fandom is dying. Thanks, Baka. Thanks for that one there, homie. Appreciate that one. Yeah. Women playing video games. Oh, and then women playing with your feelings. Wow, Angry. Why would you ever say something like that one? What's wrong?
I'm good at video games.
Yeah.
Stop it! You're so mean!
No, I agreed!
Yeah, your face said sarcasm all over it. No, your face says sarcasm all over it.
Oh, Batman.
Oh, great. All I need, Batman.
Oh, okay. Gonna rescue him? That's kind of nice. What? I mean, he rescued him at the very least.
But what was the point of him dragging you up there? He could have just, like, yeeted him down.
Batman doesn't kill, okay? That's his thing. He rescues them, even if they're bad guys. You know? He just rescues them with violence. This is a Bordeaux? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. People actually are gonna say, yo, Naruto, he's that Fortnite guy. Yeah, I know him. I love Naruto from Fortnite. I feel that coming in the future, you know? That's why it's not funny. Because it hits too close to home. Oh. Is that Star Wars? Yeah, the Star Wars. It was very nice there. Those younglings. Yep. You know, Anakin still with all the good Jedi after, you know, slaughtering all those younglings. That boggles me still. That boggles me a little bit. Oh, wait, you wouldn't know that because you didn't watch Star Wars.
No.
Todoroki looking kind of sadistic, and he's got the ice chunk. And then everyone in the section of the stadium, oh, look at that. I've been in You know, yeah. Todoroki just kind of destroyed everybody.
No.
What do you mean no? Look at it, it's true.
No.
He just impaled everybody. She's delusional. She's just too delusional.
I'm not.
Me? I'm 45, but I have the body of a 20-year-old. Her? Prove it. Opens freezer. Wait. Oh!
What?
I get it! Oh, I get it!
I don't get it.
Because the body's in the freezer. Ah, you get it now. Okay. Billy, what have you done? I prefer Ryu of the Healer censored. Remember, Billy, 2 in the chest, 1 in the head. Gotta make sure that he stays down dead. I just made it rhyme. I know it's not there, but I am against censorship. I don't like it in my anime or other things like that. But Ryu of a Healer, I kind of don't want to see what's going on. Remember that time when I made you watch Ryu of a Healer? Wasn't that great? Did you enjoy that?
No.
Oh, she totally did.
No.
she's a tsundere, so when she says no, it means yes.
Yes, I enjoyed it.
Oh my god, she admits it! Oh no, wakey with the oh. I know a lot of people told you to like lick it, like just for like a little extra jolt, dude. I don't know. That doesn't seem like a good idea.
Yeah.
Mom, Dad, but why? As Santa smiles. And earlier, I want to be just like Batman. Again, I told you it was dark humor. Oh, she grows! She's growing! Hello, Lily. You're so big now. You're so big. She looks at me with disgust. Just that look of disgust. Okay. Hello, Tomoe Mami of Madoka. Hello, Small Ame of Hololive. And there is her without her head, and, well, at least they share something in common. Have you ever watched Madoka?
Nope.
Well, spoilers. Anyway, yeah, that was the scene that forever changed the internet. I will never forget that.
Oh.
Sorry,
we failed for the second time.
I don't care. That's
You
funny.
failed for the
Big
second
Hug's elbow. Let me get you, kitty. I'll get you that big hug. Okay, come on. That was pretty funny.
Scary.
Okay, dude. All right. Nothing pleases Lily here. Oh. Oh. Yeah, that's the true Nux Fifi relationship. Flatty McFlat Fifi. And Nux just telling it how it is.
Yeah.
I like how you just agreed. You just admitted that Fifi was flat. Everyone here.
No.
She just admitted Fifi was flat. Oh, get right.
No.
Yes.
No.
Oh, sorry. That was my fault after running into Emmy, I believe was her name. Jesus Christ, did your mom give birth on a minefield? I think that was actually an option, if I remember correctly, in that game. I believe it was.
Oh.
She was best girl, and it was the girl I actually dated. Funny story, she was the first girl that gave me, I think, a strike on my channel. So thank you for the lemon lube. Really appreciate that. See, I feel like this is like me with Ashley. She sees something slightly cursed, and she's all crying. And then I'm over here, just with Boku no Pico, all this other cursed garbage, and I know all this, and I'm just like, oh, you poor thing, you saw something so bad. I'm sorry, Lily. There you go, there.
Well, you're desensitized already. Some other people aren't desensitized yet.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, you know, like, I've been around. The internet has changed a man. The internet has changed a man. But are you open to the other things?
No.
This was a cutscene. Yeah, it was a very sad scene. Pirates of the Caribbean, this was in Kingdom Hearts, I believe. Yep. Goofy's just back there overlooking our poor boy from Pirates of the Caribbean. Gosh, are you okay? Are you not? Yuck. What's wrong?
Mm-hmm.
I hope he's better. Yuck. I might be out of pee-pee, but I ain't out of options. See, I heard a little smile out of that one. There was a little bit.
No, it wasn't the smile. It was an
It was an wow. Nothing pleases the Lily. You know, I'm going to do probably a try not to like smile or something like a dodge challenge and cute stuff. And I'm gonna put a lot of cute stuff and you're gonna lose immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah, how about that, huh? You like that?
Yeah.
That's a thought. Oh my god. No. Oh no. You don't watch Naruto, but that was basically his childhood crush and she was under a spell and he had a Chidori through her. Anyway, good meme though, good meme. Good. The classic.
No, why?
The classic All Might and Deku, yes. Well, everyone makes the joke, the Boku no Pico and Boku no Hero. It's so close. It's so close.
No.
The classic. You can't be in a relationship with your cousin. You know, someone actually had to try this to find that out.
Yeah.
So that's the part that concerns me. Doctor, you have a 0.5% chance of surviving this disease. And then gotcha game addicts be like, oh, good odds! The cutest little kawaii DJ I've ever seen. Honestly, 0.5% rated polling, that's as good as Genshin.
Whoa.
So yeah, you just have to, you know, die at least about 90 times, then you'll get your soft pity.
Fun.
After all, it's because I am the goddess of water, Aqua, in the flesh. And Nestle oh, I get it. So Nestle wants the water. You know, when I asked for dark humor, I actually got a lot of dark humor. I don't know why I'm surprised. My mom, when I'm driving, go on if you want to kill me, just do it. And my dad, when I'm driving, the sidewalk is enough. Go. You see, I made this joke with Ashley because, you know, if I do anything, she goes ballistic. If I do anything. And I'm just the chill one, you know? I'm just like, you know, whatever. Just get comfy. I feel like I'm in trouble. So there's Saw on TV, which is just gore. Then there's rappers showing off their guns and violent video games. And then you see like some anime that has a little bit of butt. Is that safe? Really? It's just a butt.
Everyone has a butt.
I have one. You want to see it? Shut the frick up. My friend is an NSFW artist and he can draw me fluffing your mom. I want to use that. I want to use that. Can I just get Rika? Yo, I'm going to commission Rika to me doing your mom, huh? What are you going to do about it, huh? And then I'll post it on Twitter. This is me ground pounding your mom. That's the stupidest job. I wonder how well that would go over. So after my cat turned into a bus, he took us all out of the palace where we escaped unharmed. And I mean, he does date the girls. I think the most awkward one, though, is when you date Futaba and you're literally living with her dad, kind of at that point. Well, not her actual dad, but, you know. Anyway,
What are you doing, Stepladder? Here, let me help you.
Okay. I've seen that before. How you feeling? You're smiling. You like that one?
No.
I heard a little giggle in there. Okay, alright, fine. Oh my god, this Jenga as...
No.
Okay.
No.
Jenga. It's almost like it's a game of life or death. Oh man, I'm just nailing it today. I'm nailing it. Oh, come on, Lily. Don't leave me hanging.
No. No.
Plan B! This is for everyone you've killed! England, murderer! Hold your fire! This man isn't black!
You wouldn't understand. He's got to be Goku Black. You get it? Because, you know, that's one of his transformations, and that was the evil form of Goku. What else would that possibly mean?
Of course.
Okay, anyway, that's gonna be the end. I apologize. I just wanted to see how you like dark humor. I'll never take you here again. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. But for now, I hope you guys maybe got some good laughs as your humor is messed up as some of this is. We'll see. Drop a like, subscribe, and Lily, anything you want to add?
No.
Bye.
You crazy mother...
Dang, Daniel! Anyway, what's cracking, you mad lads out here? And welcome to some funny anime memes where I, your host, look and give you the funniest, dankest, best memes out there into your pie holes. I spread them wide open and I say, here's Johnny. So if you're at least a quarter or fully erect by now, make sure to tap that like button and make sure to subscribe. That would be super positive and helpful. Yo, what a dog do? Oh, well, I think I downloaded the wrong Hololive in there. I think Coroni's about to get very quite positively ekumbokumed. A lot of ekumbokums. Ekumbokum. Confesses to a crush in my dreams, and she's laughing at me. And me confessing to my crush IRL, and she's really laughing at me. Dang, that's rough, buddy. I don't know what to say. Wow. Not that I haven't been turned down myself. Hey, man, I've been turned down. But you know what? All you need is one. All you need is one turn down to crush your entire soul, and then you'll never ask out a girl again, and then you'll never be hurt. Grandpa, how did you celebrate Christmas in the Navy? Oh. We were decorating our warships a bit. Oh, well, technically that would be a Japanese seaman. You see, that kind of goes with what's called Azure Lane. The only thing you really need that for is the off-brand. Anything else, psh. My roommate's saying that the place is haunted, looking exasperated. And me, who's been living there since 1746, has never seen it go. What are you talking about? This guy's crazy. The only reason I remember that anime is because it reminded me a lot of Banana. I think it's like Nanana and like some secret or something. I don't remember the exact name of it. I just remember Banana. I do remember her playing Terraria though. She was playing a lot of very popular games. No. Please, Shinji. Oh, no, not the spikes, Shinji. Not the comatose spikes, Shinji. I feel a slight regret doing the dark memes humor video out there. I see that a lot of you don't like dark humor. I could go back to normie humor, don't worry. Maybe you should check out the video. Rare footage of introverts hanging out in person. Sitting down on the bed, Komi's ready, and her friend just sitting there, and, oh. Things are getting heated. Oh, yeah, silence indeed. Have you ever just been in the car with, like, your homie, maybe even girlfriend? I know I'm throwing some weird things out there. Having friends, wow. But you just really don't know how to even talk to the person at this point. You've said everything you need to say, so you're just like, you just sit in just silence. You're like, all right, this is fine. Turkish Islamic preacher says men without beards cause indecent thoughts in other men because they look like women. And me and the boys here without our beards, like, what's poppin', homeboy? Yeah, check it out. I have a beard, so I can't elicit these kinds of thoughts in there. But if it's that easy to become a femboy, I mean, let's do it. We have an F1 racer coming into a pit stop, taking the helmet off, and they give her the pats, put the helmet back on, and there she's off. Yo, shh. That's not a pit stop. That's a pat stop. Oh, and that's the end of the video. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
You crazy mother.
The classic anime light blocking out anything that's remotely fan service. And the sun is an enemy. Stundo. Dio Sundo. Okay, I don't know, man. I haven't truthfully watched the new JoJo part yet. I'm currently super busy right now, but I really want to watch the new part. Mommy Cloud Audios for males. Mommy Soft Submissive Boy roleplay audio. And me just listening to my friend. He was just minding his own. Oh, well, that's quite the interesting thing you're listening to. Does that actually exist? Yo, man, I ain't out here to diss your ASMR out here, okay? If you want to listen to mommies telling you that you can do your best and you being a submissive boy and quite breedable, that's on you. What if Padoru was the first NFT ever created? Oh, there's so many versions of it. Heck, even my Lily got one. I posted her yesterday thanks to Tronti. Wait, I just posted My NFT. Oh no, don't screenshot the video. Don't do it. My money. Anime Girls made a full medal of the most beautiful. And then Android. Yes. 2B. And Rosie. Oh, I lost. Though truthfully, out of all of those, I think the Sora no Toshimono ladies, oh, those are hot fire. Just a shame whatever the mangaka did with the ending of that truly hilarious comedy. What was he thinking? It turned into crap. So fluff is being used to create an eco-friendly alternative to plastic? And you're gonna save the ecosystem today, senpai. Oh my god. Why haven't we thought of this? Mad lads, we've been wasting our potential. We've been just shooting it into tissues and other things when it could be doing arts and craft and saving the planet. I wonder what Mr. Beast's gonna think of this if I raise people to make plastic with their semen. Oh no. Just trying to do my part for the world. For Earth-chan. Me seeing someone cosplay my waifu, oh heck yeah! And the guy dressed as my waifu like, stay away! That has happened before. There's been a male who's cosplayed Lily at conventions. You know, I'm super cool with the guy. He's very cool. He's very nice. I'm not gonna do anything weird, okay? I only do weird things too. Maybe I shouldn't say that out loud. Imagine the legacy of Star Wars if Han called Chewbacca Baka instead of Chewie. And bro, you need to shut up right now, all right? You shut your freaking boba butt, all right? I don't even want to hear the rest of that. No, don't call him Baka. Don't ruin Star Wars. I mean, Disney already did a great job at that, but don't ruin Star Wars anymore.
Make it worse.
Oh, she's about to say her first words. Explosion!
That's my girl. You see, that's like my biggest fear. If I ever make another hell spawn of me going around there, can you imagine another pervert like me? But then they go around and they say like, booba. And I'm just like, oh, that's my boy. So Nagatoro out here. Okay, not bad. And then Nagatoro Max out. Oh, okay, not bad. And the second one looks pretty close, actually. The smugness is there. Just obviously some things have grown exponentially. Like her height. Like the height. Oh. Yeah, all the cuties out here.
Yo, what's up, bro?
Yo, my boy, yeah. Nice to see you, Felix. Let's go. And this is my anime cutie. I kind of almost want to do Femboys for like an anime expo kind of thing. And just, you know, me and the homies out there dressed all nice and we all just trying to be big and macho. I think that would be funny. Would I actually do it though? Well, maybe this video gets enough likes. I'm just saying. Working out to be fit. And then Komi going, yeah, to working out to cosplay as a JoJo character. That's the goal. That right now, I'm speaking about cosplay, but that is the main goal. I'm trying to get fit to like lose weight. I mean, that's like a nice benefit, all right? And I want to look better here. But I also want to cosplay JoJo. They said images can't hurt people. And the image of shaving, oh, my nipple. Oh, no. You know, some people, you know, they got some hair on their chest, you know, just gotta be careful around the nipple, man. Don't be reckless. Don't be reckless, bro. Mickey? Sabada! Oh, no, not Donald, bro. Oh, Yara! No, stop it. Stop. I can't even understand. What did he even say?
What do you do if you woke up with a mouth on your hand?
Oh, and all the smirking. Okay. What's going on? Wait. Why are you going down? Wait. And that's gonna be it for our funny animes out here. I hope you guys had some good chuckles, all right? I now know that you're probably all fully erect from all this obviously great content, but you know, I have so much more. I am thicker with content than Anime Booba. So you know I got what's going on. Check out those other videos, man. Subscribe for some of that quality stuff. And you know what? I will see you beautiful sons of guns again next time.
You crazy mother.
Hey, what? Are you kidding me? I just started recording. Okay, alright. Hey guys, and welcome to... Oh, I was gonna say that with the homies, but I'm gonna have to redact that. Chino, please redact that. We're gonna be looking at Off-Brand together. 3 guys in a room, all by ourselves. I wonder what things we can get up. Say hello to Jeff. Hello. Say hello to Rika.
Hello.
Is there anything special you guys do?
I trust you.
I'm perfect. And Jeff?
Oh god, dude, you're putting me on a fucking spot. Don't know.
Don't know. Good enough. Let's get to it. Dude, this chair is so squeaky. You are just gonna hear squeaky chair. I am your sister. That's what you're mad about? Top 10 bra moments in Off-Brand by Daddy J. Is that real? Please. Should I look that up? Look it up. Look it up. All right. No way this is real. Oh my god! And it's the first thing that pops up now. Yo, Daddy, just shout out to your channel. You're welcome. A lost pause welcome. I didn't expect that one either. Ah, the famous Chica Booba. The dang door, man. The dang door. Yeah, I was disappointed. I was very disappointed I didn't get to see those boobas, man. But, Rika, you told me.
Yeah, someone edited.
Someone edited that entire thing, and it was beautiful. The one thing that I really am curious about, Jeff, how much Off-Brand do you watch?
I don't watch shit, dude.
Why are you in?
Yeah, that's funny because I actually don't either.
Well, you draw it.
I know, it's crazy.
There's a difference.
So I guess I need to introduce the culture to people here, I guess, in a way. Even though you know it. I see the things you retweet on Twitter.
I have to. It's in my vlog.
She's here, run! Boys, I'm gonna fluff them all. Just run away! I kind of want to see what the engine that went berserk. Is that really the title?
I'm not surprised.
That's her.
She's an engine?
Well, yeah, it's going on overdrive.
Oh shit.
She's running after them. Would you want a girl that's more thirsty than you?
That's hard.
I don't know.
She's like, you're done? Would you want that?
I don't know.
That's it?
5 seconds?
That's all you lasted? Them, off-brand Santa doesn't exist. He can't hurt you. And then the off-brand Santa, well, it seems someone's been naughty.
Is that a bulge?
No. There is, there technically, it.
Oh.
Yeah, no, there's.
Oh, it's the monitor.
It's the shape of the monitor. I mean, you see what you want to see sometimes. The ugly bastards after a girl contest. It's an authority survey. I can't even finish it. That's so good. That's a good one.
I can get over to Giant Rock and like a pimple on his nose.
The pimple. Oh yeah, he's got the pimple. Me opens the door to the 15th off-brand, and then my peener. And then me, I said, How many times have you guys done it today?
We've been at the con all day.
Not today!
For 5?
When I wasn't looking, bro?
I don't know.
Jesus Christ.
I leave that to your own discretion.
Fair enough. What do you want? Stop staring at me, freak. You're just staring into space? Are you stupid or something? Suck my fluff. Okay. Wait, you will? Was it really that easy? I don't know. Should I try that? Wait, you're. That is a nice wall. Wow. She cheated on me. Later that day, so I found short stack happiness elsewhere.
I don't know the website, dude. That's Rule 34.
That's Rule 34! It's literally on there. It says Rule 34.
Oh, I didn't see that part. I only saw Big Titty Waifu on there, bro.
You know, I have a tag on that website, dude. I'm proud of it.
You know, Lily's on there too, so.
Damn.
Those who don't know, and those who know, a little bit cursed but still smart, and those who know more. You're familiar with this one?
I know, I don't know more.
What about you?
It looks familiar, so I'm gonna be on the left-hand side because I don't want to put some random guesses out there.
Oh, good. So I'm the far right. I know more. Let's just say she takes the whole thing in. She eats it.
Oh no.
So ranking up Uranus, 0 out of 2. The fact that there's 2 levels to it is interesting to me.
Where's the second level?
You know, the bad thing is I can't talk about this.
What?
Nothing?
Have you ranked them?
With the boys!
Hold on, wait a minute, is that why we're here?
This isn't just going on YouTube, lads. Boobs in real life, and then boobs in other off-brand, and then boobs in actual off-brand.
I feel personally attacked about this one.
Is that why you left immediately? I don't understand why they make the boobas so big in off-brand. Do people actually want them that big?
That would be weird, like head size.
Yeah, head size. It's too much. Like, imagine 2 like baby heads just right there.
Oh. Mental image.
I had the mental image of the face of
People who fapped in Pokemon are being depressed, and the Pokemon players actually enjoyed things. I don't know about you, but I've seen way too much Pokemon stuff. It is the #1 off-brand.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was Sonic.
Sonic is the #1 character that's been Rule 34. Actually, no. Lucario is.
Not even Gardevoir?
Lucario beats Gardevoir.
Interesting.
What's wrong? What are you back to?
You know too much. I know some things okay.
I'm like, you don't back away from this guy who knows Lucario. I'm Sonic. Jeez. What the heck is this? And then it's a classic. That's what it is. You guys know that one?
Who doesn't? I don't watch it, and I know it.
It is good, dude. It's well, actually, I don't know if it's good, but a lot of iconic scenes. I know what happens in it.
Oh, I know what happens too.
Yeah.
That's about it. I'm clean.
You know what happens. You're not clean.
Alright,
well, I mean, all you gotta see is the orcs around here.
I can
Hey, are these your drawings? What? No, good.
Like, well, I found your off-brand. You see, I'm comfortable with Ashley saying what I see. That's why I've actually put her in the last. Oh wait, that was Lily. No, they're different. they're different people. If you find a girl that accepts you for your off-brand, I feel like you're good. I feel like you're set.
Amen.
I hope you guys find either a homie or a girl.
Why?
I don't know. Just say. I'm begging you. Please teach me the basics of fluff. Okay, well here is the. Okay, that's where you get pregnant, right there. The eggs. Oh, what else did she mean by that? Why did your eyes go big?
It's not the bird with the baby's carrot?
Oh.
Oh.
That was a little curse.
This aspect's so good.
Anime writer's a useless character and slapping on a thick ass. I like how they actually edited that too to stop the water from coming. Yes, that's Aqua. yes, that is Aqua. Yes. Honestly, a lot of thick characters in anime, they don't really have a lot of plot relevance.
Yeah, that's why those anime suck. To be honest.
What about your quintessential? Weren't they? Oh, here's something relevant to all of us. Does Offred have artistic merit?
Yes.
Okay.
No bias.
Alright, let's discuss this. Yes, it's in the thumbnail. That's exactly why I did this. It's three of us. So the off-brand game of Fate, just looking kind of normal, nothing sexy, but then the game originated by the off-brand game, and they're all basically nude.
That's legit?
Maybe from the anime?
Maybe.
I'm drawing her.
that was easy. Why did you eat the condom? It tasted like Bloomer.
Not the weenie bee.
I'm just reminded of the Moist Critical video where he rated flavored
I
condoms.
remember that.
So
cultured.
Apparently banana's really good.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna try
Give it a trial. Alright, yeah. Me too. Hell yeah. What about you?
I recommend bacon.
recommending it.
What my family members think I want versus what I actually want.
Someone's a dummy mommy, dude.
Are you into the dummy mommies? Is that like something you would want, really?
Being honest,
No,
not really.
See, I'm glad. The Holy Council. Nah. No. What? Wow, I really shouldn't stick my wiener in there. However, I mean, it's able to take and expand its jaw, I guess. That's what snakes... Maybe I'm watching too much Monster Musume. I don't know.
I don't want to know.
Our stats are a bit unbalanced, don't you think? And it's the shield girls and all in defense and all in agility. And, well, then, now that's a lot better with everything going into Booba and Buddha. Overflow.
I was trying to...
Overflow. Yeah, it's really good. Don't watch the censored version, though. That's the worst.
It's like 2 minutes.
Yeah, I know, right? It's garbage. 6 main type of muscular women in real life. It looks like Xena. Western animation, comics. She-Hulk is not bad. Video games, I'm not into Zarya. Manga, anime, and then the off-brand. Which one do you think's best? They're buff. They are buff.
I have to go Rika, dude.
She-Hulk's pretty good, man.
I like me some broccoli.
I want to eat those veggies. Which do you like more? Booba or ass? No. Banana. Banana.
I don't like how it's glowing, dude.
Yours doesn't glow?
Wait, it's supposed to?
Turn off the lights and
Turn off the light. So thank you, the off-brand council. Thank you for approving of all of these men's together. I appreciate you. It was different actually having people here in real life doing things.
People?
I know, right? Who would have thought you can gather a bunch of degenerates in one place and we can just look at off-brand together?
Life is good.
Hope you guys enjoyed this video. Shout out to Jeff and Rika.
You can check me out on Twitch. Wait, no. You can check me out on YouTube. Wait, no, I got fantastic. Facebook, I got fantastic.
Anyway, I'll leave whatever socials they want in the description. And I'll see you beautiful sons and guns again next time.
You crazy mother.
God, I just can't get over the fact that Rika just farted. Anyway, what's cracking, guys? I am doing the Lost Pause subreddit here in my hotel room, Don't worry about people or things going on in the background. To pay no mind to anything. Let's get straight to it. How many booty slappers we're at now? Chino, display it. Wow, that's amazing. Also, P.O. Box is going to be next week, I believe, or maybe the week after. I don't know. Here's my P.O. Box. Send me stuff. I'll be happy to open it for like the Christmas special. Anyway, let's get straight to it. Well, speaking of Christmas, here seems to be a candy cane coming through the door, and then there is your Pataroo. Man, some people actually went through all the effort just to make a Pataroo meme like that. That is actually exceptional. I think that's beautiful. Demon Slayer gets criticized for showing polygamy. I saw people talking about this, and then meanwhile, Kaoru, is fluffing multiple girls in multiple episodes. I'm surprised Reno of a Healer hasn't been canceled for all the crap that goes on. I guess it's just not as popular as Demon Slayer. Oh no. The thing that kind of bothers me about the Demon Slayer waifus here, I should say, is that they all kind of look like the main cast, alright? Zenitsu, the other one looks like Tanjiro, and the one in the back looks like the pig head guy. So, like, I don't know, man. You got your cardboard cutouts, but they come with some 3D elements of the booba. I mean, technology at its finest, it's 2D. But it's also 3D. It's like the closest things that we have to actually like VTubers being real. With armor, and it's the Bikini Warriors, they're talking to the blacksmith. And then without armor, they're all shy. It's like they literally look more clothed, almost. I actually reacted to the Bikini Warriors. I don't know if it's still up on my channel. I don't think it is. But I did remember reacting to it, and it was not that high quality. Yeah, see, this I don't really get here with the praying mantis. You can see his neck scars and things like that, and I'ma keep it real with you, Chief. Those even gotta be human. No, dude. No, you definitely don't want the praying mantis waifu, because they literally will kill you after mating. You don't want that. That is not something you want. Remember when you bury a body? Cover it with endangered plants, so it is illegal to dig it up. Alright, noted. Now what? That actually can't be the real line then. There's no way that's the real line. Or is it? Is it? I want to hurry home and fluff her. And then normal people being like, yeah, that's just normal. And then Lost Boss viewers. Why would that be bad for Lost? I mean, you guys know the meaning of fluff, right? You guys know the meaning of fluff, right? Low Cost Cosplay at it again with his big old cat. And he puts it on. He's looking kind of like built up here. And then Inuyasha. Oh, yeah, that's it. Yeah. I like how I automatically see what it is there. That's incredible. How the cat actually just stood on his head like that. It's incredible. There's something like endearing about fat cats. I used to have a fat one that I really loved. Mostly because me and my brother had bunk beds, but it was too fat to jump up to the second one. So it stayed with me on the bottom. And that was great. That was my cat. Master, cross-dressing as a girl is something only men can do. In other words, it's one of the most masculine feats to exist. Oh. Oh, damn. Only men can do it. So is it the most masculine thing to go as a girl, but still be a man? Maybe. That dove pooped on so many cars and unlocked the Phoenix skin. Yeah, there's a light there. Okay, I understand, like, how did it look like that? That's kind of sick, dude. But at the same time, like, yeah, it's just standing on a light. It's probably warming up its butt at that point there too, if you think about it. If you know this color, congratulations, you're a pervert. And it took me a while to understand this one here, but I get it. I don't think Jeff would get it, but I know Rika would get it.
I would get it.
No!
I don't know.
Rule 34, you ding dong.
I was gonna say 34. Everyone uses Gelbaru.
Most smart people do use Gelbaru. Shikamaru's dad looks like a Pokemon evolution of him. And, well, yeah, honestly, yeah. I mean, Shikamaru growing up isn't too bad either himself, but, that's the thing, Sons and daughters are usually just reflections of the parents, so... I mean, yeah, it's just kind of how it is. I want to do that's not really what I said in a video. There's no way I actually said that in a video. There's just no way. I kind of almost want to do femboy. But if I did it, I want to do femboys. No, I'm just kidding. So Noble, hey Ashley, what do you want to eat? And then Ashley has Komi over here, like a sandwich. but not a sandwich. No, just wanting to eat in the background. That still reminds me of the Subway story where, they serve sandwiches and she gets exactly all the same things on the sandwich, but without the bread itself, and it's the same price, and it's a salad. I'm like, why didn't you just get the sandwich? That way you get bread at least and, more food. But she's like, no, I don't like the sandwich meat. But the sandwich meat was clearly inside of her salad. I'm just upset at this point.
Hey, Santa, how can you see if every child has been naughty or nice?
Oh, oh, oh. Oh, 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 God. Well, I guess that's how it goes. I don't feel sailing along after saying goodnight to everyone and just putting the pantyhose on and going done. I've done this before. I'm like, you know what? I just see something that catches my interest when I wanted to go to bed, but I'm just here. I'm like, well, I already said goodbye to the homies. I feel bad if I say go back. I'll just silently watch this. That's fine. The moment when a woman with a fat ass walks behind you and your girl starts eyeing you to make sure you don't look. You know what? I think the Chad way to do it is just like, I'm just appreciating the booty. There's nothing wrong with that, Nice ass. Anyway, seems like an FGO wife looking troubled and the guy looking at her saying, step on me. No, please step on me and squeeze my face with your thighs. Like heck I do that. See, this is only reminding me because at the con yesterday, I saw a girl with a sign saying $5 to sit on you, and it was $1 to step on. She was literally going around with that sign, and I assumed she was doing business. So I guess it's a good way to get some free money at a convention if you're a pretty girl in cosplay. I don't know.
You have $5?
No, stop. You did actually want to get stepped on by. Do you know what pegging is, Lily? And then he spelled it wrong there, even though he spelled it right here. No. And do you want to know? Sure. And then everyone, daring today, aren't we? Look, man, she doesn't know much, all right? She's not as, cultured as us. Yes, I'm using that word again. It's fine. You got to start somewhere. You can't just go off the deep end, okay? You can't just go into the cursed numbers immediately. Lily and Ashley laughing at Noble suffering. Wow, it's almost like I live this every day, every time I suffer. You guys seem to do the exact same shiz. So, Mountain Lady's big booty coming at you, and Mommy, is the giant lady going to crush us? Yes, Charlie, she will. And then it's just going straight down. Oh, no. That would honestly be a very scary way to die. I don't want to get stomped on by a big, giant rumpus. I'm sorry. No. It'd be worse if she farted, too. So this one's just really cool. The My Hero artist creator decided to do Komi. And, the Komi actually looks pretty good. She actually looks very accurate. Even the hands are of a normal proportion for the mangaka, and he loves drawing big hands for everybody. Anime Booba appears, and then me. Hey. That's a great. Oh man, my eyes look so good. Look how good my anime eyes are. Look at that, isn't that? That's lovely. That's me as an anime character, guys. Don't you want that? What is his full name? 69-year-old lolly vampire succubus Noble. Hey, you found me out. Man, I didn't want to release my full name, but damn. You guys also, you get my age there too. Noble and Lily reacting to off-brand memes, and then me, Noble. Are you sure that you are just reacting to off-brand memes? Where Lily's getting these... This is why you don't pause, Lost Pause. Okay? Don't get the ahiga faces here, alright? No, please. And someone actually made a scream of me. That's actually like art. I like that. Someone actually took the time to edit that. It looks pretty good. That's like even a thumbnail face. I can maybe use that as a thumbnail face. So Banana Lad at it again with Lily relaxing on the beach. She's holding the Banana Lad tag there, I see. Is she wearing a swimsuit? I don't know if she is. But that's pretty good. I like how the tail flicks around too. That's nice. I like that. Reminds me of Sakura Beach, a game I used to play a long time ago. There's a donut in the side of that I just noticed. Why do you do that? I mean, I got another donut here by Strange Reindeer. Hungry? I don't know what to say to some of these. But anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed this video here. Again, I'm off away on business. That's why I'm over here. I haven't been kidnapped by two strangers and held against my will, and you know they've been farting on me all night. No, I'm fine. Don't worry. I'm absolutely fine. Help. Anyway, thank you guys so much. Leave a like, subscribe for some more, and I'll see you beautiful sons of guns again next time.
You crazy mother. En la grinder! Alright. D7. Are you ready yet?